should be restricted?
I do in certain aspects. If you're an adult and you are consensual and you are irresponsible and not using any type of protection on a consensual basis, I feel like that yes, you should be forced to have that kid and give it life. But at the same time, if you're great, I feel like that there is a possibility that you could abort that child. And the reason, the purpose that I'm trying to make here is...
Okay, so that's not what Trump's policy is. Trump wants to leave it up to the states, which would restrict great victims from being able to get access to abortion in plenty of states. So there's no federal protections for that.
So, okay, all right. So I'm uninformed. You said Trump wants to restrict access to abortions for great victims?
Yes, because in certain states that happens. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Like if he put multiple Supreme Courts and justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which left it up to the states. States then determine abortion law. Certain states have abortion law that does not allow for great victims to get access to an abortion.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I was misinformed, and I appreciate you letting me know that. Wow. Okay. Is there any way? Is there any literature I can look up to confirm that?
Yes. Look at the SCOTUS decision.
I'm sorry?
The SCOTUS decision on Roe versus Wade. Thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, Nico, you're lagging, man. All right. I do apologize.
Yeah,
He's lagging. He seemingly got some MAGA mobile right now. But I do appreciate you coming up. Thank you. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live, y'all. What's up, Paladin?
Hey, man. How you doing?
Are you driving?
Not really. It's just my AirPods. How you doing?
Yeah. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, man. I actually am. For a lot of reasons. I'm a parent. I take care of my family.
You're definitely driving. I can literally hear it, like the car. Not really is just probably should have been enough evidence for me. Yo, it's a pal to you?
Hey Parker, how are you?
You are definitely driving. That's what you are doing. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, it's a pal to you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up, y'all. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
65.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Thank you for that mustache. Why so?
Why so? I think it's obvious, but I have a problem with Kamala's integrity and her lack of intelligence, I guess.
So what lack of intelligence does Kamala Harris have?
I know. I've heard you praise her for how smart she is. Her IQ is $110. That's not very smart.
Where did you get her IQ?
Google it. I Googled Trump's as well, and his is in the upper 150s, and that's accurate.
No, it's not, dude. His
yeah,
IQ is not in the 150s,
top 5 to ever hold office. Google it.
I do not believe that Trump has a 150 IQ, dude.
There's
Get
157.
Grip, dude. No, he does not.
You know what?
He does not have a 150 IQ.
Go ahead and research it.
He does not have a 150 IQ, dude. You're fucking delusional. I'm sorry. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, don't be swearing at me now, Parker.
I'll swear at you if I want to swear at you.
Boy, you youngsters are real tough when you're sitting in front of a computer.
Yeah, we are. We're very, very, very tough.
Did you find it?
No, I didn't. I literally don't see anything that says that. I don't see anything that says that her IQ is 110, and I see nothing saying that Trump's is 150. Trump
All right, well, I saw
IQ.
both. In fact, he's up there. Obama is up there. Actually, the highest IQ of any president was George Washington.
All right. So where'd you get that it's 150? Can you tell me the source?
I just Googled it. What is Donald Trump's IQ?
Yeah, so I just Googled it, and I see it's 27. Ryan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much on Cash App. Thank you.
27.
Yeah, it's 27.
127?
No, 27.
You'd have to be dead to have an IQ of 27.
Well,
Now, come on now, be straight.
no, you be for real. You said 150, dude.
157, yes. He's
Hey,
up
if
there.
you come down, I'll go up.
Obama.
Hey, if you come down, I'll go up.
All right. We can.
Since we're just making whatever claim we want,
have a meeting
let's
in the
bargain on
middle.
this.
What?
Vanessa, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. You come down, I'll go up.
All right. Deal.
Okay. So his IQ will go 79.
You know, if you play me that way, I'm going to go up from my starting point. Then I'm not coming down.
Okay, well he's got goldfish IQ. He's got 40, 20, 30. No, wait, negative 20, negative 69. That's his IQ.
You know, you're funny. You on here telling people to cite your sources all the time, and right now you're just flat out talking shit.
Yeah, no shit. Because you're just making up an IQ. Ryan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh, Ryan, that is so good. That is wild, Ryan. That is wild. That is an
Parker, I'm not going to keep you on here, man. I just wanted to see how you would treat me. I changed my name and my picture. This is Mark. I want to see all the people come on here now and welcome me back.
I could tell it was you, Mark. I knew it was
I'll be
you.
honest with you, though. I did see both of those IQs somewhere.
Where did you see those IQs, bro? Because
I-
I'm totally real with you, Mark. Mark, that is crazy. A 150 IQ is insane to say that Trump has.
The guy went to some of the best schools in the fucking country.
Dude, I don't believe he has a 150 IQ. by no
Okay,
means.
hang on. I'm in front of my work computer here.
Okay, if you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and I'll bring you up, y'all. That is, yeah, I do think that that's crazy to say it's 150. That's the point I'm making of saying that 27.
Kamala Harris is estimated to have a 110 IQ.
Where'd you get that? What's the title?
I just Googled it, and you got to go down about a
Where?
half.
What's the title?
Quora. Quora.com.
Quora isn't a source. That's just people who type back and forth.
Okay.
That's not a
There's
source.
a lot of articles on here stating that she's not a very smart person.
Yeah, Quora isn't a article. Quora is it's kind of like Reddit in a certain sense. You just ask questions and people will respond back. All right. Well, Mark, it was good talking to you. I'm going to get on into someone else, but I do appreciate you coming up.
Well, you're kicking me now, huh?
Well, Mark, you've already been up before. I try to get new people because there's plenty of people waiting.
I just wanted to get in for a minute to give you shit. I know you want to talk with other people. I get it. And rock on, my brother.
I
mean,
you.
we're on the opposite sides, but this is what we need. But I will say this one more time. This division has got to stop. You know, it's got to stop. We ain't going to get any better until we talk better to each other. And that's all I'll say.
I think it starts with Trump, but I appreciate you coming up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up?
You voting Trump?
Hell no. Harris.
MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up, y'all. MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up. All right, so give it a second, y'all. We're going to get someone up here. MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up. All right, it's not accepting this individual. Let me try the next. Only send a guest request if you have not been up here before. MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up, y'all. If you have been up before, please do not try to join the live. Do not try to join the live if you've already been up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, give it a second, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, is it Powell to you?
No, he just did it.
You're like a minor. All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. User, how old are you? Oh, they left. Ron, how old are you?
54.
You voting Trump?
Hell yes.
Why so?
Because Kamala's garbage and the same clown running the office will be the same exact way as Biden.
Yeah, so how is Kamala bad?
What has she ever done?
Is there a way you can turn off your background noise? Yeah, she has the most tie-breaking votes out of any vice president ever, which means that she was the most influential vice president ever. She's influenced to get past the Inflation Reduction Act, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Infrastructure Bill. Right, good legislation for the middle class of this country.
She got 2% of the vote to try to be president. How is
No,
that
she
possible?
at that time she already left the race, right? And she actually again became vice president, so that's why she left the race. She was polling 7 to 15%.
Why'd she put more black people in jail in California and then withheld evidence against them to keep them
First of
in
all,
jail?
there's not racial demographics for that region for like the crime for like the data that you're referencing, so you couldn't tell like what proportion of people were black. Secondly, as it relates to this, you said what was the other claim you made? Yeah, they withheld evidence for people in death row. So there was one person that you're referencing. That person was actually guilty, and she's come out and said that yeah, we should have checked the thing before, but I was so sure that this person was guilty. But she says that she should have accepted this, and she should have tried to check the DNA regardless.
The court forced her to turn the evidence over.
You're thinking of something else. And also, can you turn off the radio?
Why'd she use AI on her
There was no
videos
evidence
for-
they were using AI.
Well, I worked TSA at the airport, and I guarantee they weren't there.
So I promise you that there were literally people I know there that said that there were actually those people there.
You need
Secondly,
a badge to get onto the tarmac. They cannot get onto the tarmac. It's a FAA rule, and it's a law, and they would have been arrested. So
what do you
that's
mean?
false.
Like where they were
you can't-
located?
Yes, you can't get onto the tarmac there. You need a badge to get through the fence, to get into the air hangars. All the hangars are in. You cannot get through there.
Yeah. So So I have a Reuters fact check right here. AI image of crowd in Arizona Harris Wallace rally. Is it from a parody account? That's a Reuters fact check for you right there.
You can fact checks all you want. You come up with bullshit all the time.
I'm not coming up with any bullshit. I just got a source that debunks you, brother.
I also assume that every time Trump pulls up on his airplane and he gets out and there's loads of people out there, that's all fake too, because that violates the rule too. Because Trump loves to pull up on that plane, hop out, and then see adoring crowds right outside of that plane. Right, so that's fake too.
I know
right?
exactly where Donald Trump plane comes in, which is now it's kind of closed off because they're doing construction, and they weren't allowed to get in over there. So I know where Trump's plane comes in. I've been on Trump's plane. So
been on Trump's plane.
There's a totally different area that he
met Trump once. Therefore, he has to be a good person. Trump has to be a good person because they met.
You've been to every airport that Donald Trump has flown into and landed at?
No, just
wow,
Metro
you must be
Airport.
pretty good.
Just Metro Airport that I'm talking about.
Which
Just
airport?
one time.
Metro
Oh, Metro.
in Detroit.
In
There's
Detroit.
no hangar. There's no hangar that big. First off, in that area where she come in, which is even more funnier because
More
it's all
funnier?
private place. It's all
So
private.
I know people at that rally. There were people there in the comment section. Okay.
Well, Ron, why haven't you gone to like Breitbart or like the Daily Wire and like told these wonderful revelations and like given all this proof? Because they would love to run this story.
fake news doesn't run any stories.
I said Breitbart and Daily Wire. Those are right-wing conservative. They would love to have this story, right? They would blow it up on X. Elon Musk would like tweet it out, right? I mean, you'd be famous in like a day. Why is Ron, the TSA agent, not on the phone with Ben Shapiro right now giving this evidence?
Why did Kamala cut out on debate?
No, answer my question. You can go on X. You can tag every conservative social media person on X and provide tons of evidence because you clearly know the answer, right? You're in the TSA. You're on the tarmac. You've been on Trump's fucking plane, my man. You have the evidence. Why is it that you are not contacting these right-wing conservative people to put this on the front page of the Wall Street Journal?
Are you a liberal? Are you a liberal? Appreciate the cap thingy. Are you paid by the DNC because you're not giving up this information? No, I think we lost him.
You come because Parker's big and famous. I mean, he's like,
Okay, please.
He's going places. But go to Ben Shapiro. Go to Matt Walsh. Go to the crazy lunatics. Go to Steven Crowder. Go to these people and provide your evidence, and you will be famous in a day. Oh, and he left.
That's jeez.
Okay.
Oh my god. All right, I appreciate you, Matt.
Yeah, thanks for having me at Parker. Bye-bye.
Yo, Aiden, how old are you?
18.
Are you voting Trump?
I was actually trying to join before he got off. I was gonna agree with you on the side of Kamala.
Kamala, by the way. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Shaq, thank you so much for the handout. Thank you. How old are you?
I'm 34.
Are you voting Trump?
I think so.
Yo, Lauren, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Why so?
I don't know. I just don't like Kamala.
What about her?
I just don't like her.
What do you not like about Kamala Harris?
I don't know. Some of the stuff she says is kind of sketchy.
Like what?
Like a mandatory buyback.
No, she didn't advocate for a mandatory buyback.
No,
Elusive, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much. It was a voluntary buyback.
No. She said mandatory. There's a video of it floating around that said mandatory.
For which specifically? Appreciate the ICU. Thank you so much. She announced an assault weapons ban.
Yeah, assault pew-pews, but that's
different than what you're referencing. So appreciate the mustache. Thank you so much.
How does that not go against the Second Amendment? Because some people use those for hunting. So, how does that not go against the Second Amendment?
Thank you for the head mustache. Thank you so much. Because it is the case that we don't allow people to have miniguns or RPGs, yet that doesn't go against the Second Amendment. We don't allow people legally to have nukes.
Okay, that's different. But some people use those assault ones for hunting. So if you are a legal owner, you shouldn't have to mandatory buy back anything. If I'm a hunter and I'm registered and I have no issues and I don't have any
thank you for the little crown.
I'm registered and I am a law-abiding citizen, then I should not have to mandatory sell my assault.
So then I'll ask you this question. So people who are violent sexual offenders, they shouldn't be able to get guns, right?
Well, I agree with those laws that violent criminals, and if you're a
for
felon,
example, if someone was like a felon shouldn't be able to, or say someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman.
Right.
Yeah. So Trump was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman, but so he shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, but he should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes.
I'm on the fence about him. I don't necessarily support him right now either, but I definitely don't support Kamala, and I definitely won't be voting for her.
Wait, but you think that Trump should be able to be president and gain access to the nuclear codes, even though you said a violent sexual offender is not one in which you would want to be able to have access to a gun. So can have access to nuclear codes, but not a gun.
But I don't I just said I don't necessarily support him at the moment.
Wait, so it's either him. It's either you understand? It's either Trump or Harris, right?
There's other people out there.
I promise you, they're not going to win.
I don't care. That's still my right to vote for whoever I want to.
Then why is your name MAGA 2024?
because I'm undecided. Like, I like him, but I'm
MAGA
still
2024 is not undecided.
I am still undecided at this point.
MAGA 2024 is not undecided.
I can like somebody and still be undecided.
If you say MAGA 2024, I promise you're not undecided.
I mean, I'm allowed to like support somebody, but then still be questioning what I'm
MAGA
going to do.
2024?
What I do come November is still up in the air.
MAGA 2024.
You could like a place to go on vacation, and then when you come down to deciding are you going to buy the plane ticket or not.
So if I made my name Harris 2024, would it make sense to say that, like, oh, I'm not going to vote for Harris?
I mean, what you circle come election day, come November.
No, I'm saying, like, if I were, like, to make my account name Harris 2024 and I said, oh, yeah, no, I'm not voting for Harris. I haven't made my mind up yet. Would that make sense to you?
Yeah, because you still got time to decide. How many months we got till November?
My name is if I was wearing a shirt that said Harris 2024, a hat that said Harris 2024, pants that said Harris 2024, shoes that said Harris 2024, and I told you, I'm not sure who I'm going to vote for president yet, what would you say?
I would say that you can still be undecided. You can like somebody and be leaning toward them, but that don't mean that when you come to circle in and bubble in an answer in November, there are still other options, whether they win or not. That's your civic duty, and you have the right to vote for whoever you want to vote for. And the whole
so why don't you write in your own name? If you don't care about third parties, write in your own name.
Because a third party person could at least get some votes.
What's their road to 270?
A third party person could get some votes.
What's their road to 270?
The Electoral College.
Yeah, what's their road to 270? What states are they going to win to get there?
I don't know, but I'm saying, like, you got to.
So they can't win a single state, so they're going to get 0 electoral votes, so they have no chance of winning.
But see, that mindset is not going to get us anywhere. That's not going to get us anywhere.
That's the reality.
But that's not going to get us anywhere.
It's the reality. You can say it doesn't get us anywhere. It's a reality.
That's a terrible reality.
Okay, well, then if you want multiple parties to exist, well, then we need to create a multi-party democracy. You cannot have a third party actually work in a two-party system.
Exactly. Well, we need to work on that then, don't we?
Yes, I agree. But, like, in order to do that, we have to work within the two-party. DJ, thank you so much for the Galaxy. Thank you so much.
I don't know. I can't.
MAGA 2024. I don't know who I'm voting for. MAGA 2024.
I don't like her. And some of the things.
So do you like Donald Trump, who was held legally responsible for sexually assaulting a woman, who said he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, who said he has sex in common with his daughter? Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. He said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass, who walks into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place. He says he grabs women by the vagina. He doesn't have to ask.
I didn't say I agree with it. I don't agree with everything the man has done.
MAGA 2024.
He ain't perfect.
So why would you vote for a racist over a non-racist? Someone who sexually abused a woman over someone who didn't? Someone who tried to overthrow the government over someone who didn't?
I mean,
someone who's misogynistic over someone who's not?
Just some of the things she has said just makes me.
Like what? Like all those things Trump has said. What's worse than that?
I mean, prosecuting people when she was a DA, not doing a super good job, like withholding things that could get people exonerated up until the very last minute. So that person
that she withheld evidence for, that person was convicted, right, based upon DNA. Like they tested the DNA later, and that person was guilty. Okay, so she didn't test it because she thought the person was guilty. Okay, so as it relates to this, we can acknowledge that she said it was bad, that she should have tested regardless, but she was correct. No harm, no foul. Donald Trump wants to reinstitute the drug war. Trump wants to reinstitute the drug war by putting drug dealers on death row.
And then she was wanting to prosecute parents for their kids missing 10% of attendance.
She gave people misdemeanors for their kids missing 10% without a good reason. Yeah, without a good reason. There are good reasons, medical. There are good reasons, like family. There are sickness, right? There are plenty of good reasons. That's without a good reason, and that's a misdemeanor. That's a misdemeanor. That happens.
And sometimes, like, you could be running late. Other things happen outside of your circumstances. Other things happen.
Wait. No, truancy means that they didn't show up at all. That's not just showing up late. That's quite literally they don't show up at all.
There are some things like you don't have to get a doctor's note. And I don't know about all schools, but like there are some times where your kid is not sick, where you don't have to go to the doctor for it and get a doctor's note if your kid
if your
just
kid's sick for 10% of the year, that's going to be a valid reason. Right. Not only is that a valid reason, but you would also likely go to if the kid is sick, you would have a doctor's note for 10% of the year.
But 10% of the school year, like that is silly. No, because there are some things that you don't have to go to the doctor for.
It said without a good reason.
You don't have to go. If your kid has like the tummy bug, you don't have to rush them to the doctor and get a doctor's note because the doctor's not going to do anything anyway.
Yeah, but the people who do that, you understand that that's not going to be applicable to that person. Why would their kid be missing 10% of the year?
But 10% of the school year is just silly. Like that's silly. That's dumb. Like that is silly. Like I could see if your kid is sick and you have a doctor's
why are they missing if they're sick, 10%, then that would be a legitimate reason.
Like 10% of a school year.
Yeah.
I can't. I ain't even trying to do the math in my head right now but there's like usually you go to school 180 days. About 180 days.
So 18 days. So 18 days without good reason.
So, I mean, if you miss 18 days, so what? Even if you don't have a doctor's note.
Dude, saying so what to children's development is crazy. It's not just a doctor's note. It's not just a doctor's note. They will be lenient with the reasons. But these are unexcused, just they're not going to school at all. That's negligence.
No, not if, like, what if your family went out of town or something?
That's a legitimate reason.
No, it's not. Like,
that's an excusable reason.
But you're still missing school.
And why are you missing so many days of school? For 18 days?
18 days of school out of 180 really is not that bad compared to what a lot of kids miss these days.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, so I don't know. So like, do you think that's typical? Do you think that what do you think do you think it should be 50%? You should be able to miss 49% of the year?
No, but
okay, so what percent? What percent, Naga?
Like prosecute parents.
Hey, what percent? What percent? Tell me what percent? What percent?
Now, if they were missing like 20 or 30%, that's something else. But to tell parents that their kids can't miss to prosecute kids for their parents for missing only 18 days.
No, it would be misdemeanor. You get a misdemeanor. Think of that mustache.
It don't matter. That's still ridiculous. There are other. Why don't we
if you get sick and you're sick for that long, that is a legitimate reason. That person is not going to get a misdemeanor for their kid being sick. I promise you, that's not going to happen. But if you are missing without good reason, without valid reason, well then yeah, you are going to get a misdemeanor. That's how the law works. She prosecuted based upon the law. She didn't choose the law. She has her job, and she has to follow through with her job.
But it's just 10% is a little. 10% is a little.
Yeah, that's the law of their area.
Okay, that's a little steep, but it's just I don't know. I just cannot her being with a married man.
If you had an employee,
even if they were,
if you had an employee that missed 10% of the days that they go to work, right, without good reason, would you keep them as an employee?
I mean, out of how many days? Like what? How many days? Like what's the length of time?
10%, 180 days.
Of 180 days, and they only missed 18 days. That's not bad. That's not
without
bad.
good reason.
That's only missing 18 days.
Without good reason.
Sometimes you need a mental health days. What about mental health days?
That would be a good reason, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but are they considering that a good reason? What are they considering good reasons?
They would consider good reason.
Do you know about that? Like you've done research on this topic?
Yes. So you understand there are particular conditions in which schools will allow for this.
Yes,
right?
I know that. But I'm saying in her case, what was she considering?
We're literally talking reasons? 1 out of every 10 days.
And what are they considering good reasons? That's what I was asking you. Do you know much about this? I was giving you
examples. So like being sick is an example of a good reason, right? Family issues is a good reason, right? Work, like someone having restrictions of how much they can bring their kid in as it relates to work.
I mean, if that's the case, then that's different. But, like, that's fine. But still, like, the way that they worded it was making it seem like she was prosecuting them for if they were missing 10%, like, regardless of whatever the case was. So as long as it's something like that, that's different. Like, as long as they were excusing it for, work sick, that sort of thing, that's fine.
So you're not going to vote for her because of this, which is not bad at all, over Trump, who's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, of 34 felonies, tried to undermine the American democracy, tried to restrict women's access to abortion, undermined climate science, says that it was not caused by humans when it is.
I'm not a Democrat, so like I just would not vote for somebody that is not like.
Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I'm pro-life.
So do you think rape victims should be able to get access to an abortion?
Like if it's a kid, possibly, but if it's a grown-up, then no.
So why should a 18-year-old not be able to get access to an abortion if they're raped? Vanessa, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Vanessa.
Like a kid, like under like 18.
Yeah, so if they're 18 years old, should they be able to get access to an abortion if they're raped?
I would say no.
But if they're 17, they can?
No. I kind of don't give the SA one unless you're like a little kid.
Okay, so 17-year-olds. So 17-year-olds.
10, 12, 13.
So 17-year-old who gets raped, they should be forced to go through the pregnancy?
Yeah.
16?
Yeah.
15?
That's kind of young. Borderline.
Do you think a 15-year-old should be able to get access to an abortion if they're raped? Brian, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I don't know. I don't really believe in it. So that one's hard to say.
So 14.
It's hard to say because I don't believe in it.
13.
I just don't believe in it. So
12?
I just don't believe. That one's a little young.
So a 12-year-old should be able to get access to it, but a 13-year-old, you don't know?
They're a little young too.
So what about 14?
That's young.
So they should be able to get access to an abortion?
Yeah.
15?
Yeah. Like anybody that's under like 18 should be able to.
Okay, so 16-year-olds should be able to get access to an abortion.
Yeah.
Okay, so why should an 18-year-old not be able to get access to an abortion, but a 17-year-old should be able to?
Because they're like minor children.
Okay, there's a difference in a year between them. You're saying that one shouldn't be able to get access to an abortion, the other one should.
Yeah. Because they're minors.
Okay, why should a kid be able to get access to an abortion, but an adult shouldn't, if they're raped?
One is a minor.
I understand one's a minor, but that doesn't mean that the other one who's an adult should be able to not be able to get access to an abortion.
It's just that's a touchy subject.
Well, welcome to the live, of course. Right. So the point I'm making is, why should adults be forced to go through pregnancies that they didn't cause themselves?
I just believe that like life is valuable. Like all lives are valuable.
Yeah, you can say you can say life is valuable, and then also say that you shouldn't be able to force people to go through pregnancy if they were raped.
That's just I don't believe in it.
Okay, but should someone go to jail if they get access to an abortion?
I don't think that they should. That's a little extreme.
Oh, okay, so people shouldn't go to jail for getting access to an abortion. Okay, so why do you think that? Why do you want to vote for Trump, who wants to leave it up to the states, which then leads to people going to prison for getting access to an abortion?
Because I believe. Here's my thing. Like I believe that I don't believe the federal government should have so much control over us, like over our lives. Like I will never believe that the federal government should have so much control over us. So
okay,
I do believe that
things should be
handed back over to the states.
Okay. Do you think slavery should be up to the states?
That obviously that's not even the same thing. That's totally like, no, that's not even. You can't even compare the two.
Do you think child labor should be up to the states?
Obviously, you can't even compare the two.
Okay. Do you think women's rights, as it relates to voting, should be left up to the states?
You can't. No, you can't even compare the two. Like that's
You
silly.
can't compare women's rights to women's rights.
Like you can't even compare. Like that's silly. Like
I can't compare women's rights to women's rights.
I just don't think that the federal government, like you want the federal government to have so much control over your life.
So I want the federal government to protect women's right to choose. You're saying state government should be able to restrict women's access to abortion. So who's actually leaving it up to the choice? Me, who's advocating for federal protections for great victims, or you, who's advocating to leave it up to the states, which then restricts people from being able to get access to an abortion? To me, it sounds like you're the tyrannical one that is trying to restrict people's access to this, right? And I'm trying to extend access to freedom.
Because the way that things get change and you see change and you get things accomplished, you don't start from the top down. It's bottom up. So that's why state, like local, city, county, like state. That's why you start at your local. That's why the local elections are more important than the federal ones. That's why it should be up to your state. That's why it should be up to your local.
Why should it be left up to the state? Is that because it's more representative of the individual?
No, that's because the federal government should not have so much control over what happens.
You understand when they say that the federal government makes it legal for this to occur, it means that they don't have control of enforcing it to not happen. And are you driving?
No.
Okay, so it is you're saying that the federal government shouldn't have so much control. When they say it's legal, they're literally relinquishing that control. Did you know that?
I get it, but that's why I think. But
so then, what do you mean that you're giving the government so much control? We're saying it should be legal on a federal scale.
I think that the state should have more control. Like the state should be in charge, because more change comes from. It's like I've always believed that it comes from a bottom up thing, not a top down.
Okay,
thing.
so why not leave it up to the individual household?
Okay, so you leave it up to the states. So vote your states.
Why not leave it up to the individual household?
I don't want. That's why you vote in states. So
why not leave it up to the individual household?
You leave it up to the household. You vote for your state.
Why not leave it up to the individual household? You're not answering.
But if it's up to the state and the state says, okay, then you leave it up to the household. I don't want the federal government telling me to do this. They already have.
Why do you want the state? Why do you want the state government telling you what to do?
Because I don't want the federal government. I meant to say federal, but I don't want the federal government.
Why do you want the state government?
They already.
So then why do you want the state government doing it?
The federal. That's because it's local. More local than the federal. The federal government already has too much power.
You understand how big a state can be? You understand that, say, the state government of California is presiding over almost 40 million people?
Okay, hold on. So before you, the reason why.
Okay, I can literally hear you driving, by the way.
The reason why.
Let's go into the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up, y'all. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 40.
I can't hear you. How old are you?
40.
You're really far from your mic. Can't hear you.
I'm 40.
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because I don't like the evil that comes out of the Democratic Party.
What evil?
Oh, well, let's see. Killing babies.
Do you think a zygote's a person?
Do what?
You think a zygote is a person?
A zygote is a person?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You do? Mm-hmm. Okay, so you think that this is a person. Here, let me show you. I'm getting a picture. Give me 1 second. You think this is a person?
No, that's not a person.
No?
No.
Oh, it's not a person?
No.
So you don't think that they're people?
No.
You don't think zygotes are people?
No.
Okay, I thought you said a zygote is a person.
No.
Okay, so what's a person?
A person is anything made by a woman and a man.
Did you know that a zygote is a fertilized egg at conception?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay, so now that you do know that, and you know that's a life at conception, do you believe that this is a person?
Yes, that's a person. Once it's
No, so this is
conceived,
actually a microorganism. Oh shit, this is a microorganism.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's not a person. Do you typically mistake people for microorganisms?
No, I'm going by what you just said. I'm not a doctor or nah, I don't look this stuff up. I just have common sense.
Thank you so much. So you think this is a person?
No, that's not a person.
Well, it's a zygote, so this is a person under your worldview.
Okay, well, in that case, yes. Once conception is made, it don't matter what kind of picture you pull up or nothing else. You're evil for killing it.
Really evil. I have a
Yes,
question. Would you
evil.
rather save 2 zygotes or 1 newborn baby from a burning building?
I mean, that's a stupid question.
Would you rather save 2 zygotes or 1 newborn baby?
Well, the 2 zygotes are going to turn to 2 people.
Okay.
I mean,
So they're not
once
2
again,
people already?
That shows the evilness of you. Is to
So they're not. Wait, so you would pick the 2 zygotes?
I wouldn't pick either one.
No, it's either one or the other. It's either the 2 zygotes or the 1 newborn
No,
baby.
see, that's where you're in your evil fantasy world.
Evil fantasy world. What do
Yes,
you mean?
if say a firefighter, we've heard firefighters say it many times where they've made the wrong choice and tried to save something, save a person in a fire and couldn't make it to them when they could have got to this person or that person. When something like that happens, a baby's in a burning fire. I hope everybody tries to save it.
Yeah, they would like to save them. Now, would you save the newborn baby or the 2 zygotes, given that you can only save one group?
Well, first and foremost, that question makes no sense. I'm not going to play into your little ignorant games.
It does make sense. It's not an ignorant game. The point
Yes,
I'm demonstrating conceptually is that you value the newborn baby more than you do the zygotes. Saying that you would save the 2 zygotes is fucking crazy. Okay, but if you consider them people, well, then obviously you're going to say that you saved the 2 zygotes because 2 people is more than 1.
Well, I mean, how is the 2 zygotes going to be in a burning building in the mom's womb?
No, you understand that
Wait,
zygotes
you're
wouldn't
ignorant.
be in the womb. Zygotes.
That is an ignorant question.
Listen, no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Where does conception occur?
When the
the human
semen
body?
goes into the egg.
No, but where in the body does it occur?
I really don't know. I'm not a doctor or nothing like that.
Okay.
Like I said before.
So it's not in the womb, it's in the fallopian tubes. Now, can you answer the question? Where does pregnancy occur?
Most time in a bedroom.
No, I'm asking where in the body does it occur? Because trust me,
That's what
no
I'm
one's
saying.
going there with you.
I'm
bro.
not going into these little. I've got 3 kids, buddy. So they've been there with me.
I'm
My eyes
bro.
aren't falling.
You don't have to lie about having children. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You don't have to lie about having children. It's fine.
My eyes ain't recessing back in my head like I'm on crack, like you are. Look at your eye. Go look in the mirror. You're like
You can't say that, by the way, but because it's TikTok TOS, you can't say that term. I do have to go on to the next person, sadly. But appreciate the ICU. Thank you so much. What the fuck? I was like, you don't have to lie about having kids. I'm just trolling. But yeah, let me go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, Michael, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's get this next person up. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, y'all. Yo, JV, thank you for the hand heart. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here for MAGA. Type it in the comment section right now, y'all. If you're MAGA, type it in the comment section. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. All right, let's get this next person. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 27 years old.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
I just I like a smaller government, and I don't think the Democratic Party is in favor of that.
Travis, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Are you talking in terms of economy and human freedom?
I mean, I guess I just don't. I guess I just think that the states, people vote in local elections, and I think that has a more direct appeal to different cultures and different communities.
Like you want more social and human freedom, like economic and human freedom. Is that what you're advocating for?
Yeah.
Okay. So did you know Nordic European countries have more social and economic freedom? Right.
Yeah,
they rank better on the economic freedom index and the human freedom index.
I would believe that.
Okay, so then you would prefer a more left-wing model like the Nordic model? That's to the left of the Democratic Party in the United States.
I think those countries have a lot smaller population, so they're able to implement those models better.
Okay, so do you think that you could apply those on a statewide level? So, like, do you think it would work in Iowa?
Can you give an example?
Yeah, you said it because it only works on a smaller scale. So would it work in Iowa?
Like ideologically, I just find that I align with more conservative.
No, you said it. You said it only works because of the smaller scale.
I think
do you think it would
works.
work in Iowa?
I don't live in Iowa, so I'm not sure. Like
Iowa has around 3.5 million people max.
I'm just not. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make this a productive conversation.
3.19 million. Kobe, think of the dollar. That's less than Sweden. That's less than Norway. That's less than Denmark.
I mean, so if Iowa decided to do that on their own, like, what? I guess what? Then what?
Do you think it would work then?
They could try if states had more power to control those kind of decisions.
No. Do you think it would work then? Because you said the only reason it wouldn't work is because of the population size.
That's not what I said. I said that those countries have smaller populations, which is probably
and that's why it wouldn't work
a contributing factor to why those are successful models in those countries.
Well, did you know that if you have a more expansive economy due to economies of scale, different types of programs that relate to social programs like this do better?
Yeah.
So if you're saying that it would, so first of all, not only would it not be an issue in terms of population if we were to apply it on a statewide level like Minnesota, Missouri, Wyoming, Kansas, all these different states do it on their own level. Or we could do it on a federal scale, which I think would be more beneficial through the economies of scale. So I see no reason to say that this wouldn't work. So if you want more economic and social freedom, sounds like you would be more left of the Democratic Party. And Dory, thank you so much for the $20.24. Thank you so much, Dory. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Travis, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Travis.
Well, did you know that every time the government puts out a stimulus, there's always an inefficiency? That's like a labor economics. In labor economics, it's proven that when the government applies a subsidy or involves itself somehow, there's an inefficiency in the economy.
Not true. No, that's not what labor economics indicates. I've taken labor economics. Right,
okay,
myself.
maybe you learned more than I did. I've also taken labor economics.
I majored in economics.
Okay, I minored in economics, but like what? So how? So you don't know what I'm talking about with the inefficiency?
No. So just because there's a subsidy does not mean that there's an inefficiency. Subsidies are used in plenty of contexts to create more efficient circumstances, right? That could be due to a diversification in terms of the global market. Like for example, if we increase our share, we have more power on the global market in terms of pricing of a particular commodity. So it just depends on the geopolitical stage. So it's not like a subsidy equal bad, right? Also, there are subsidies in the United States that can produce better outcomes as it relates to certain things like our agriculture, right? Like we heavily subsidize agriculture and farming in the United States. Do you think that's good?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, so I thought you said it creates inefficiencies.
It can. There are absolutely examples.
It can or it does. Because I agree it can, but you said it does.
It can.
Okay, well, that's a different position. You just moved the goalpost.
I'm open to moving the goalpost. Like, I don't know. Like, I won't be voting for Kamala. I don't think she's the best person for the job.
Why not? Can you name one policy that she influenced to get passed that you disagree with?
I don't like the border. I don't like the state of the border right now when she's been in office. Like, I don't like the idea that she wants votes and she's going to make changes when she's in office, when she's already in office, and things.
She can't do everything as the vice president, and obviously, like, the legislative branch has to step up. For example, with the border, right? You understand that they have a border bill they were trying to get passed that was drafted by a Republican that Trump influenced people in the Senate to not vote for her Republican.
So I think a big issue with when either side is trying to get a bill passed is that they wedge in a bunch of other points.
But there was a solo border bill as well. So there was a solo border bill and there was another border bill. Both of them were drafted by Republicans. They were literally drafted by Republicans. And he said don't vote for it because he didn't want Democrats to look good.
I think there's a big issue with when either side is trying to get a bill passed. There's sometimes, maybe not the bills that you're talking about, but it's like a fundamental flaw in how work gets done in our government. There'll be all kinds of different things wedged in where sometimes there's not even enough time for anyone to actually have read the entire bill, and then they want it to go to a vote. So I think that, like, a lot of reform.
You think Donald Trump's read any bill while he was president?
I think
he sat down and read any bill
needs to happen.
Do you think Trump read a single bill as president?
Absolutely. Like, why? I don't know.
Thank you.
I definitely think he was the president. I definitely think he read bills. Like,
okay, so he read bills. Really? You think that he read bills? So actually, one thing that's interesting is not only did he not read bills, appreciate the handout, thank you so much, but it is the case that he also specifically had people tell him what was going on rather than reading, right, like the presidential address. So presidents typically get messages or that they have to read that they're addressed to them. He would make people like read it off to him, kind of like a Fox News sort of thing.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? That makes sense because I also bet that Biden needed that as well. So I don't know what.
Actually, no.
What the point is.
So Biden didn't, Trump did.
So Biden didn't need cue cards telling him what direction to walk off the stage, but he read.
No, Biden would read the presidential address. Yo, Laura, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much for $1 for each MAGA brain cell. So since Biden was so incoherent, how come he was the one that was actually doing the reading and Trump wasn't?
Off of a teleprompter? Like, what's the point here? They're both old.
No, not a teleprompter, the presidential address.
I just don't think Kamala's the better choice.
Yeah, but you're not really giving any indicating factor. Are you pro-choice?
Yes.
So you want to vote for someone who restricted 1/3 of women's access to abortion and didn't provide federal protections for rape victims because they put multiple Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, the very thing that held up abortion rights in this country? Appreciate the handout. Thank you. On a federal scale.
Perhaps that makes me selfish, but yes.
Okay, so you don't care about women's rights?
I care about women's rights. Okay, I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. So if you care about women, why are you voting for a misogynist who has a known history of violence against women, sexual violence, and that is trying to restrict women's access to abortion? I think Trump is the better person for the job, and that's one part of the presidency. And I think that if states had more control over it, like, I live in a very liberal state. Getting an abortion in the state I live in will never be a problem.
Oh, okay. So because you live in a liberal state, that means it's okay and you're not going to care about it. Even though there are women in plenty of other states that have restricted access to abortion. Now, let me ask you a question. Again, how are you going to say that you think that this is a better candidate for women when he has a history of sexual violence targeted towards women, of misogyny, and of trying to restrict women's access to abortion, which is their fundamental right?
The country's not made of entirely women, so I'm...
So 50% of the country he can't take care of?
First of all, I don't think that he's trying to restrict abortion. I think his recent statements have made it clear that that's not his goal.
That's a total lie. He put multiple people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which restricted 1/3 of women's access to abortion in this nation, right? Along with did not provide federal protections for rape victims. So there are rape victims in this country that cannot get access to abortion due to their state's abortion laws because of Donald Trump. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. And he brags about it. He said he did it himself.
I'm just not convinced that I'm not convinced that there's going to be significant improvements in the state of the country based on my views if I vote for Kamala. And it's unfortunate. I really wish that she made me more proud to be a woman as the vice president. I wish there was a better woman president running. I wish there was like
Legality. Thank you so much.
Like based on the choices at hand, like I will be voting conservative.
Yeah. So again, but you didn't respond to what I said. How can he take care of women if it is the case that he has a history of sexual violence against women, misogyny, and trying to restrict their rights?
Take care of women, like as if because
like the president,
women are just going to fall apart. Women can't work. Women can't fend for themselves. Like, what is that? What is that?
No, I'm saying women would have it worse off. Not only is there misogynist in office, and not only does it worsen grape culture, but it also leads to particularly restricted access to rights in this nation. He has a VP that specifically wants to have a national abortion ban where rape victims shouldn't be able to get access to abortion. That's what his VP advocates for. So if you don't tell me that's a threat to women, I don't know what to tell you if you don't see that as a threat to women.
I see what you're saying. Like what can happen. I just don't think that realistically will happen.
No, I showed you what already did happen. I based it on what did happen. He's already picked these people. He is already engaged in that particular legislation, and you're still going to vote for him. So how many things do you need to see that he's going to do until you're like, oh, I shouldn't vote for this guy because clearly he doesn't care about women?
I just think that's an exaggeration, to be honest.
Really? Because I couldn't make the same concern for Kamala Harris as it relates to men. She does not have a history of sexual violence targeted towards men, of misandry. She doesn't have a history of taking away men's rights. Nor does she have that for women. But Donald Trump does with women. Personally, superpower. Thank you so much.
I think the economy will be in a stronger position. I don't think a ban on abortion.
Can you name me one economic policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
No, but I think the economy was doing better under Trump, and I would be.
Can you name one economic policy that he influenced to get passed that led to that?
No, I'm not going to pretend I can.
Okay, so just because the economy was better off doesn't mean it's caused by him. Similarly, I met my girlfriend, my amazing, beautiful girlfriend, during the Biden-Harris administration. Does that mean I should vote for Harris? Is that a good reason to vote for Harris?
No.
Wait, but I met her under the administration, so it's got to be them. My life was better due to them. Julie, thank you for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Julie. I really appreciate it, Julie. So why not? Why should I? Why is that a bad reason?
You know that that's not the reason that.
Sharp, thank you for subscription.
Like,
no, why is it a bad reason?
Are we back on the?
I'm asking you, why is it a bad reason? Why is it a bad reason that I'm voting for Harris because I met my girlfriend, who's amazing, under their administration? Cash, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
I don't think it's a bad reason that you can vote for whoever you want. You
don't think that's a bad reason?
That wouldn't be a reason to vote for somebody.
Exactly, because just because something happens under the administration does not mean it's caused by the administration. Similarly, the economy was okay, doesn't mean it's caused by them. Nathan, thank you for the hand heart. Thank you. That's the point. Correlation doesn't equal causation.
Correlation does not equal causation. You're right.
Okay. So, given that's true, Nathan, thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much, Nathan. Why do you think Trump's better with the economy? Appreciate the confetti. Thank you.
I think inflation was under better control at that time.
How was inflation caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
Economic expansion, quantitative easing, policies like that. They're a little bit above my pay grade, to be honest. But
so did you know that there's a greater level of money supply increase under the Trump administration? Look at M2 money supply, go to the Federal Reserve, St. Louis Federal Reserve, right? And you'll see that there was a greater increase in M2 under the Trump administration. So did Trump cause inflation?
I think you're referring to the PPP loans that went out, and I think that was widely abused program, and that was unfortunate.
No, I'm referencing the money supply.
Right, but issuing all the PPP loans, like no real
PPP
checks and
loans
balances.
could relate to that, but I'm referencing the money supply.
Okay. I don't have anything to say to that.
Okay. So then it seems like it's not the Biden-Harris administration's fault. Did you know that they added less money to the debt than the Trump administration? 8.4 trillion for the Trump administration, 4.3 trillion Biden-Harris administration, 4.8 trillion for Trump non-COVID related, 2.2 trillion for the Biden-Harris administration non-COVID related. So we spent over 2 times more money that's debt-related spending, non-COVID related. Thank you, Apricot. I appreciate the hand art. Massive spender here.
I'm sure you have like all the facts in
Thank
front of you, so I'll take your word for it. Yeah, I just think the values of a conservative administration is like what I want to see in our country. So that's what I'll be.
Like what values?
Hard work. You know, we should be tougher on criminals. Like I was in traffic court recently.
Deborah, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much,
And-
Deborah. So we should be tougher on criminals, but you're voting for a criminal?
I think you're referring
Deborah,
to.
thank you so much. I appreciate it. What about the family values? He cheated on every single one of his wives. The last one with a corn star while she was pregnant. Anne, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Anne.
I don't believe that the president needs to be the best example of a person. I just think it needs to be the best person for the job with the choices given. So if I'm looking at Kamala and I'm looking at Trump, sorry, I'm not like.
So again, we should be
I
harsher
don't think he's a
on
good
crime.
person. I'm not like nobody says the president has to be your best friend, but I do think that we, as a country, would be respected more if Trump was the president versus Kamala.
Appreciate that. Thank you. What evidence indicates that? He has lower approval ratings internationally.
Does he?
Yes. Look up Trump approval rating internationally. He has a very low approval rating. The only approval rating he has that's high is like in Israel. Bex, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. He's like a laughingstock. Boris Johnson, Emmanuel Macron, Justin Trudeau all laughed at him insofar as that he saw it. Baby raged and left the event.
I mean, Biden was laughed at too at public events, so I don't know why that's like.
Which one?
I saw a video of it. I don't have the reference right in front of me. I apologize.
Okay. Hugo, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Hugo. So again, we want to be
Based on public image, based on public image, Trump looks like a stronger person. And optics matter. I think that matters.
Stronger person to you?
Yeah, that's my opinion.
Why?
I can have that. Because he doesn't laugh at every question like Kamala does. Like I don't know. That's my opinion. I can have that.
She doesn't laugh at every question.
She laughs a lot. I don't
So
like her.
she
I don't
laughs
like
too
her.
much for your liking?
Yeah, I don't like her.
Okay, so Donald Trump, who is held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, tried to overthrow the government, restricted women's access to abortion, calls for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, denies science. Because she expresses joy and laughs, he's better. He said he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, says he has sex in common with his daughter, walks into changing rooms of naked teenage girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote-unquote owns the place. He says, yeah, to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass.
I've already said I don't think the president
think
needs
of
to
it
be a role model. Like I don't believe that. I think all of those things are disgusting, and I wish there were other choices.
I thought you said it upheld your conservative values.
The Republican Party does. And unfortunately, he's
Not
the
Donald
face
Trump.
of it. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. It's wicked unfortunate. Like
So then why? So the one who upholds those values more is Kamala Harris, because presidents are role models, whether you like it or not. So do you want a role model to be a rapist, a defamer, a fraudster, a felon? Do you want that to be the role model of the United States, of our young children? Or do you want it to be someone who is a prosecutor who fought crime, who tried to make this society a better place? She fought the fraudsters. She fought the felons. Donnie, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. She fought the murderers. And you don't like her because of a laugh. She was tough on crime. You don't like her because of that. Even though you said you wanted him to be tough on crime when he's the criminal and she's the prosecutor. Every point you made was hypocritical. Are you saying that because she's a woman, you don't want a woman as president? You think she's weak because she's a woman?
No, I have no issues.
So why is Donald Trump stronger? Is it the Big Macs? Is it the Diet Coke? Does that make him stronger?
Yeah, I wish there was somebody else running for president that wasn't Donald Trump, but I will be voting Republican. Like, I just think the government should have less influence on things. And that's my stance. If that's, I don't know, if that's,
So you'd rather have a racist over a non-racist have more influence, a sexual abuser over a non-sexual abuser, a felon over a non-felon. Meerkat, thank you so much. Someone who tried to overthrow the government over someone who tried to not do that. A criminal over a prosecutor. Like, that's what you want?
Somebody in the chat said vote RFK. I have his sign in my on my lawn, but that's not going too well, is it?
Yeah, he also didn't deny sexual assault allegations. So you must have an aspiration for like these fucking violent men.
No, it's unfortunate that other people don't run. Like, I don't think enough people run for president because they're afraid of having every aspect of their past scrutinized. And like, these are the choices we have. And like, yeah.
Okay, well, every aspect of her past got scrutinized, and yet you can't mention any of the bad about Kamala Harris that anywhere near gets close to what exists for Donald Trump. Thank you for the lucky spray. Thank you so much.
Yeah, people say horrible things about Kamala too, that she slept her way to her job and stuff, and that's not like that's not a reason.
Way to her job. That's just misogynistic propaganda. Halo, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Literally, no evidence substantiates that. And if you want to talk about people sleeping with other people, Donald Trump cheated on every single one of his wives.
And I'm not saying that's a good thing. Like,
so like that is nowhere near what Donald Trump has done. I asked you for something that you could relate to that's worse than what Donald Trump has done. I don't hear anything.
No, because I don't know. Those aren't the things that I'm basing my decision off of.
Okay, and you're basing your decision on what?
That I think the government should have less influence on Americans' lives, and I think that the Democrat way is not.
Okay, so I'll give you an example, right? Like, Trump advocating for them to be pro-life. Trump saying that we should put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. Trump saying we should restrict the free flow of labor into the country by restricting immigration even more. Those things aren't big government.
Say that again. I don't think anyone is restricting.
Yeah, having a restrictive border, that's restrictive. That's government. That's government having authority over the people. The bump stock ban is authority over the people. That's the largest piece of gun control passed in the modern era. He wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. That's tyranny. That's against the First Amendment.
I don't think no one's going to go to jail for burning a flag. Like, that's just not going to happen.
Do you want to hear him say it?
That doesn't mean it's going to happen.
I'll literally play him saying it.
That doesn't mean that that's going to become a law.
So, okay, but this is what he's advocating for. So you said you don't want tyranny. So then why would you bring up things about Kamala Harris like wanting to ban assault weapons? Because you could say that's not going to happen. Are you there, Kay?
I am.
You good?
Yeah.
Okay, well then do you have a response?
Like, there are checks and balances. Like, he can't just make something an absolute. He can't just say, if you light a flag on fire, you're going to go to jail for a year. Like, that's what
he said, though.
But that doesn't mean that he has the power to do that.
Okay, so couldn't you say the same thing about anything Kamala Harris says as it relates to the Second Amendment or anything that you disagree with her?
Yeah, of course, but that doesn't mean I want to vote for her.
Okay, but you still have given like no reason. You're just essentially saying anything that he calls for, he won't be able to do that.
I don't think the Democratic Party is moving in a direction that I'd like to see the country move in.
Okay. Well, respectfully, it is the case that what is the actually? I'll ask you this: what is the direction you want to head in?
Yeah, I want our border secured. I want our money to be spent on Americans that are already living here and paying taxes. I want less waste in the government.
You want less waste in the government. You want less taxes.
No, okay, more efficient use of our taxes. That's a big one for me.
That's what Democrats are advocating for.
With what? Can you give an example of what action that would be?
Yeah, like they want to, instead of the TCGA, having taxes applicable to people who make over $400,000 a year, they want to keep all the tax cuts on people who make under $400,000 a year and increase taxes on people who make over $400,000 a year to bring back the 2021 child tax credit that increases the child tax credit from $2,000 to $3,600 per kid under the age of 5. That, when implemented, decreased child poverty by 50%. So they're advocating for kids to eat. Right? Oh, what did Tim Walz do? Tim Walz signed universal school lunch and breakfast. That's what Tim Walz did. So as Democrats are feeding children, Republicans are actively advocating to take people off of food stamps. They're actively advocating to take people off of their health care, the ACA. They're actively advocating to strip people of basic fundamental necessities.
Stating that every household with a minor child needs X amount of dollars a month is not efficient. Are you saying there's wealthy people?
Yes, it does. A child tax credit is absolutely efficient. That benefits the middle class. That benefits working people that need the extra $1,600 per year to be able to take care of their children. Do you think that's not beneficial for the middle class? An extra $1,600 to take care of your children.
I don't like the blanket statements like that. I don't think every
What blanket statement? I specifically described to you the process in which they fund it and what they're going to do with the money.
And is that income based? Is that what you're saying?
No, it is literally for anyone that has a child under the age of 5. You can get a child tax credit for $3,600 rather than $2,000.
And I think somebody making $200,000 a year doesn't need that.
Okay, you can say that you don't think someone making $200,000 a year should get it. Still should be provided for everyone. It's not going to have much of an effect on the income of someone who makes $200,000, but it is going to have a huge effect on someone that makes significantly less.
So that should be an income-based credit. It shouldn't be a blanket for all 5-year-olds. I just don't.
Okay, do you think firefighters should be blanket for everyone? Or do you think that we shouldn't help rich people? Or do you think cops shouldn't help rich people?
No, those are public services.
Oh, so same thing here. This is a public service.
I still disagree. I think police and fire are a necessary part of our society. I don't think.
Yeah, child care is a necessary part of our society.
I don't think everybody needs that. I don't think everyone why.
If your biggest disagreement with it is that not everyone needs it, well then look at Trump's tax policy, where most of the tax policy went to the rich. How about you look at that? $1.9 trillion in debt to give tax cuts to rich people and the corporations. 1.9 trillion. What is he effectively spending money? The Harris administration wants to bring child care, food for children, whereas Donald Trump wants to give tax cuts to billionaires.
And people in my generation aren't having children at rates nearly as high as people who are older. So I don't think that
Wouldn't a child tax credit incentivize them to do that? DJ, thank you for the year. Amazing. Thank you so much, DJ. A higher child tax credit incentivizes family creation. You know what also incentivizes family creation? Taking care of people's student debt, helping people with health care, helping people with housing.
My biggest
child care, funding child care, that helps family development. Now, where are the Republicans advocating? I appreciate the manifesto. Thank you so much. Republicans sit there all the time. They say family values, family values, family values. Yet they're voting for a guy that cheated on every single one of his wives. Family values, yet they don't want to vote for someone that wants to expand access to child care, expand access to health care, expand access to housing, expand access to a child tax credit, which specifically helps build families in this country. You sit there, you want to force people to create families instead of create better conditions, and so they can choose to create families. That creates a better society, not forcing people who are younger into circumstances that they are not ready for. Thank you for the crown. Thank you so much. Thank you for the little crown. I appreciate it, Lewis.
I know you've really hammered in on how Trump's a bad person morally, and I'm not disagreeing.
And they don't have effective solutions. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead.
My biggest issue with student loans and the price of college is nothing's been done to address nothing's been done to address the issue. The issue is that college is exorbitantly expensive. Colleges are selling an experience, and people aren't able to get a return on what they paid for the degree. So I don't think it's fair to have people who work a trade or don't have any college debt. I don't think that should have to come out of their tax dollars to refund or to cancel student debt when literally nothing has been done to have colleges reduce the price of tuition. It just goes up every year, and there's nothing to do. There's been no government action on lowering the price of college. Also, the government is a major benefactor of medical research that's done at the college level that benefits the government, and it's just like a blank check. It's there as long as there's federal. I'm not saying there shouldn't be federal student loans. I'm saying that as long as there are federal student loans, colleges can increase the price as much as they want, because they know that even if, how do I say this? I think colleges should have to carry the loan. They have billion-dollar endowments, some of them. So I don't see why the college has no skin in the game. There's nothing after you graduate college, if you don't have a job that pays something, that college has no obligation to you. But guess what? You're left with this debt that may or may not get paid back to the government. So that's my biggest issue with that.
So smaller government, but you want the government to do something about the price of college. I thought we were supposed to leave it up to the free market. Secondly, there is something that they can do for this, and there's something that they're advocating for. They were advocating for 2 years community college, which would bring down the price. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. But free public universities would bring down the price of college because it provides competition and a substitute to other forms of college, which decreases the demand for those other forms of college, right? Given that they don't meet a particular standard of education. So that is specifically how to do so.
I'm not disagreeing with what you just said. I don't know.
I answered your question directly. What do you not know about?
No, I'm not disagreeing with what you just said.
Okay. I'm confused then. So then that's the Democratic policy. That's not a Republican policy.
Okay, but you know what? Actually, the issue is more
for that. You know who advocates for that? Bernie Sanders.
Private colleges. There's not going to be anything that stops a private college from charging $60,000 a semester.
Unless you provide competition, which would be free public universities.
That's fine. I'm not. That's not a bad.
Okay, so that's not Republican. So it doesn't sound like your values are on the Republican side. It sounds like you're just disenfranchised by the Democratic Party and you want them to spend their money more effectively. I get it, but Republicans are not advocating to spend that money more effectively. They're advocating to give money to rich people and billionaires and corporations that are large, not people in the middle class that need it, not families that need it, not for healthcare, not for housing, not for education, not for school lunch. Appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much. Not for childcare, not for environmental regulations.
Yeah, I don't know that you've changed my mind, but I'm going to do a little more research. I can give you that. I don't know if you changed my mind, but yeah.
All right, for sure. Appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, have a good one.
Let's go into the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Oh, this is that one fucking little kid that keeps trying to come on my live. Let's get this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Stacy, thank you for the paper crane. Thank you. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section and I'll bring you up. Yo, it's a pal to you? Yo, thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We're trying to get someone up here. I do apologize, y'all. Do give it a minute, everyone. Holy, it's not accepting people. I do apologize, y'all. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up, Parker 30?
You voting Trump?
Hell yeah.
Why so?
Well, I actually came here to ask you some couple questions if I can.
Go ahead.
Why are you voting for Kamala?
She's a better alternative than Trump, specifically as it relates to the codification of Roe versus Wade. Candy, thank you so much for the subscription.
Okay.
I appreciate it. It's good to see you.
I had a couple questions. What do you think about the fact when Kamala was answered questions that she couldn't answer? Like how is she dealing, how is she dealing with inflation? She literally
appreciate
gave
the
the
description.
definition of inflation.
The president doesn't deal with inflation, but she actually did determine the nomination. She would determine the deciding vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which long term is going to bring down costs related to energy, which addresses inflation.
Do you believe that when she couldn't answer? How is she?
She did answer.
Well, she gave a definition to inflation.
And then right after she answered about bringing down the cost of housing.
Okay, what do you feel, or what do you think about her being involved with over 100 legislations, but not one of them passed?
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Did you read up the random talking points from the?
No, that's actually proven fact.
So yeah, she didn't get anything passed in 4 years in Congress.
Right.
That's okay. In terms of what she specifically wrote, appreciate the cap. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
But she was a part of legislation that she influenced to get passed. So she definitely did things well in government. Secondly,
right, but
she was on a
not one of them
committee.
was passed.
Third of all, as vice president, she had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever.
Okay.
She did the most as a vice president out of any vice president ever.
What did she do?
I just told you. So, for example, the tie-breaking vote specifically on the Inflation Reduction Act.
Mm-hmm.
That specifically is meant to bring down long-term energy pricing because it makes us less dependent on foreign oil, foreign energy.
Now, what do you think about the Democrats pushing lies?
Sarah Beth, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
SSI, Trump doing this, that, the other. What do you think about that specific remark where they mentioned he's trying to take the SSI away from the senior citizens?
In terms of him trying to gut Social Security, I don't see full evidence of 100% proof that he's going to do that or really good reason to believe that. Thank you for the head mustache. Thank you so much. But it is possible, especially given his particular legislation that he's advocating for. He's advocating to get rid of federal income tax. Which, in order to be able to pay for these things, he would have to gut programs like Social Security, like Medicare, like Medicaid, in order to be able to do that. But Dean, thank you so much for the raid, Dean. Thank you so much, Dean.
What he's trying to take away is taxes from people receiving SSI. That way, they won't have to pay taxes on that income.
No. So you're saying that, but he's saying that he wants to get rid of all these taxes, but he has no funding mechanism for that. So what people are pointing out is that in order to be able to pay for reducing all of these different types of taxes, he's going to have to cut spending. If he doesn't cut spending, then you agree he's going to deficit spend.
Well, I mean, the Democrats done the most spending.
No, that's false.
All these wars.
Thank you so much for all the
that's what
all the raiders. Thank you.
Parker.
No, false. Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much.
Okay, so what's the definition of
under the Trump
inflation
administration, there was a greater amount of debt-related spending. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Well, he had the most military spending, but not.
Actually, we have more military spending now. What I was saying was that we had a greater amount of debt-related spending under Trump's administration compared to the Biden-Harris administration. $8.4 trillion for Trump, $4.3 trillion for the Biden-Harris administration.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I guess you answered most. Well, not really, but I guess that's it.
I answered every question. What question did I not answer?
Well, I mean, yeah, you did.
What question did I not answer?
No, you did. You did.
Okay.
Just curious. All right, I'll be back for second round, Parker. Thank you.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next individual up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Thank you so much for the raid, everyone, coming from Dean's Live. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up, y'all. Is Dean getting off for today, everyone? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 49.
Are you voting for Trump?
Hell yeah.
Why so?
Because everything was better when he was in presidency.
Okay. What was better specifically?
Well, I'll put it this way. Everything he promised he was going to do, he did. Democrats, they promise things you never see it.
Did Mexico pay for the wall? Did he repeal and replace the ACA?
Like I said, the wall was being built, and
Nope. False.
well, like I said,
He added 3.7% to the wall. Only 3.7%. Mila, thank you so much for the private jet. Thank you so much, Mila. Can we get some W Milas in the comment section?
Opened up the pipeline for fuel, and then Biden turns it down and closes it up.
So actually, you're referencing the XL pipeline that was shut down specifically by the Supreme Court, and Biden followed through with that court order.
So, like I said,
So that wasn't done by the Biden-Harris administration. Secondly, it is the case that it was only 8% completed, the XL portion of the pipeline, and it was 90% not going to the United States. So it really could not have possibly impacted current pricing of oil, as it is the case that it was never in effect in the first place in terms of its effect on supply.
And so when Trump was in office, gas got down to around $1 a gallon. Biden goes in office, it jumps right up to $3 or $4 a gallon.
Did you know that actually there were lower prices of gasoline under the Obama Biden administration comparative to the Trump administration as it relates to 2016?
Oh, no, the lowest I've ever seen gas was when Trump was in office.
That's false. You were alive in the early 2000s where it was even cheaper.
In my area, the lowest I've seen it was under Trump.
I promise you in the early 2000s it was cheaper. In the 1990s it was cheaper. If you want to reference Obama's administration in 2016, it was cheaper. So did Trump cause an increase in the gas prices?
No, he has seen a decrease in him.
Okay, so if he caused a decrease in the gas prices, how did he do that, given that prices increased?
I don't know how he did it. I just know it was done.
Okay, so you don't know how he did it. You just believe that it was done. So what reason do you have to believe that it was done if there's no evidence supporting that?
And another thing on abortion, let me ask
Wait, what reason do you have to believe that if there's no evidence supporting that?
Like I said, I've seen what I had to pay for out of my pocket.
Yeah, I understand that you said that you've seen that, but like there's no evidence supporting that it's specifically caused by the administration, by the Biden-Harris administration.
They always holler. I've heard it over. Presidents ain't got nothing to do with gas. Well, it's amazing. Trump goes in.
Yeah, I don't think the president caused the gas prices, no.
And Biden goes in and shoots up.
Okay, so that does not mean it was caused by Biden. For example, I met my girlfriend under the Biden-Harris administration. Does that mean that I should vote for Kamala Harris because I met my girlfriend?
Oh, girlfriend relationships ain't nothing.
What?
Girlfriends and relationships ain't nothing compared to presidency. You can meet a girlfriend anywhere.
Wait, so you can have high or low gas prices regardless of the president.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe the president has a lot to do with the gas prices.
So how did the Biden-Harris administration cause the gas prices to go up?
For one, I know as soon as they shut that pipeline down and everything went down, up.
You understand that the XL portion of the pipeline that you're referencing wasn't even built yet. It was only 8% built, and most of its oil didn't even go to the United States. We're actually producing more oil in the United States now than any point in American history.
Oh.
Did you know that?
I don't know. Like I said, I ain't going to argue with it, but I just know what I see.
Okay, you said you're not going to argue it, but like it's a fact.
Let me ask you another question. Are you a Christian?
No, I'm not. Why?
Because most Democrats ain't for Christianity.
Okay, I mean I don't think that's true. A lot of Democrats are Christian, but yeah, I'm not a Christian.
That's what I figured. Like I said, I figured that right off the get-go. Because
I'm rational.
You didn't know abortion was wrong.
Thank you for the handout. Well, obviously, I don't think that abortion is wrong in the first trimester. I don't care about it when it's a cellular human life. I care about human sentient life.
A life is a life. You know, a woman shouldn't have an abortion unless she's been raped or unless it's going to cause death. You know, if she wants to go out and party, she made a bed, she should lay in it.
Okay, so do you think the man should be forced to pay child support?
Yes.
Okay. Next question. Do you think that zygotes deserve rights?
I'm not going to argue that question. Once concession has been done, There's too many people out there who wants children who can't have children.
Here, I'll ask you this. Do you think women should go to prison for getting an abortion?
I think there should be something done about it.
Do you think they should go to prison?
It's murder.
So they should go to prison?
Yeah, it's murder.
So why are you okay with Trump leaving murder up to the states?
Okay, I'm just saying, that's the states. The federal government should stay out of it,
Why do you think Trump should leave murder up to the states?
If a woman wants to have an abortion, she should live in a state that's going to allow it.
Yeah, so why do you think murder should be left up to the states?
It should.
Murder should be left up to the states? So you think that Kentucky should be able to make murder illegal?
I mean, yeah, murder's illegal. Whatever you want to put it, murder's murder.
No. Do you think Kentucky should be able to make murder illegal?
No.
Oh, okay, so murder should not be left up to the states.
Murder, the way I see it, that's what's wrong with this country today. Too many people is looking the other way. If somebody commits murder, they should be taken on the square and hung in front of everybody. And then
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Wait, so you think women who get abortions should be hung?
It's murder.
Okay, do you think... Okay, so women who have IUDs, do you think that they're murderers?
What's IUD?
So not only can an IUD prevent fertilization, but it can also prevent implantation, which means a fertilized egg wouldn't be able to implant into the uterine wall, which would end a human life at conception.
It's called birth control. If you don't want to have kids, it's birth control.
Todd, listen. So again, with an IUD, not only will it prevent fertilization, but it will prevent implantation, which means it prevents a life at conception from implanting into the uterine wall. So if that's true, do you think that
of not having a child, if you don't, same thing as using a condom, you ain't going to get pregnant.
You can over 50% of abortions come from failed contraceptives. So what I'm saying is that under your view, people who have IUDs are murderers, and you believe they should be hung?
A murder is a murder, no matter which way. But we'll say that child wouldn't go.
Wait, so if you have an IUD,
we'll say that child.
By the way, everyone, if you have an IUD, type 1 in the chat. If you have an IUD, type 1 in the chat.
So,
if you have an IUD, type 1 in the chat.
Like a thief. If he.
So you think all of those women should be hung?
I'm saying murder is a murder.
You think all those people should be hung?
I'm just saying murder is murder.
So you think all those people should be hung?
Hey, if I go out, okay, so if I go out and commit murder, should I be hung? Yes.
I don't think it's murder. I don't think that.
Well, who said that child couldn't be the next president?
Who said that child might not be the next Jeffrey Epstein? What's your point?
If he turns out to be a bad lead, then
so is it wrong for me to pull out? Because there could possibly be a new president there.
No, I just go.
Wait, but there could possibly be a new president there.
Go out and party and have. Okay, let me ask you this: what if you wanted a child, and you was with a woman who didn't want a child, and she got pregnant and went and had an abortion behind your back without even asking you?
Her body, her choice.
But what if you wanted that child? What if you wanted to raise that child?
Tough shit.
Okay,
it's her choice. It's her body. If you want a baby, go have a baby with someone that wants to have a baby.
That's all. I support you too.
If you want a baby, go have a baby with someone who wants to have a baby.
Okay, well, why would she put herself in that position to get pregnant when she's not going to take care of it?
Wait, people having sex is not consenting to having kids. I have sex. That doesn't mean I want to have a kid right now.
So, like I said, there's too many people out there who wants to have kids who can't have kids.
Wait, so why should my girlfriend be forced to go through pregnancy?
Why? Okay, well, why didn't she take precautions and not get pregnant?
So I mean, there are precautions taken, right? But most abortions happen after a fail of contraceptives.
All right, the best thing is safe sex.
So do you think my girlfriend should be forced to go through pregnancy?
I think if she made the bed, she should lay in it.
Wait, so okay. So again, why? Why do you think that she should be forced to go through a pregnancy for an embryo that is non-sentient? I care a hell of a lot more about the desires of my girlfriend who is sentient. Listen. I care a hell of a lot more about my girlfriend who's sentient, who has desires, thoughts, and opinions, than I care about a non-sentient embryo that has never had an experience, ever. And also, can you please turn down your volume because I hear myself?
There.
Yeah, you should be fine now. Okay. Did you hear me?
I can barely.
So, again, it is the case that I care a hell of a lot more about my girlfriend's desires than that of an embryo that is non-sentient. Here, can you swipe out of the app and then swipe back in? And Jacob, yes, that's what it means under his view. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Sarah.
But
are you good, Todd?
Huh?
Todd, I have a question.
Yeah.
Are you pro law and order?
Yes.
Why are you voting for a criminal over a prosecutor?
Because my honest opinion is, I believe that the Democrats went after him on it and tried to just pin him on something. They want him out of the way.
So he was held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies, and you think that they're all fake?
I think a lot of it is, yes.
So what reason do you have to believe that? Can you turn off your notifications, by the way? All you have to do is click one button down on the side of your phone. You okay?
I'm trying to find my notification thing.
It's just on the side of your phone. It should be like a little knob. So like on my phone, for example, there's like this little thing right here. You make it go like this. Boop.
Well, hold on, I gotta... Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I just turned off all my other medias.
Okay. Yeah, Android's similar, isn't it, chat? But yeah. Okay, so yeah, so okay, next question. Would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman?
I don't know if he's actually been held sexually assaulted or not.
He has. You can look up Trump liable essay.
But, you know.
So would you vote for someone who's held legally responsible for sexually assaulting a woman?
I will not vote for Harris. I don't care.
So you would vote for someone who was held legally responsible for sexually assaulting a woman?
Yeah, because I think he'd do better.
Okay, so if Trump were held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a kid, would you vote for him?
No.
Mackenzie, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Mackenzie.
No, but like I said, I think a lot of things...
No, so why would you vote for someone why would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but not someone who was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a kid? And Leah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Leah.
Because we all know, well, like I said...
What?
I just don't believe he was.
You don't believe he was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman? He was.
No. I think there's a lot of stuff just brought up to try to bring him down.
Yeah, so again, he was held civilly liable of that. You could say it was brought up to take him down, but then it was brought up. So you would vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but you wouldn't vote for someone who was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a child? So what's the difference between these two cases that means you wouldn't vote for one, but you would vote for the other?
Well, a child can't defend themselves. A woman can.
So a woman who's being raped, you're saying they should have just defended themselves?
Well, a woman's been raped.
Ross, thank you for the $1.
You know, she needs to have him. Well, one, she needs to defend herself, and two, she needs to have us but arrested.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think it's fucking disgusting for you to sit there and to say that she should have just defended herself. I think that's disgusting. Plenty of women in these circumstances will freeze up, won't be able to fight back, or if they do, right, are assaulted. Okay? So to say that they should have just fought back, I think is fucking insane when they're being victimized. I think you're victim blaming, and I think that's disgusting. Knowing people who have been assaulted in my life, I think that's a disgusting thing to say.
Well, would you not fight back for somebody who was trying to rape you?
I don't, what, regardless of what I would do, does not change whether or not someone should or should not have done this. I think that they, right, should not be held responsible for defending themselves in that circumstance. I think it's the fault of the person that's victimizing them. They should not have to defend themselves. Appreciate the
Well, I
hand.
mean,
Thank you.
same thing. I mean, if somebody was coming at you, would you not defend yourself?
Wait, so if someone came up and assaulted you, should you have just defended yourself? So it's not bad that they assaulted you, because you could have just defended yourself from being assaulted, Todd.
So, like I said, this world.
Todd, so if someone comes up and assaults you, okay, so Trump, who almost got assassinated, he should have just defended himself.
Well, you know.
Trump should have just defended himself, dude.
Yeah, he should have shot. You know,
he should have caught the bullet midair. You know what I mean?
I would have shot back.
Jesus Christ, dude, you're fucking insane. So people who get murdered, you think it's their fault because they should have just fought back?
I think it's a lot of people. A lot of people has gone too soft today.
You think people are too soft for saying that sexually assaulting a woman is bad?
I'm saying most people got too soft today. They want to whine and cry about everything.
We're not whining and crying about everything. We're saying it's bad to sexually assault people.
It is bad to sexually assault somebody.
So then why are you voting for someone who is held civilly liable of doing that?
Because, like I said, I think it's all on the Democrats trying to find something on them.
You have no good evidence supporting that.
So, same thing.
So
with
wait. So then why was he convicted and held? Why was he convicted and held civilly liable?
Huh?
Why was he convicted and held civilly liable?
Well, let me ask this: how come a Democratic legislature went to fight against him in court?
It wasn't the Democrats.
It didn't say specifically as a Democrat legislature left the thing and went to.
No.
Yeah, it was brought up in the news that they had left the Democrat legislature and went to join the prosecutor.
No. What you're saying is that someone who, okay, so again, just because someone who's on the prosecution had an opposing opinion does not mean that it was like corrupt case, because there was a judge and a jury. So the jury had people on the jury in which were likely Republican. So why did likely Republican voters convict Donald Trump?
They was all on Democrats.
No, they weren't. They were likely Republicans. Why did likely Republican voters convict Donald Trump?
I don't believe it.
Why did likely Republican voters convict Donald Trump?
Like I said, it's all Democrats.
Okay, again, they were not all Democrats. It was likely Republican for at least two of them. Rachel, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for being too soft these days, you know? Well, I swear, I literally invite people in the chat. They never join. They say I'm paid. Do you think I'm paid by the DNC, Todd? Hello, think of the duck.
No, I think you're just on here just making money on a thing. I don't even think you even worked a day in your life.
So you don't think I'm working right now?
No.
Why not?
So let me guess. So if a girl gets on here and makes videos on what do you call those? OnlyFans? How long does the girl think it's going to last?
That's a job. So just letting you know that is a job.
Yeah, but how long is it going to last?
Push the money gun. Thank you so much.
Too many young people's getting on these TikToks trying to make money, and it may last a while.
So so Todd, Jizzy, I appreciate the money gun. I didn't come on here to make money. I happened to make money simply just from like somehow getting big on the internet, right? I came on here because I think it's beneficial to have these conversations and talk to people. I majored in economics. I was doing other things, right?
This happened to happen. Day in your life.
So this is working, genius. Lane, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
Try getting a construction field.
Can you wait, Todd? Can you define job for me, please? Hey, Todd, can you define job for me, please?
Define job is actually getting out there doing actual labor.
You're amazing. Thank you so much, TJ. Riley, thank you so much for the $2. So you don't think people have jobs from home? Thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much.
There's people that do have jobs from home.
Okay, so what is a job?
Well, your job is obviously sitting behind a camera.
Okay, so I do have a job. Thank you for the hat mustache. Thank you so much. So I am working right now.
How long is it going to last?
So I am working right now.
But how long is it going to last?
Apparently lasting long enough.
The middle class people is the ones
Cole,
who make
thank you
this
so much. I
world go
appreciate
around.
it. Mackenzie, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much. They're saying you have a terrible following list. What am I going to find there? Anna, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Anna, for working hard for your money. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Anna.
But no matter what, I'm voting Trump.
Okay. Yeah, so you said you're voting Trump. Are you Christian?
Yes.
Yeah, so why is your following list filled with young women who are wearing less clothing?
Because I don't know. They just pop up on my list and I just accept.
So they just pop up on your list and you just accept?
Yeah, they pop up on my list and I just accept.
Yep. So how come you have 228 followers and 1,380 following?
Because
It sounds like you're the one following them.
Because I don't get on here and talk.
Hunter, thank you for the $1. So they don't pop up on your list. You just follow them because they show up on your For You page.
Yeah.
Lindsay, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. So your For You page is filled with young women who are wearing less clothing?
That's why like I said, that's why they try to make their money, and I don't communicate with them either.
So, but why are you going on their accounts and following them if you're Christian?
Because, like I said, everybody sins. So
everybody sins. Okay. Jesus Christ, dude. Everybody sins. Okay. So then why don't you say that for women who get abortions?
Yeah, it's a sin.
Yeah, so why don't you just say, oh, everybody sins, it's not that big of a deal.
Well, everybody does sin. There's only one who doesn't sin.
So why should women go to you said women who get abortions should be hung.
Matt, I said murder. That's murder.
Yeah, you think it's murder, so you think that they should be hung. So women who have abortions should be hung, but even though you commit a sin in 4K in front of everyone, right, you're not supposed to be judged for that sin?
I don't care if people judge me how they want to judge me.
Okay, well, Jesus is going to judge you to hell, buddy.
Yes, he will.
Okay, all right, so see you there, buddy.
I'll be there.
All right, I'll see you there, man. Tria, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Also, to tell you how the TikTok For You page works, in order for it to come up on your For You page a lot, you have to interact with the content. So that's popping up on your For You page because that's most of the content you interact with. Just letting you know. And Jacob, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. For being a sinner, thank you so much. Wait, so why should you not go to jail for engaging in a sin, but women who get abortions should because of they're engaging in a sin? Thank you for the 5 subscriptions. Thank you, Candy. Todd, did you hear me? Thank you for the hand.
Do what?
Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much, user. So why should women go to prison for getting an abortion, which is a sin, but you shouldn't go to prison for committing sins on your following page?
So what? Just looking at beautiful things is wrong?
Following them, you're lusting. That's a sin.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so why shouldn't you go to prison?
But that's between me and God.
Why shouldn't you go to prison? It's between them and God if they get an
There's
abortion.
nothing wrong with looking.
There's nothing wrong with getting an abortion.
That's,
Devin, thank you for the
that's
$5. Thank
murder.
you so much. I'm so sorry to hear that, Devin. No. Margarita, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Supporting another sitting at home non-worker. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, so Todd, why should one person go to jail for a sin, but not the other one?
Because there's a difference in the sin. Murder is taking a life.
Okay, but you're lusting.
I'm not taking a life. I'm not hurting no one.
Okay, but you're only making a distinction between these actions based upon your own desires, not based upon the desires of your God. Your God dislikes both of them. Remember, sin is all equal?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay, so if sin is equal under your view,
but-
well then how are you going to say that one should be illegal but not the other one?
I get judged.
If all sins are equal, why should one be illegal but not the other one?
Well, that's right. I am a sinner.
So why shouldn't you go to prison? Okay, and God judges that is sinful. So why shouldn't you go to jail or be hung?
But the government, most of the government is separated from religion.
Oh, okay. So then why were you using your religion to say that women are doing something wrong by getting an abortion?
Because biblically, I mean, it's wrong.
Okay, so you know it's also wrong? Your following list that's full of young women who are naked that you're lusting over. Or semi-naked, my bad.
There you go. They're not all the way.
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. I meant to say half naked, and I accidentally said naked. But DJ, thank you for the $100 on Venmo or on Cash App. Thank you so much, DJ, for the $100 on Cash App. Sean, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. He left. Look at him running away. But thank you so much, Sean, and W's for Sean, W's for DJ in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, DJ. Yeah, please let me know in the comment section. I definitely sometime make you one. But thank you so much, DJ, for the $100. Thank you so much. And Anna, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Anna. I really appreciate it. Thank you. If you're MAGA, type it in the comment section right now and I'll bring you up. Let's get on the next person real quick. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo and Cash App is in the bio, everyone. Yo, thank you for the Tom's Hug. Thank you so much, Katie. Megan, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much for sending. Thank you. Thank you. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Yo.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, definitely.
Why so?
Well, if you think about it, I don't like how things have been going the last 3 years. And if we vote for Kamala, she's been in the seat for 3 years.
Kamala, by the way. Yeah, so she's been vice president, but Donald Trump was president for 4 years, and he didn't fix everything.
He did as much as I needed to.
Okay, so what did he do that you liked?
Well, my economy was good. My business was thriving. I paid a lot less taxes on those years.
Oh, did you know that we're still under Trump tax policy?
Yeah.
Okay, so you said you paid less taxes. Well, you're still under Trump tax policy, so blame Trump for that one. Sylvia, thank you for the $1, and Stacy, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you.
Well, let me tell you, I haven't paid taxes this year, now that I think about it.
You haven't paid taxes, so you're committing tax fraud?
No, I filed my taxes, but I didn't have to pay.
So why didn't you have to pay any taxes?
Because of the deductions.
Oh, so you have so many deductions that you didn't pay at all?
Yeah.
Okay, so then the tax policy is better off for you now.
Well, taxes under Trump has been good.
Oh, okay. I thought you said the taxes were worse now. That's what you were saying.
Well, I pay less taxes under Trump. So let's
wait, but you just said that you paid even less taxes. You said that you didn't pay taxes this year. Trish, thank you for the hand art. If you didn't pay taxes now, then you paid more under Trump.
Again, before Trump changed the taxes, I paid $20,000 in taxes. After Trump, I haven't paid taxes.
Oh, okay. So when did you stop paying taxes? What year?
Let me see. 2022.
2022? So Trump changed the tax policy in 2017.
I haven't paid taxes, dude. I don't know.
Yeah, so he changed the tax policy in 2017 and you stopped paying taxes in 2022? That sounds like tax evasion to me.
Well, I don't know. You got to talk to my accountant, but he's pretty good, though. IRS sent a letter and everything is pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Kansas City Clarity, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
For Kamala?
Yeah, because she hasn't been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She doesn't have 34 felonies. She didn't try to overthrow the government.
Well, not legally, civilly, right?
So, yeah, he was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman.
Liable. So he's not guilty. He's civilly liable.
Yeah. Would you vote for someone who's held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a child?
He's not guilty. Is he guilty?
Would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a child?
Guilty, because he could be civilly liable on not doing something, right? Right?
Okay, would you vote for someone who's held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman?
You will have to go case by case because he could be civilly liable for omitting to do something. So
would you vote for someone who's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child? Zay, thank you for the $1.
Assaulting a child.
I never said he was. I'm asking you, would you vote for someone who was?
If
thank you for the cap, thank you.
Of assaulting a child, obviously he'll be in jail, right?
Okay, so you wouldn't vote for someone who's held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman?
He's civilly liable. I don't know under what circumstances.
Okay, so you would or you would not? It's a simple question.
I am voting for Trump. That should say it all.
Okay, so you would vote for someone who was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman?
Yeah, he's not guilty of doing it, is he?
Oh, okay, so he was held civilly liable. Okay, again, in the civil court, would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Again, is he guilty?
No, they were only held civilly liable. Would you vote for them?
Civilly liable, yeah. Well, what did he do that he's civilly liable? He omitted to protect the child, or did he do something to the child?
So again, they were determined by a jury to have been engaged in to have been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a child.
And again, I'm answering your
question. Which means they more likely than not sexually assaulted a child.
If he was civilly liable, I will have to see under what circumstances he was civilly liable. Did he omit it to protect the child, or did he abuse the child?
Would you say they admit? No, they didn't admit to it, but they were held civilly liable unanimously by a jury.
To protect the child. They omit to protect the child.
I don't know what you're saying.
Well, if he didn't protect the child, he's civilly liable for not doing that, not for assaulting it.
What?
Right?
I know. I'm asking you a specific question.
All right, then. So if you know what I'm saying,
dude, no,
I
don't.
It's not. It has no base. It has no base.
What? No, I'm asking you. Listen. Thank you for the dollar. Halo, thank you for the subscription. Can you please just chill for a second? There's still evidence that's used specifically to be able to convict them in a civil court. They held him civilly liable based upon. Please, can you shut up for a second so you can listen to what I'm saying?
Something again.
Do I need to mute you, sir?
No, man. It's just think.
Then be quiet so I can finish my statement, and I'll let you. I'll let you speak.
You want to twist it the way you want. Go ahead.
I'm not twisting. I'm clarifying the question to you because you weren't understanding.
Okay, let's see.
Okay. So civil liability means that they were held legally responsible based upon preponderance of evidence. Preponderance of evidence meaning more likely than not. So based upon the evidence, the jury determined unanimously that more likely than not, he was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman. The reason why I'm bringing up this scenario with a child...
Let me tell you something.
Jesus Christ.
If this woman is on a premises that I'm hosting an event or something, she gets assaulted, not by me, but gets assaulted. I could be held civilly liable for that because I was supposed to provide protection for everybody on that party, isn't it?
What the fuck does this have to do with protection? I'm not talking about protection. I'm talking sexually assaulted a kid or sexually assaulted a woman.
That you gotta make a distinction in that.
Holy shit, dude! I'm like saying the same thing over and over again. Oh my god, bro. Holy fuck, dude.
Let me ask you something. He's civilly liable.
I can't go over the same thing so many times, bro. Listen.
He assaulted this woman on a locker room.
Jesus Christ, listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying anything about protecting. Would you know what's a civil case?
A civil case, it means that he wasn't guilty of the crime and they went after him.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god, what does guilty mean?
Guilty means that 12 of your peers will find you guilty beyond any reasonable doubt.
No, what? Okay, so Nick, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. So yes, again, I told you already, Tree. Thank you for the $2. Civilly liable means that they hold them to be guilty based upon a different standard. It's not guilty in a criminal court, but it is guilty in a civil court.
So he has a monetary responsibility.
Yeah, so he has to pay money because he assaulted. Listen, he has to pay money because he sexually assaulted a child.
He sexually assaulted a child. If he did that, he'll be guilty of that, and he'll be in jail. Right?
Okay. No, because it's a civil court. So you only go to jail.
They went to a criminal court and they found him not guilty. Right?
Listen. You will only go to jail.
Why would you go to a civil court if you got evidence that he's guilty of a crime?
I'm trying to explain that to you. Can I finish?
Go ahead.
Okay. The reason why it's not in a criminal court is because of statute of limitations. It's been too many years since the event that occurred that under New York state law, they do not allow for it to be tried under criminal courts. But it is within the statute of limitations for civil cases, so they're able to try it for civil cases, but not for the criminal cases.
Well, if it's about the statute of limitations, it's too bad for her. She didn't say anything. She should have. Why would she not say anything until she becomes president?
She has said things, but so again, you're saying that you don't accept civil?
What?
Sinclair, we're not talking about felonies. We're talking about the sexual abuse.
I think you're responsible. That's what it is. Civil court is pay me because I think you're responsible. Right?
It's that they're held responsible based upon evidence.
Responsible.
The only difference between a criminal and civil court.
He's responsible, not guilty. Again.
Hey.
Responsible.
Hey.
Not guilty.
Hey. The only difference between these two cases is the standard of evidence. One is preponderance of evidence. The other one is beyond a reasonable doubt. Preponderance of evidence still is good enough reason. So I'll ask you this: would you vote for?
Preponderance of evidence is not unreasonable.
I'm going to mute you if you don't shut up.
It's not the same standard. It's not the same standard.
I'm explaining that to you right now. So please be quiet and listen to what I'm saying, because you not listening to this is not allowing for us to have a productive dialogue. Okay? Preponderance of evidence means more likely than not. So would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman? User 27, you can unmute. You can unmute, man. Click your profile picture in the bottom right and click the microphone. Okay. Are you there? Hello? Hey, user, click your profile picture in the bottom right and click the microphone, please. If you're MAGA, type it in the comment section. This guy has no brain cells. He can't figure it out. So we got to go on to the next person. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up, y'all. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
21.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Are you driving?
Yes.
You can't come on the live when you're driving. All right. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, Mariah, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so? Halo, thank you for the confetti. Ethan, I can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, why are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump because I don't believe in Harris for defunding the police. She'll put women and men.
Did you know that the Biden-Harris administration, you just cut out because I can't hear you. When you swipe out of the app, I can't hear you. Okay. So she specifically, they actually increased funding going to the police under the Biden-Harris administration. Did you know that? Secondly, if you're so pro-police, well, then why are you voting for someone who wants to pardon the people who assaulted police officers on January 6th and were convicted of it?
If Harris is in office, World War III will happen.
You didn't respond. Well, what did I just say to you?
You're not answering what I just said.
Well, you didn't respond to what I'm saying, and I will address that. There's no good reason to believe that World War III is going to happen given Kamala Harris is in office. Now, would you respond to what I said? Halo, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I'll restate it. If you're so pro-police, why are you voting for someone that was says you would pardon people that were convicted of assaulting police officers on January 6th? Thank you for the coffee.
I mean, I don't know. I don't have to tell you.
Okay, so that doesn't sound very pro-police to me. One of them lost an eye, like their eye got taken out. The other one's back was broken. The other one had broken bones. They were literally brutalized by these people. They were convicted of it, and Donald Trump wants to pardon them. So that sounds very pro-police for me.
Do you have proof of him saying that?
Yes, he said it while talking to a black journalist. I can bring it up and show you, but I mean, this is well documented. You can literally just look up Trump says he will pardon January 6th insurrectionists who assaulted police officers. Rebecca, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Trump will seal the border.
Ethan, what's your birth year?
What?
What's your birth year?
August 15th, 2004.
Yeah, so you're how old?
18.
You can't possibly be 18. Jesus Christ, dude. And he's like touching the microphone every 2 seconds too. Fetus. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. MAGA mouth right there. You saw it. MAGA mouth. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Are you voting Trump?
Yup.
Why so?
You know, I just be looking at stuff when I go outside. There ain't no way that you think Kamala Harris can run this country.
Okay, can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people? Think of that mustache. Thank you.
Nah, I don't be getting into it for real like that. To name you a policy off the top of my head. But just take a look at how stuff was. It was much easier to live back then.
Like what?
Gas was cheaper, apartments were cheaper.
How was that caused by the Trump administration?
He was running the country.
Yeah. Okay. So under his administration, people got in breakups. Did Trump cause the breakups too?
Come on now.
No. Okay. So just because something happened under his administration doesn't mean it was caused by them. So what did he do to cause that?
That's irrelevant. I'm telling you how he ran the country, how he ran the economy.
Yeah, and what I'm telling you is that, again, based upon the way that he ran the economy, you have nothing specifically that he did that would have caused it to do well. Now, name one thing the Biden-Harris administration did to cause inflation.
For one, Biden didn't even run the country. We see how he did.
He's currently doing it right now. He's currently president.
Come on now. You really think Biden is running the country?
Yes, he's currently president.
We haven't even heard him speak in like 3 weeks.
I have heard him speak. You just haven't looked.
No.
Yes, you have. He's literally spoke.
Obviously, he's not talking about anything important if I haven't seen it.
What? He
It's
has.
like
There's just less
people.
attention on him because he's not running for president anymore.
He's the president.
But there's less attention for him because he's not running for president.
He's the president.
There's still attention on him. He literally has talked to people. He spoke today.
He hasn't done anything. Kamala Harris hasn't done anything.
Yes, they have. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever. He specifically passed the Inflation Reduction Act, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act.
All of
think of the
those
$10. Thank you, Floyd.
They're just titles.
No, I was giving you literally. Do you want me to describe to you how they benefit people?
20 plus years.
Do you want me to describe to you how they benefit people?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so the Inflation Reduction Act was the largest investment in renewable energy ever, which brings down energy costs long term, which helps with inflation. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Because it makes us less dependent. It makes us less dependent on foreign oil and foreign energy. Not only that, but it also provided the $35 cap on.
That's all the left does is depend on foreign stuff.
So you didn't listen. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. What I'm advocating for right now is reducing our dependence on foreign oil.
Yeah, but no, they just say things and it doesn't happen.
What are you talking about? What do you mean? You're not actually addressing what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you want to address what I'm saying?
Say it again.
Okay, so we are less dependent on foreign oil because of us investing in renewable energies here in the United States. Thank you for the duck. Thank you so much.
We're not less dependent on foreign oil. If we're less dependent on foreign oil.
Stacy, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Stacy.
Gas would not be $4 at the pump.
No, so you completely are misunderstanding. We actually produce more oil in the United States now than any point in American history.
Yeah.
Not
That
only
just
do we
happened
produce
in the
more,
last 3 months. For 3 years, they weren't producing any oil.
False. That's a complete lie. You just literally just made that up. So in 2023, we surpassed Saudi Arabia and Russia as the leading producer of oil in the world. We're producing more oil now than any point of any country ever, including any point under Trump's administration.
Yeah, because they just started drilling again.
No, they've been increasing drilling since Biden got in office.
That's not true.
He's accepted the most permits for drilling out of any president ever.
Yeah.
So the reason why we have higher prices for oil right now is because of the global oil supply available to the United States.
I get
we're
that,
getting
but
less. Let me please finish. We're
ahead.
getting less oil from Russia. Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. Due to the Russia-Ukraine situation, which would have happened regardless of president, and we're getting less oil from OPEC. Appreciate the Franktastic. Thank you so much, because they cut oil production according to a 2020 agreement with Donald Trump that to cut oil production, which increases prices because there's a reduction in global oil supply.
Yeah, you sound like exactly like a liberal politician. You guys just
so because
name
I just
stuff
have
out your
liberal
ass.
views.
No. You guys just name stuff out your ass and then
wait. Then ask me specifically. And I literally just addressed it specifically. I told you what was in the Inflation Reduction Act and how it actually led to
none of that
a
stuff shows in real life.
It does. Appreciate that, Handar. Thank you so much. You're lying. Look at the Energy Information Administration. Look up U.S. oil production.
No, I don't give a fuck about the Energy Information Administration.
So you don't care about actually checking these sources. You're just whipping it out of your ass when you're saying it is the case that we're doing nothing. We are doing things. You're just not looking at the data and the evidence.
I'm not looking at any type of data. I live a real life.
Exactly. You just fucking you literally make shit up and you believe in nonsense conspiracy theory.
Shit is unaffordable.
Yes, I understand. Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much, Halo.
That's
but
what
that's
I'm
not
about.
caused.
I don't care about data
Listen. There
shit.
has been Ryan. There's been global inflation. There's been inflation in Africa, in Asia, in Indonesia, in South and Central America, all around the world. So for you to specifically be like, "Oh, prices are up," it's Biden's fault. No, it's not. It's a global issue.
No, I understand that. I never said it was Biden's fault. I'm saying
well, you're saying it's Kamala and Biden's fault.
Anything about it, and Kamala hasn't done anything.
Kamala has. I just told you multiple things, Ryan, and you're literally not acknowledging it.
No.
I just gave you multiple things. So do you want to dispute those things, or do you just want to keep saying that I'm not giving you anything when I'm giving you stuff?
I agree that they've passed all those things, but none of them have helped. They claim.
So how did it not help?
No. Listen, they've claimed their policies and their things are supposed to help long term since I've been paying attention since about 2012, and none of that shit has helped. This shit has been terrible.
So you just say everything has been terrible. You're not telling me what specifically was bad.
What
specifically was bad?
I don't know. I don't pay attention to policy.
So if you don't pay attention, then how do you fucking know they're doing anything bad? That sounds incoherent.
Because I live in real life. I
live in real life too, genius.
Dude, this shit is terrible. You cannot tell me that.
You can't tell me it was caused by them without having any good reason. That's like me saying, "Oh, my relationship right now is so good. My relationship is really good. Therefore, it's caused."
Has nothing to do with the government.
Exactly, right?
So
this has nothing to do with the President of the United States, Ryan. You just ran into the fucking point. Has nothing to do with the President of the United States.
Obviously, your girlfriend has nothing to do with the President of the United States.
Obviously, the gas prices have nothing to do with the President of the United States unless you have good reason to believe that.
I do.
So what are you talking about? You're not acknowledging what I'm saying at all.
Yeah, you're right. But
how is it caused by this? Thank you for that, Handar. Thank you so much.
I honestly don't know how it's caused by it, but
Jesus Christ.
I do know that Kamala Harris isn't the answer.
Yeah, you don't know. How do you know it's not the? How do you know she's not the answer if you don't even know what she's advocating for? If you don't know what she's doing to affect the country? If you don't know any of the policies that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that affect the country? Are you pro-choice, Ryan?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So why do you want to vote for someone who put it up to the Supreme Court to restrict women's access to abortion in the particular states that exist?
Out of his own mouth that he's not against abortion. He just wants to give it back to the states.
Ryan, leaving it up to the states restricts 1/3 of women's access to abortion in this country and does not provide federal protections for rape victims.
That's just a talking point, dude. I live in one of the most red states, and I tell you, any girl I've
12 states have restricted access to abortion, even in context of grape.
Dude, any girl I've ever talked to, they have no issues getting access to abortion.
So again, you say that they don't have any issue. Depends on the state. What state do you live in?
And I live in Texas.
In Texas, there is restricted access to abortion, you fucking genius.
But it's so easy for
no,
women
it's
to get
not.
abortions. Yes,
they literally get prosecuted if they leave. What are you talking about, dude?
No, they're not. No,
dude, this fucking guy is so delusional. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about real life. You think just because you're technically right
Because I'm technically no, I am right. I
that
am
shit
right.
has nothing to do with real life. Women in
Yes,
Texas
it
do
does.
abortions
Women
at a
have
second
restricted
snap of a
access
finger.
to abortion in this country right now.
Dude, women
People
in Texas
who live in Texas right now are telling you you're lying.
No. Well, in my own experience, the women I know that have gotten abortions, it's no problem. No issue at all. And plus,
Naomi, thank you for the
I also wanna
$10. Thank you so
I
much.
also want to say that
He says
Democrats
that
have
there's
been
no women
saying-
that have restricted access to abortion in Texas. What a joke.
The
Cole, thank you
Democrats
so
have been
much for
saying
the,
that
for
they're
the
gonna
roses.
protect abortion rights for 20 years, and they've done.
They
nothing.
were protecting them. Roe versus
They've
Wade
done
protected
nothing.
them. Yes, they did. Listen. Roe versus Wade protected them, right?
So
and
you-
it got. I'm gonna mute you because you can't fucking stop, right? So the reason why it got overturned is because Trump put multiple Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade. Naomi, thank you for the $2. That's what left it up to the states. So you're saying they said that they were protecting abortion rights? They were. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. The only reason this was able to change is because Donald Trump was voted in and he was able to put people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade.
I hear you, but are you telling me that abortion hasn't been a problem, like a talking point, for over 15 to 20 years now?
It's been for over 50 years. There's been decades of it negatively impacting people to not have access
Exactly.
to it prior
So
to
what-
Roe versus Wade.
So how do you think either a Democrat or a Republican is going to completely take that away? Even though Donald Trump has said out of his
Jesus
own mouth,
fucking Christ.
he is not taking people's abortion rights away.
Holy fucking shit, this guy does not listen. What the fuck, bro? I don't understand. I just explained it to you, Ryan. I just explained. Listen, okay. I want you to listen to the words coming out of my mouth because I'm
Dude, I hear
literally.
you. I hear you.
I am literally explaining it to you right now.
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
Trump putting multiple Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you for the hand heart. Led to 1/3 of women in this country having restricted access to abortion based on their state's abortion laws. Thank you for the hand heart. Thank you so much. And women in this country do not have protected access to abortion, even in the context of rape, in 12 states.
Right. So
because of Trump.
Okay, because of Trump. Trump was in office, was what, 4 years ago now, almost?
Mm-hmm.
So why haven't they done anything since then to apparently change it?
It relies upon the legislative branch. The legislative branch has to codify Roe versus Wade. Thank you for the hand art, and then they can sign it into law.
Okay, so Kamala Harris isn't going to do anything about abortion, and the legislative branch is.
No, she will be able to sign it into law once the legislative branch passes it. If Trump gets elected, there will not be a signing of the codification of Roe versus Wade, even if it gets passed.
There shouldn't be.
So you're saying there shouldn't be Roe versus Wade?
I think it should be how it is now.
You think it should be left up to the states? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I think if you want to go get an abortion, I think you should go vote the people in that are going to.
Why should it be left up to the states?
What's up?
Thank you for the confetti. Why should it be left up to the states?
I don't know. I just think it causes less of an issue federally, and it gives, it leaves us without
less of an issue federally. I don't know what you
talking
mean by less of an issue federally.
Like, it leaves us without sitting here arguing about if
Thank you for the laugh. Thank
either
you.
one of these presidents.
I'm going to be
are-
arguing right now because that's very negatively impacting this country.
No, it's not, dude.
Yes, it is.
That's a talking point.
It is a talking point because it affects people's lives.
No, they just throw these things at us that are gonna cause commotion like it is now.
So you don't think women have restricted access to abortion in this country? You don't care about women's rights?
Yeah, for sure. I care about women's rights. But
then why are you voting to actively? Why are you voting to actively undermine them? You say you're pro-choice, but you're voting to actively undermine women's
No,
rights.
I'm not. I'm not.
You are voting for Donald Trump, which is
voting on
actively
this abortion.
undermining women's rights.
The main reason I'm voting for Trump is to keep us out of world tensions.
Okay, give me any reason to believe that Trump reduces world tensions.
I honestly think that Kamala Harris started the Russia-Ukraine situation.
How?
In an interview when she was sent over there before it started, it was when Putin had told everyone that if NATO continues to advance towards Russia, that he will invade. She goes to Ukraine and she says out of her mouth, Ukraine is going to be a part of NATO.
Can you give me a source?
Well, no, I can't give you a source. It was a video I seen. I don't like.
Yeah, I just want a source.
I'm pretty sure I could find a source, but I mean, we're just having a conversation here. I don't really feel like sitting here and going through all that. But
yeah, so providing a source for the claim that you made in front of 7,000 people.
What'd you say?
A claim that you made in front of 7,000 people.
I'm not the only one who's heard that shit.
Okay, again, I've never heard this. I have no source indicating this. So can you please give me a source?
Are you gonna keep me in here so I can find a source?
Yes, I will. I'll get someone else up while you look it up.
For sure.
All right, if you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. Just unmute whenever you're ready. Heidi, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Heidi. I really appreciate that. Can we get some W's for Heidi in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Type MAGA in the comment section if you are in the guest box, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me? I'm
Yes.
27.
Are you voting Trump?
No, 26, sorry. Yes,
Are you
I
voting
am.
Trump?
Yes.
Oh, why so?
I mean, I'm going to give I feel like a more fact-based approach than Ryan, but I would say that I agree that we're closer to World War under the current administration, which, sorry, I have a kid, but the current administration is not doing much to lower tensions. And I'll back this up by saying that Vladimir Putin did not invade under Trump, and yet
Are you the only one able to take care of your kid, Kyle?
Yeah, you can kick me if it's gonna.
I'm sorry. One, I don't want to deal with a baby crying. Two, you should probably be taking care of your kid over debating me on a TikTok live. Respectfully. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
65.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
I definitely think he's much more better businessman. Let's not talk about rights about abortion. Let's not talk about gay rights. That's not gonna win us money back. Listen, Biden gave.
You don't care about rights? Well, rights. There's a law for everybody. There's no limitation to the rights that we can give to people.
Here's the thing. Biden gave away $1.9 trillion. We all know that. How do you think we're paying for that money? You know how we're paying for it? We're all paying for it right now. You know that. Quit grinning. You know you are.
Michael, did you know that under the Trump administration, there was $8.4 trillion of debt-related spending? And under the Biden-Harris administration, there's only been $4.3 trillion.
It wasn't a giveaway bill. It wasn't giving money to other countries. Billions, millions to other countries.
Yeah, but you understand they spent billions, trillions of dollars of debt-related spending.
Right. Who do you think's a better... Now, I want your honest opinion. Who do you think's a better business person, Trump or Kamala Harris? I want your honest opinion on this one. I want to see what you have to say.
Probably Kamala Harris.
Oh, come on.
I'm just kidding. I don't know.
Come on. You know that's not the truth. We need a businessman.
I was just
in
trolling.
office.
Listen. So just
we need a businessman.
I don't think we need a businessman in office. Would you vote for Bill Gates?
Here's what
Would you vote for Bill Gates?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
I would vote for
So
Bill
why do you
Gates.
think a businessman specifically would be beneficial?
Because our economy is going to shit. You know that, and I know that. We need to fix it fast.
How is a businessman going to fix our economy? Halo, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
Because of the trade agreements he makes with other countries.
Name one trade agreement that you like.
Which trade? I love the trade agreement that Trump had made with China that made China pay for things going into this country.
So tariffs are negatively impactful on this country, and tariffs decrease the likelihood of trade. So that's not actually a good thing at all. That negatively impacted businesses in the United States and American consumers because it increased the cost for American consumers and made our goods less valuable on the global market relating to China because they had increased tariffs on our goods going into their nation. So that negatively impacted consumers and producers in this country. And you're saying it's good? That decreased the likelihood of trade. You're saying that's good?
Okay, I don't know how you're saying it negatively impacted us because
I just told you.
whatever's going on right now has negatively impacted us more than anything.
Yeah, give me one policy that the Biden-Harris administration has influenced to get passed that you disagree with. Thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you so much.
Well, I don't know. I'll tell you this though.
You don't know?
When it comes to listen, when it comes to playing poker, I'd much rather have Trump
Jeremy, think of the dollar.
than Kamala Harris. He knows how to call a bluff when we're talking to people about buying oil from Iran.
So then why do you pick Mike Pence? So if he knows how to call a bluff, why do you pick Mike Pence, who quite literally didn't follow him and put the Constitution over Trump?
Well, listen, there's a lot of things that you know that I don't know. All I know is Trump's a much better businessman. Listen, they all cut him down.
Hey, Michael, can you name me one good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies?
Yes, there's many.
Name one.
I will say Mr. Marriott.
Mr. Marriott. Let's look this up right now. Mr. Marriott level of bankruptcies. They don't have 6. Where'd you get that they have 6?
They have close to 6.
No, they don't. The one person does not have 6.
Okay, well, that's how they diversify their funds and they go into different groups, and they actually are owned by Marriott.
Can you tell me one person who's a good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies?
No, I can't. I can't do that. I'm not. Like I said, I'm not. I'm just going on what I know. I know Trump's a good, and you know, when you're, I've worked for a lot of big companies in my life. Okay, when you're a CEO of a company and you get a new CEO come in, the first thing he does is he finds out who's loyal to you and who's not. Okay, and the person that's not is going to get canned. They go through, usually most big companies will hire their own vice presidents and their own agenda. That's how everybody did it in the corporate world.
Yeah, so why do you want someone that just is looking for people that only agree with them, not people who are critical of them, who are going to do what they think is right?
Because you need a team. You need a team to build with.
And a team involves people who have individual thoughts and opinions, not people who blindly follow like sheep. You're asking for people who You're asking for people who blindly follow like sheep. You're not advocating for a team of people.
Well, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not saying they can't disagree. I'm saying they need to back Trump when he needs backing. Everybody needs that. Everybody is a part of that. And when he got into office, all they did was criticize him about how he got rid of this person and that person. Every time he got on about COVID, first thing they did is the press tore him apart at those conferences. Day in and day out, they were tearing. Then Biden gets in, there's no more conferences. Wow,
he's done plenty of conferences.
Oh, bullshit.
Cammy, thank you so much for the manifesting. He's talked to the press in plenty of circumstances. He's been questioned. I think it's ridiculous for you to say that they haven't been questioned.
No, well, there was a constant thing with Trump every week. He didn't come out every week and do that. You know that, and I know that.
Hey, I found your source, Parker, but I'm going to let y'all finish.
What's your source, Ryan? Can't hear you when you swiped out of the app, by the way, Ryan. But Michael, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Ryan.
So if you look up on Google,
Halo, think of the galaxy. Thank you, Halo.
Obviously left, but if you look up on Google, it'll say Kamala Harris says on video that Ukraine will be a part of NATO. And for me, it was the first video from, I believe, ET News or something like that popped up.
Of NATO. Okay, so yeah, where?
There was a video that popped up for me. I don't know if it'll.
Okay, so
it's like a 49-second clip.
A 49-second clip. What's the title of the clip? Because I can pull it up if you tell me. There should be a title of the video, right? Because I don't see any 49-second clip when I search. I see her 51 seconds where she says that Russia's committing war crimes in Ukraine. She holds NATO unity, and that's in 2022. That's after this.
Well, it's a video on Facebook, so I don't know if it'll have.
You're cut out.
So it's a video on Facebook. I don't know if it'll have a title, but I mean the Google search led me right to it. It was a video I seen like way back in 2020.
So there's actually a fact check on this from AFP. Harris's comments on Ukraine shared out of context.
Of course, bro. Everything from the left is out of context.
No, that's just wait. You guys say that all the time. I'm just telling you that there's extra context.
Okay, I will agree that both sides say that, but like, what are we gonna say is in context, or what are we gonna say is out of context? Like,
well, I have a fact check that specifically explains the context. If you'd like to see it.
Yeah, read it.
Yeah. So. It says specifically. That Harris has discussed Ukraine in detail throughout her presidency, including several meetings with Zelensky, and she has reaffirmed the U.S. support for the nation, not in the context of them being a part of NATO. She was referencing other aspects of NATO, like their reference of Poland, that people took out of context.
I think it's funny how you can just say people took it out of context when she clearly said the words out of her mouth. Like,
what did she say specifically? What was the quote? She didn't say that Ukraine is in NATO.
No, she's never said that Ukraine is in NATO, but she's always said that there's an open invitation for Ukraine to be a part of NATO. And she's always advocated for that since she's been in office.
Okay, give me the title of the video, because I think you're just saying that there's a source and there's not.
No, there's a source.
Tell me the title then. Everyone who has a video, if you're looking at it on YouTube or wherever you're looking at, there is a title you can tell me. You can give me a URL, anything. I'll type it in right now. So I don't know what this whole idea is of, I can't give you the video that I'm specifically looking at right now. I'll play it on live and you'll be able to hear the audio. Check Michael's following list. Michael, do you have a bad following list? Please no, Michael. How bad is it going to be? Jesus Christ, Michael. Are you Christian, Michael? Jesus Christ, bro.
You know what, bro?
He left. Michael literally left, chat. Holy fucking shit, he left. Dude. Jesus Christ, chat.
It's too much of a hassle to try to get you that link to the video.
All right.
Well, I'll concede for that.
Okay.
But do you wanna talk about the border? Because that's obviously an issue.
Sure.
Do you think the Biden-Harris administration has done a good job?
I think that there have been issues with their ability to fully follow through with their response to immigration. Do I think that they've got everything I want done? No. But have they done like things to try and fix the border? Yes. Like the border bill specifically. So the border bill, they tried to influence it to get it passed, and Trump said, blame it on me if the border bill fails, because he tried to get people to not vote for it.
That's
right?
That's what y'all did to him in 20. What was it?
Wait, no, but he says that the border is a huge issue, so he should agree with it. But he's holding it back so that he can use it as a talking point against
I agree
the
that
Democrats.
He did do that.
Thank you so much for the hand heart.
But you guys did the same thing to him with that infrastructure bill.
No, we didn't.
Yes, you guys did. Back in.
No, when did Biden get people to not vote for the infrastructure bill?
Maybe
When
it
did
wasn't
Hillary
Biden, but it was the left.
When did
Biden
Hillary
isn't
Clinton go get people to not vote for the infrastructure bill?
Dude, Biden isn't even here. That dude's left around.
What do you know? He's here. Like, okay, you take it way too far. He's obviously not to the cognitive capacities I would want for a president, but he has enough cognitive capacities to do what's necessary for the presidency.
No, absolutely not.
Yes, he does.
Absolutely not.
I think it's ridiculous for you to say that, but
back to the border point.
Sid, thank you for the $1.11. Thank you so much.
The border bill that they influenced to get passed.
Stephanie, thank you for the $15 from the DNC. Thank you so much, Stephanie.
Because it's literally them, you know, inviting people over. At the beginning of their term, Biden said that the border would be open and come now.
No, actually, I can show you a quote of Kamala Harris saying, "Don't come here." Look up "Don't come here," Kamala Harris.
I'll look it up later. Obviously, your guests want me out of here, so I'll make it quick. But I think that the left, they're completely.
Yeah, this is from June 8th, 2021. Kamala Harris tells migrants, "Do not come." You're just spewing words. So this is you can get this from from New York Post. You can get this from NPR. You can get this from BBC. You can get this from NBC. You can get this from Yahoo News. Get it from CBS News.
Yeah, I hear you. If they're telling people not to come, why are there people being flown into the country on, what are they calling it? Like asylum claims?
Yeah, asylum is legal.
Being flown into the country.
Asylum is a legal process.
So why are people being flown into the country if they're telling them not to come?
I don't know. Can you give me a source on that?
I don't have sources out.
Give me a source that the federal government is flying people into the country.
And I bypass it. I don't hold on to sources. I don't debate for a living. I don't. This is my first time.
Okay, well, you should have a conversation with someone. Sammy, thank you for the corgi. You should probably look for like reasons to believe what you're saying is true.
There are reasons. I mean, most of the sources that I see, I mostly get sources and news from Twitter.
Oh Jesus Christ, that is the worst.
How is that?
That is you guys so get bad.
So if Twitter is right, is Google left? Is Facebook left? Is Instagram left?
Yo, Karen with the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W Karens in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Karen, for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Can we get some W Karens? Thank you so much. What were you saying, Ryan?
I said if Twitter is so far right as you guys claim, does that, like, why do we get called conspiracy theorists when we say Google is left?
No. What I'm saying is it's not a good source. Like, that's like you saying TikTok is your source. Thank you for the handout. Thank you for the relax. Or like Twitch is your source. Diane, thank you so much for the fantastic.
On Twitter.
Well, then that would be the source, not the Twitter.
Okay, yeah, but I don't like.
That's like saying that, like, oh, I got the source from TikTok. Like, okay, if someone in my comment section sources, like, if they just say, oh, I got the source from TikTok, that's not a good source. You'd have to look into it, like what I source, right?
Yeah, I didn't
just like source me saying it, right?
That's where I get my news from.
Imagine someone being like, yo, Parker said it on TikTok. Right, that's the source. Parker said it on TikTok. Stephanie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
However, dude, I'm not gonna read a source on Twitter, park it in my memory bank, and be like, "Oh, it's this exact source, Parker." I don't.
Well, I mean, like you should look things up then. Well, I'm trying to get people to critically think.
I'm gonna continue.
Thank you for the Tom Selleck. Thank you so much.
Make my own money. Try to make a living for myself, even though it's impossible under this administration.
I don't think it's the administration. What did the administration do to make it impossible?
They're just bad, dude. They've done nothing good. Maybe not anything bad, but they've obviously done nothing good.
What about
there's nothing I can look at and be like, that's the Biden-Harris administration right there. That's the effects of it we see.
The PACT Act, the Chips and Science Act, the infrastructure bill.
What do I go outside and see and be like, oh, hell yeah, that's the PACT Act?
That you'd have to know a veteran. Okay, you can go outside and be like, "Oh, this is the infrastructure bill with the roads and bridges, with the clean drinking water, with the expanded access to broadband."
There has been roads and bridges being built since 2012.
I understand, but there are specifically roads and bridges that are built due to the infrastructure bill that would not have been funded otherwise.
That's not true.
No, it is true. We had a lack of funding for infrastructure in this country, and there are plenty of projects in this nation that are built specifically by the infrastructure bill. Look up projects and then put in your state built by infrastructure bill, and you'll literally see a list of them.
Yeah. So why do we still have broken down airports, airplanes. We have airplanes falling out.
Because the Republicans won't sign bill for all of those things.
What?
Because Republicans won't sign infrastructure bill for that.
How are you just going to blame Republicans?
Because Republicans are the ones that don't want to sign these bills. That's literally the facts.
Both sides are ridiculous. To be quite honest, we need more of a selection. Because I don't want to put my vote in for Trump. But do I think that Kamala Harris will lead us into World War III? Absolutely. That's why she won't get my vote.
So you don't have any reason to believe that. You believe that based upon no good reasoning. This is my issue with people. Is there's something called? I want you to look into this.
I'm not misogynistic at all. But
okay, and if you have to preface it as that, it's probably going to lead that you
what
are.
I'm going to say is gonna look like that. But do you think Putin isn't misogynistic? Do you think President Xi isn't misogynistic? Do you think Iran's leader isn't misogynistic?
You're acting like that means it's okay to be misogynistic, okay?
No, I'm not saying that's okay. I'm not misogynistic, but they are. They don't care. They don't give a fuck that we look at Kamala Harris and think that she can be a good leader. They're laughing at us.
No, they're laughing at us for picking Donald Trump. And now what I want you to do is I want you to listen to this. Listen to this for a second or I'll mute you. Listen for a second or I'll mute you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So I want you to look up the Dunning-Kruger effect. Okay, that is a predominant amount of these things. It's essentially people have a very high degree of confidence, right, when they know very little about a topic when they first get involved. But as you learn more about it, right, that level of confidence decreases. And then over time, as you learn significantly more, the confidence increases again. So I think a lot of people here are dealing with issues where they are extremely confident, but they have a very huge lack of knowledge.
Yeah,
Stephanie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And who's Casey? They said
I'm for sure lacking knowledge on
Orion, thank you for the $5.
Things of that nature. But it's clear to me that Donald Trump is obviously the better candidate than Kamala Harris or Joe Biden.
I'm not seeing good reasons as to why Donald Trump is. You're just kind of saying
Putin has came out and said that he'd be open to sitting at the negotiation table with Trump.
Yeah, and you know that he didn't accept Trump's deal, right?
What?
He didn't accept Trump's deal.
What deal?
The deal you're referencing.
No. I'm talking about Putin has said that if he was reelected, he'd be open to sitting at the...
No. He said that, Trump already put out his deal. He just hasn't accepted it.
I don't believe that. You have a source?
Yeah, they said let's be quote unquote realistic.
What does it have to do with them coming together and sitting at the table to end the war? Biden hasn't met with any of our quote.
He got removed for community guidelines. Gotta go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, it's a pal to you? All right. Oh, well, I kicked him out as soon as he did that. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's get up to 1 million likes, y'all. Let's get up to 1 million likes. Let's get this next individual up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual. Only send a guest request if you're voting for Trump. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up. All right. Give me 1 second, everyone. Yo, what's the pal to you?
My age?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
I'm voting Trump. I'm a good bit older than you. I had a few questions for you, if you didn't mind. This year will be my 20th year to be the ticket commissioner in my voting precinct. And I was curious if you had been this passionate before about any other presidential election and like how many of them you had voted in, because you look kind of young. And I just wondered how many presidential elections you had voted in prior to this one coming up.
Pal, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I voted in one election other than the one I'm going to be voting here as it relates to presidential.
Would you?
I voted in the midterms.
Okay. Were you this passionate about it then as you are now?
I think I've become more passionate as I've learned more about these topics.
Were you as passionate about the election then as you are now?
No, I don't think I was. And I think that's because I was less informed about these issues. So I've gone through a huge level of change in my ideology since then. I was like in 2016.
I think we're freezing up.
Oh, you're lagging.
I don't know.
So yeah, in 2016.
Yeah, I saw someone in the comment section saying being young doesn't. Yeah, I wasn't say someone in the comment section said being young doesn't mean anything. I wasn't like implying it meant anything. I was just curious because like I said, this will be my 20th year to be the ticket commissioner in my voting precinct. And I watch people as they come in through the years, their ages, when they get passionate, when they're not, what the topics are, what they're not. And I had been watching you for a bit and was just curious about that for one thing, because you seemed extremely passionate on the things that you were speaking of. And you asked who I was voting for, and yes, I will be voting for Trump. My decisions are not. Well, my decision is based on. I feel very strong. I'm a good bit older than you. I feel very strong that our country is going into a war. I don't get on here to debate it, fight it, say this fact, that fact. It's something I feel very strongly that we're sitting on the edge of. And I know we need somebody very strong. I know we need somebody really strong in our leadership to literally work us through that, protect us through that, should that happen.
Yeah. So what evidence indicates that we're going to be in a war? It sounds like you're fear-mongering to me.
No, I don't call myself a fear monger at all. I don't label things in that nature either. It is watching the deterioration that has rapidly happened and the deterioration that has come to our country in the last several years. And there's so many things. Like I said, I have grandparents, great-grandparents that were here at war times. And the things that are coming on now are everything that I listened to growing up that had happened prior to the war. My grandfather was in the last war. I know these things because I lived their stories.
The Revolutionary War?
So all of the examples that they gave to me were the things that I'm watching happen. And so that gave me, it's not like I'm sitting here going, oh, I'm afraid. I think it looks like we might. I literally have multiple people in my world and in my life that lived through 2 wars. I'm 62 years old. And so, and 2 of them being raised around. And so every detail around me looks exactly like all the things that I was explained that we grew up with. Therefore, I'm only going by example of facts with them. They lived it. So of course they knew what they were talking about. They actually lived it. And I don't want to see our country go to war.
Okay.
I don't want to see that. I don't want to see any of us
Lori,
do that.
Lori, what
Yes,
pieces of
Parker,
evidence
yes.
indicate that we are going towards war?
I didn't give you a piece of evidence. I told you my experience. I told you what I grew up knowing, hearing, learning, and experience of. I have a grandfather that was a prisoner of war. I don't have things that go, I'm going to Google it and look up an evidence. I'm talking to you through
That would be
life
reason to
experience.
believe. So, like, I understand you have a particular experience. That doesn't mean that you have an accurate conclusion from the experiences you've had.
I don't argue like this debatable thing about whether my experience is positive or yours is negative. Mine's right, yours wrong. You asked me why I felt that way.
No, I'm not arguing
why
your experience is
our
wrong.
Our country was going to be in a
Lori.
war.
Lori,
You asked me why I felt that way. So I was explaining to you, respectfully explaining to you why I felt that's where we're headed. I get no joy in talking about either candidate, what we got bad, good about either one of them. I get no joy in listening to people debate abortion. I get no joy in any of those things. I'm literally worried about my children, my grandchildren, people your age, people
Lori,
that are younger.
are you
I'm literally
speaking so
worried about their future. That's what I'm worried about. Why am I what?
Yeah. So again, you say you're worried about. Okay. She has an insane lag. I'm going to go on to the next person. She's got insane MAGA mobile. I'm not dealing with it any further. I think she's just not hearing me because of that. And she's just like a yapper, to be honest. Yo, Devin, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I need your opinion on Richard Burr. I don't know anything about them. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. If you're typing in the comment section, MAGA, make sure you are in the guest box. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 19.
You voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I just think voting for Kamala would be like voting for the same thing that we've been having the past 4 years.
Okay, and how is that bad in terms of policy?
Do you like where we were for like between 2016 and 2020 versus 2020 and 2024?
So it was 2017 to 2021 and then 2021 through 2025. But the point that I would reference is that I think that we're better in terms of policy, right? Like if we're saying before, Trump put multiple Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which restricted women's access to abortion in this country. 1/3 of women have a restricted access to abortion.
Yeah, and I'm pro-life, but I do think abortion should be legal. I think it should be a personal decision. But I think it's like with alcohol and like the 18th Amendment and stuff, how when they tried to ban it, it was a disaster.
Are you pro-choice?
No, I'm pro-life.
So should it be illegal to get access to an abortion?
I don't think it should, but I also don't think drinking.
Okay, so you're pro-choice. So you think it's wrong, but you're pro-choice because you think it should be up to the the choice of the individual. It's legal. So yeah, you disagree with Trump putting multiple Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, right?
Was that his explicit reason?
Yeah. He literally said that he was going to put pro-life judges there and that it was going to be left up to the states, which he knows is going to lead to certain states limiting access to abortion, even in instances of rape.
So I have a question. Why do you think that there's so many people flooding out of like the blue states into the red states, like flooding out of New York, like flooding out of California into Texas and stuff?
Are they going to Republican areas in Texas?
Well, they're going to a red state.
Where in Texas? Where in Texas are they going typically?
They're going to a Republican state and a Republican governor. It doesn't matter.
No, but like what cities are they going to?
I don't know.
Typically like Austin.
Okay.
In Dallas, if it is the case that they're going there. And there are certain people who are going from Texas to California. There are people flooding that way as well. There are people flooding from other states to other states. That happens all the time. There's migration between states. There are plenty of reasons why people move to states, like whether it be cheaper in terms of cost of living, whether it be because they want a more accepting culture, if it references moving to California, or because they want to be more involved in like the movie scene, or say they want to do something in San Francisco in terms of the tech industry. There's plenty of reasons to be moving to plenty other places around the United States.
And
to say no one is moving to these places is
that.
actually ridiculous and is literally la la land. There is, objectively speaking, people moving to these areas. People are going from small areas to larger areas in bigger cities. So are the Republican rural areas bad because people are moving from the rural areas to the big cities who are blue? What? What the fuck? All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
42. How's it going, brother?
You voting Trump?
Oh yeah.
Why so?
I think last we left off, we had talked about the border. We had talked about, you had law up here at that time. We talked about Roe v. Wade.
So we've already had a conversation. I'm going to go on to another person because you've already been.
Oh no, I wanted to ask you something.
I appreciate you.
I wanted to ask you something.
Well, what do you want to say?
Because the one thing we didn't get to talk about was the E. Jean Carroll thing.
Okay, would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman?
I guess, we still have the Court of Appeals that they have to go through. But I have a question for you because I don't think many people know this, okay? But in 2019, E. Jean Carroll came out with this, right? And in 2021, Governor Kathy Hochul she passed a New York Adult Survivors Act, which gave everyone 1 year of that assault lawsuits, no matter how long it's been. The person that funded Kathy was Reid Hoffman, the same one that actually filed the suit for E. Jean Carroll. So tell me this. Somebody that is a huge Dem donor supports a campaign for the governor of New York that passes a law that E. Jean Carroll falls under 30 years later, and Hoffman takes the case before she even files it, and the only witnesses she had was from
why are
30 years ago.
why are you only associating with this one case when over 2,500 sex abuse suits were filed due to this act? Why are you only looking at one case?
We're talking about Trump. And you're
okay. You can reference the one case, but you're saying it's only because of this one case, but it was applicable to 2,500 other sex abuse suits.
This has to do with Trump. I'm not talking about the other.
Because you're trying to create a political narrative out of something that was applicable to thousands of other suits. This is not specifically directed. This is not specifically directed for Trump. This was related to victims of the Catholic Church that have advocated for this policy to change for a very long time, because the victims of the Catholic Church could not try these cases in civil cases because of statute of limitations. So what you're not acknowledging is the history which led to these particular acts being in place, and what you're not acknowledging is the suits that exist as well that are not related to Trump, that you wouldn't be able to explain if you're saying it's just for Trump.
So you're saying that there's zero conflict of interest in this situation when
I'm saying that there's not sufficient conflict of interest, and that you're only looking at it from a cherry-picked lens instead of looking at it from a broader idea that was applicable to thousands of other cases.
Cherry-picked, the governor passed a law given 1 year for this specific
You're
case.
You're saying it's for Trump, but there's no evidence
came out 2 years ago, and the person that is funding Kathy Hochul campaign is also the one supporting
Wait, so there's a person that's donating to two different areas. I don't see how that's an issue. Right? That doesn't take away the validity of the case. That there's still a jury determination. Can you tell me what piece of evidence in the case that you disagree with?
I think
Sayla, thank you so much. I appreciate the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much.
It is a hearsay, he said, she said type situation. She's got two friends.
Name one piece of evidence submitted in the case.
It was testimony.
One piece of evidence. Tell me what.
Deposition testimony.
You just said one
piece. That's what they use.
External of her.
You just said list.
One piece of evidence external of her.
Her friends, her two friends that said that. Oh yeah, she told me about it. Anybody could have a friend that would vouch for them.
Okay, so there were multiple friends. There were therapist notes. There was a dress, right, that had DNA on it. Unidentified male DNA. So why didn't Trump give up his DNA if it would have exonerated him?
I mean, to be honest with you, I wouldn't trust the DOJ that we have to give any DNA to them.
So you just think it's all rigged?
No, I think that what happened was political. I think that this was no matter what would have happened with, I think it goes very deep.
Is it rigged, yes or no?
If he would have given his DNA, I don't trust the judges. I don't trust our system.
Walker, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Lindy, thank you so much for the subscription. That tells me you wouldn't accept it no matter any standard of evidence, because you think it's rigged no matter what. There could be sufficient evidence. Literally, there could be a video of it, and you'd fucking believe it's CGI.
If
you'd believe it's fake. You'd believe it's rigged.
There wasn't such a political tie and a huge.
No, you only believe it's wrong because it's political, right? Are you saying that you don't accept, like, if there was a case targeted towards Joe Biden where he was held civilly liable, you wouldn't believe that?
There was.
No, if he was held civilly liable, listen.
He ran off to Russia. Let's not forget that.
She ran off to Russia. He was not held civilly liable. Listen.
Oh, he was
Joe Biden. Listen. If Joe Biden was held civilly liable for sexual abuse, I would believe it.
He would have been.
So if he was held civilly liable for sexual abuse, I would believe it, and it is the case that we would acknowledge that and we would talk about it. But what you're not acknowledging here is you would sit there and you'd believe that it's rigged for Trump, but you wouldn't believe it's rigged for Joe Biden. Now that to me is clear conspiracy bullshit. Because you don't actually care about the standard of evidence. You're just trying to dispute it no matter what because you want to fucking follow your cult leader, bro.
No,
put a bandage on. Stop ignoring reality, please.
Look at the reality. She came out 2 years later, the governor that was supported by the person that picked up her case, that supported the whole lawsuit. ended up funding the governor that passed the law.
Okay, so there's someone that funded multiple things that wait. So there's someone that funded this that has like a particular incentive to do so. No shit. Right? There are people that want people who are abused to be able to be recognized and to be able to hold their abusers accountable. That's an incentive. And if someone isn't incentivized by that, I don't know what they would be. That's not an issue. There's no issue at all with someone being incentivized to call out an abuser for victimizing someone.
So you can't see
Walker, thank you so much again. I appreciate it.
The reason this whole bill was even put I think
the reason this whole bill was put in place is because of victims of the Catholic Church that have been advocating for this for a very long time. To say it was specifically related to the E. Jean Carroll case, I think is unbelievable. Now you tell me how she did that without any internet campaign.
It was funded. I mean,
it wasn't just they gave money and this happened. That's not how it works. There was advocation that changed.
And you guys just don't open your eyes to it. You guys.
No, you're not opening your eyes to a basic reality. I have a question. If you think everything's rigged, how did Trump win in 2016?
I believe that the 2020, the ballot harvesting.
No, answer the question. If everything is rigged, how did he win in 2016?
I don't think they were prepared for the voter turnout.
They weren't prepared?
And I think in 2020,
if they control everything, then how would they not be prepared? Wesley, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. That's fucking coherent. If they rig every election, why would they just stop rigging it this election? Like what?
Nobody.
What
took
fucking
Trump
bullshit
serious.
is that?
Nobody took Trump serious when he started running.
Dude, wait, you're saying they control everything enough to rig it in presidential elections where no one knows and there's no sufficient evidence. So they have enough of a control on everything to limit information like this from going to anywhere when everyone in the fucking world in the United States, or almost everyone in the United States, has a fucking supercomputer in their pocket everywhere they go.
Yeah. So
please tell me how they have that much power to control everything, but in 2016 they're just like, yeah, we're just gonna stop doing it now. We'll stop. We're gonna let the other person win, who we have no control over. We have no idea what he's going to do, but we're gonna let him do whatever he wants.
That's why.
Like what? That's fucking incoherent gibberish. You have no clue what you're talking about. You're creating a fucking narrative in your head because you want to defend your political candidate in every fucking scenario, regardless of how bad he looks.
This is what you do. You get all worked up. You turn red, and there's no conversation. You get worked up.
I like how he didn't listen to a single thing that I said.
Oh no,
and he literally just fucking attacks me.
No, I didn't. You're getting mad.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all. I'm just acknowledging reality.
Okay, the reality is, yes, in 2016, they did not even expect Trump to win. Not by a long shot, okay?
No, that doesn't make any sense. They would have total control over how many votes that were and what information they want to release to the public. I thought they had full control over these things for 2020.
Okay, so you know how voting works, right? You turn out at polls.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and then the ballots that were sent out, mass. Sometimes people got 4 of them, 5 of them. Shoot, you know what? I got 3 of them. I did, but I didn't do that. I do in person, but I got 3 myself. Everyone
for yourself.
I got 3 ballots in my name.
No, you probably got notifications to votes. You wouldn't get 3 ballots in your name, bro. Show me. Turn your webcam on right now and show me.
Like I have them from literally 2020. Seriously, this is known knowledge. Everyone has.
This is known knowledge. I just said it, and you should believe it.
Everyone has. Look on the internet. Okay, look at the ballot harvesting rings that were popped. You know, and to think that none of them were successful. Just in Michigan alone, where I'm from. Okay, they had a ring that had harvest 10,000 ballots with different names on it. None of them were real.
$5. Wait, I have a question. So all the court cases were rigged. The Trump-appointed judges were rigged. Right? The election was rigged. Everything where Trump loses is rigged.
So you're switching. You're deflecting. I'm trying to make a point here about.
No, you just say everything is rigged. You're not making a point. You're just restating your conspiracy claim that everything is rigged.
That's not a conspiracy as far as...
Yes, it is a conspiracy. There are 60-plus court cases. Listen, there are 60-plus court cases that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, 17 of which had appointed judges specifically by Trump. So either Trump appointed corrupt and treasonous judges that stole the election from him, or he lost the election. So which one is it? Which one do you want to pick?
I'm saying that as far as in 2020, I got 4 or 3. My wife.
No, answer my question. Did Trump appoint corrupt and treasonous judges that stole the election from him, or did he lose the election?
to sit there and say he appoints judges on a state level is ridiculous. I mean,
Yes, he appointed these particular judges that oversaw
Supreme
cases
Court
related to the
justices.
election. Push the coffee. Thank you so much.
Justices.
No, and federal judges. He doesn't just have control over Supreme Court. He has control over federal judges.
Yes. So the ones he appointed that took cases were
and they were
in
appointed by him
specific cases.
specifically, and they still indicated no sufficient evidence over. You got to flag for civic and election integrity. I got to go into the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, Devin, thank you for the $3.50. Thank you so much for each of the guest voter fraud. Yo, my gosh, that's crazy. That's crazy. That one person that came on that one time and literally admitted to voter fraud, that will always be like a memory I have from this. Thank you, everyone, for all the likes. I appreciate it. We hit 1 million. Yo, thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate y'all. Stark, thank you so much for the hand heart.
He took it. He took it.
How old are you?
Yo, I am 30.
Are you voting Trump?
I'm 29. What's up, man?
Are you voting Trump?
I'm thinking about it, dude. He's a good candidate for sure.
A good candidate? Can you tell me what's so good about a guy that has been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, tried to overthrow the government, restricts women's access to abortion, called for complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, has housing discrimination lawsuits where they would tell black families there aren't openings, but white families at the very same time they would tell are openings? That guy?
I mean, yeah. So I think the biggest reason I would vote for him is because if all these wars are escalating, war in Israel is escalating, war in Ukraine is escalating,
Michael,
I think $5. He would be a much better person to be in charge than Kamala Harris. He shows that he would negotiate with these dictators, and then just the fact that you can actually talk to people means that there's a better chance that you can avoid World War III for sure.
You know, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden talk to these people. They just, again, terms are not easy to come by with dictators that want you to do everything that they want, right? Like everything. If you don't do it, then they get really mad at you. So Trump is just willing to bend the knee to Putin, and you like that? Brad, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Bend the knee for sure. You can look.
He didn't bend the knee. So then why did he tell NATO countries that he wouldn't defend them from Russia invading them if they don't meet the 2% military expenditure in terms of GDP?
See, that's one reason I actually like Trump. He calls things
one
out
reason
like
you
it
like
is.
Trump is that he wouldn't defend NATO countries from Russia invading?
Because he calls out NATO. Because listen, NATO
Jesus Christ.
is funded.
You can call out NATO without doing
NATO is funded literally by the U.S. If NATO is funded by the U.S., then the U.S. has the right to say, "Hey, we're not going to go into this if you're not going to actually fund this as partners. If we're doing a business together, and me, America, is funding 98% of the business, I have a right to say, hey, y'all need to step up, or I'm going to pull out of this business."
No. Okay, so I think
Yes,
that they have
that's how business
listen. I think that we have the right to tell them that they should pay more, right, and pay their fair share. That makes total sense to me. I'm not disputing that. What I'm disputing is saying that you wouldn't defend them in the event of them not meeting this standard, because then that gives more power to Putin. And I don't want that to give more power to Putin. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. And that also makes NATO look very divided. So what you should do is you should engage with them, communicate with them, instead of making threats. You said he's so good at communicating, but all he's fucking doing is making threats with our allies?
And at the end of the day,
what type of bullshit is that?
Listen, at the end of the day, we stayed in NATO. True or false?
We did stay in NATO.
Have you heard this talk? This thing said actions speak louder than words.
So yeah, his actions are clearly speaking louder than any of his words that they didn't happen. Like when he was held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman, right? That action speaks way louder than Donald Trump defaming E. Jean Carroll and saying it's lies.
Talking about NATO, and I'm telling you that Donald Trump
giving you an example to relate to
when it was talking about pulling out. Obviously, we have a contract with NATO. The bluff was to call out the other countries so they can bring up the budget, bro. That's easy. I think one reason I like Trump is because he calls it out like it is, man. And Democrats are afraid to say things like, "Hey, if you don't pull your own weight, we're gonna pull out." He said those words. He stayed in there.
That's not a good way. That's a threat. That's not conducive towards communication. Okay, we are not a tyrannical sort of idea. We want to be uplifting people. That's the whole point of this. It's not to take down people and say that we're not going to defend them in that event. It's
That's
to say,
true, but
what are ways that we can help you sustain yourself so that you can pull your own weight.
I love that.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the subscription.
But
That's what you do with your allies. You don't be like, oh, I'm not going to defend you. I'd let Russia invade you and take you over.
Yeah, that's
what?
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but NATO since inception has been funded by the U.S. So if
I get it, but you can incentivize people through other means, not force.
But I'm telling you, since inception, we've tried all these other means. What's wrong with trying force as well? Communicating with force, you know? So you like to pivot. Let me pivot. You've heard people say gentle parenting is the right way to parents. If you gentle talk to these countries, at the end of the day, they're not going to change. And the fact is that since inception, they never changed. So what's wrong with trying something new? I like that Republicans are okay with trying something new.
Force has been used throughout history, and it's not been very effective, and it leads to detrimental outcomes. Engaging in communication, thoughts, and ideas is the best way to change people. Peaceful resolution is the best way. That's why you're on here having a conversation with me, and you're not using a gun to try and unalive me. You understand that, right? Because you believe that peaceful communication is significantly more conducive towards productive change than literally using gunfire with me. Okay, that's what you believe, and you just prove it by literally engaging with reality.
I'm engaging with you, but I can also admit that the world isn't black and white, man. Sometimes you need to try something more forceful. Sometimes you need to be gentle. There's no everything. There's no always gentle talk. There's no always violence. And the truth is, when it comes to negotiating, sometimes when you're playing poker, sometimes you want to be aggressive. You want to bluff. Sometimes you want to hide your cards and act nice. So there's totally okay with using both methods. And the reason I want to vote red this time around is because I voted blue all my life, and everything doesn't always work out blue. So sometimes you got to go red, man. You got to switch it up, because life isn't all about voting one party. And then life doesn't mean just because I vote red doesn't mean that I'm a demon. Doesn't mean that I don't care about people. Doesn't mean I don't care about women. Doesn't mean I don't care about kids. Doesn't mean I don't
why
care
are you
about
voting for
immigrants.
someone? So why are you voting for someone that's trying to restrict women's access to abortion, has a history of racism, misogyny, and sexual violence against women?
I want to say something really loud and clear. Just because I vote for somebody doesn't mean I endorse every single thing that comes out of their mouth. And that should go.
But are you saying a man that has done those things has the ability to take care of women or like care about women?
Unfortunately,
Memes, thank you so much for the Galaxy, and Purdy, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
He has kids. He has a loving wife. So, and he has people around him that speak for him. So I can definitely
wait. You don't think? So because he has a wife, that means he's not misogynistic?
What I'm saying is that he has nobody is perfect, and unfortunately,
he's excessively bad though.
Unfortunately,
Christine, thank you so much for the $10.
Holding the red flag right now, and that means voting red does not mean I endorse everything he does. I'm not going to be that guy. But all I'm saying is that he's the Republican ticket. And unfortunately, if you vote for him, it means you're voting for some of the bad things he's done, but also means you voted for some of the good things he's done. Some of the good things he's done is, for example, he fought really hard to reduce immigration. He fought really hard for the middle class. And this means the unions, the farmers in America. He fought for the farmers in America. He also fought the bad guys. If you know, Trump was the person that instituted tariffs. He was instituting tariffs against China. Everyone is all of a sudden China, but he's been way ahead of that curve.
Tariffs are not a good thing. Tariffs hurt American business and they hurt American consumers.
And also Chinese dumping hurts American consumers. So it's a double-edged sword. He has to.
Bro's traveling. Hey, can I call a travel at some point?
He has to think about
can the refs call a travel?
There's no travel here, man. We're traveling all across the country.
That many pivots is not allowed in the game, bro.
Okay, where are we at? Bring me back.
You got to pivot on one foot.
Where do you want me to go?
Macy, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much.
Let's go. Where do you want to take
Mila,
it?
thank you for the Galaxy. I got you. I'll pivot for you. Can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
I'll tell you what. One thing that people don't understand is that things that are good for the stock market is also good for the middle class. Everybody has what's called a 401k. A lot of people have what's called an IRA. So when the stock market goes up, these investment accounts that middle class people own, lower class people own, also goes up. So as much as people love to deny it, the stock market going up is actually good for the middle class too. And let me hear you say that's a lie. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, it is the case that like 90% of stocks are owned by the top 10%. So it doesn't affect the majority of the economy. But if you look at the S&P 500, if you look at 2017 when he first got in office, it's around like 2,300. By the end of his presidency in 2021, it is around what 3 in 2021. It's around 3,700. Right now it's 54.34. So it went from 37.14 to 54.34. And that's way more of an increase than what it was under the Trump administration, from around 2,000 to 3,000.
That's fantastic. And you want to know one thing why that's going up is because those tax cuts that he gave, those business breaks that he gave to these businesses, I'm talking big tech. Those are those tax breaks that he gave are still benefiting those companies because they were never repealed. So this credit that you're talking about, the stock market, that belongs to Trump because he cut taxes. That means these companies can invest more.
Wait, no, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. He cut taxes for
dude, you're so funny.
For businesses.
Wait, now he's like, dude, the stock market was doing so bad, but now that I know the stock market is doing good, it's Trump that did it.
I trade.
I trade. It's not bad. It's actually good because of Trump.
I'm telling you what happened. This is facts. I'm spitting facts. Man.
You were like, dude, my 401k was so much better before. It was so good before, but now that you figured out that it was better under the Biden-Harris administration, it's actually because of Trump. So did Trump cause? Wait, I have a question. In the same way, JVD, thank you for the $1. I appreciate it. Let me explain. In the same way that you said. I'll just mute you. In the same way that you say that Trump's responsible for the stock market right now, is he responsible for the border crisis? Is he responsible for the inflation? Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it, Cammy. Thank you so much. So are you going to hand those to him too? Thank you, Purdy. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much.
So I can actually talk about this. There's nuance. There's nuance. And I think you can agree that just because somebody is in office doesn't mean they get credit for what's happening. True or false?
I agree. Just because it happens under their administration does not mean it's caused by them. So what you have to do is you have to demonstrate that.
Let me demonstrate now. So lower than it is under Biden. That's a fact. True or false?
That's not a response to like what I'm specifically saying. I do agree, like on typical, that it has been lower under Trump comparative to Biden. That doesn't dispute anything that I'm saying here.
Okay, yeah.
Because right now we are actually at the same level of border crossings as we were at the end of Trump's administration. Same level of border crossings. So if you consider there to be a border crisis right now, well, then there was a border crisis at the end of Trump's administration.
Okay, so the reason I said that first then is that was my point. I just wanted to make sure we're climbing the ladder together. First of all, just because you're in office doesn't mean you get credit for what's happening, period. And then the next point
so I was saying, why are you crediting Trump for what's happening right now, but you're not crediting other things? And you're not answering that question.
Because there's a nuance. So the reason that Trump gets credit for immigration is because his main campaign point was immigration. His main thing was to build a wall.
Why are you saying he gets credit for the stock market, bro? That's the question I'm asking.
Okay, the reason he gets credit for the stock market is because his tax cuts influence big businesses and the rich, period. And those tax cuts have not been repealed. So what that means is that businesses today are still benefiting from tax cuts that Trump implemented, period. This is facts. I don't speak lies. I speak facts, bro.
So can you give me any analysis that indicates the stock market has gone up because of the tax cuts?
Yes, I can tell you exactly why. Because businesses they can now invest in R&D, which without paying taxes on research and development. And research and development means these companies can become more efficient, which means they can spend less and earn more. And that's still in play today. That's why
you're not giving me like a detailed analysis that would indicate that the cause of the S&P going up is because of the tax cuts.
I'm telling you right here and right now, research and development is not taxed.
Because you said just correlation doesn't equal causation. So you're saying that it's specifically because of the tax cuts, because the tax cuts exist now. But that's just a correlation. That's not a causation. So can you demonstrate that it's specifically cause of the tax cuts?
That's a great question. And to be frank, I don't have statistical proof right now that I'm on TikTok, but I can tell you for sure the tax cuts benefit businesses. That's a fact. And those tax cuts have not been appealed or rolled back, which means they are still benefiting businesses. And that was a Trump effect, period.
Okay. Now, you're saying that it created such a great effect for the overall economy. Not only if this were true, would it be applicable to like the top 90 or the top 10% of the country, not the rest of everyone else, but it's seriously there's no good reason to support the view.
I hear what you're saying when you say that stocks are owned by the top 10%, but you have to understand that that only accounts for physical stocks. When you look at retirement accounts, 401ks, mutual stocks, what is it called? Mutual funds.
Mutual funds.
Those are owned by the middle class, man. So
so look up. I'm serious. Look up how much of stocks are owned by the top 10%. So even if you take that into account in terms of that, it's still true, because those are stocks. Mutual funds are in typical circumstances, unless you're doing it in terms of real estate, right, would be related to the stock market.
I hear what you're saying, but investment
It's
accounts,
like an index.
retirement accounts are a mix of stocks, bonds, even states, pensions have different mixes of stocks and bonds. So although I will definitely concede that wealthier people tend to own stocks more often, I think it's really dismissive to say that middle class does not own any stocks in their pension funds, in their
I'm not saying they don't own any. What I said is that a predominant amount of it is owned by people who are rich. So what you're doing is you're not referencing things that impact a broad majority of the American public. And that's the fundamental issue, because how many millions of people can you not reference that don't have access to healthcare in this country? Because they can't afford the health insurance. 137 million Americans have medical debt, right?
Mm-hmm. That's true.
30 to 80 million Americans are either uninsured or underinsured. Okay, so we literally have tens of millions of people in this country that have a lack of access to healthcare. 45 to 68,000 Americans die every single year due to lack of health insurance. That's specifically due to a Yale study.
That's a fact.
And Medicare for All would save $450 billion a year.
I love that you say Medicare would save a lot of money, because one thing that
Medicare for all is not the same as just like Medicare. It's more expanded coverage than the current Medicare. It's the name is just so that it has name recognition.
One thing that I despise about these studies about Medicare for all is that ultimately.
Also, what was the screenshot from?
I'm gonna pivot a little bit, because you know that.
Did you mean to take that screenshot?
I'm taking it from my records. Yeah, I meant to take that
for a record. What was the record for?
My record. I'm arguing on TikTok for the first time. I gotta record that shit.
I talked to a lot of people in their first time. They didn't really do that. You screenshot. You've never had a conversation on TikTok before? I doubt that.
This is my first time, and I'm a newbie. Yeah. I'm a newbie. But I do want to say that one thing about these costs that people love to estimate is it just, at the end of the day, just does not pan out, man. Like, isn't California trying to build like
my girlfriend's here. I need to open the door. Give me 1 sec. Oh shit, my fucking thing. I can't hear anything. Sorry, I can't hear you right now. Give me 1 second. Oh my god, I sat on that. What were you saying?
Saying that California, has been trying to build a high-speed rail for like what, a decade. Their initial.
Oh, it's supposed to be like done by like 2028. It's supposed to be like, dude, it looks sick.
But
they're really expanding the metro.
Their initial estimate was like what, 1 or 2 billion. Now it's like ending up costing 14 billion. So when you tell me that Medicare for all is going to save us like this X amount of million, I don't buy it, man.
I'm referencing a Yale study, dude. You can sit there and say you don't buy it, but like,
but I'm giving you
I can give you proof and evidence, right? There are countries around the world that have universal healthcare systems that spend half as much per individual and have better health outcomes.
Unfortunately, America has 360 million people. The country you're probably referencing is like Sweden or Scandinavia that has like
those are wait. You can apply these healthcare policies on a statewide level, but obviously like the health insurance would be more efficient if it's referencing a larger scale of people.
No, I mean that's ideal. Unfortunately, ideally things don't pan out like that, and I do believe that people need to be insured, but I feel like America already has $32 trillion of debts. And the truth of the matter is, if the more programs we want to add,
this would save us money. This would save us money.
I mean, that's what California said when they were building high-speed rail.
No, come on. I'm telling you this because we have countries around the world that have indicated it. Countries around the world. It's not just like one place. It's literally country after country after country. They spend half as much. Look at the EU's average in terms of healthcare expenditure per capita. It's significantly lower than that in the United States.
I hear what you're saying, but I guess my point is that I think I would love for a state, maybe California, because California likes to do the democratic stuff. So I'd love California to go ahead and take a swing at it first. Show us how much it would cost in a single state before we try to.
No, what you're not understanding is that if it's done on a statewide level, there are so many other negative impacts that could come from that we wouldn't take into account if we were to apply it on a federal scale.
No,
it's
California
more effective.
is as big as like 30
Listen. I want you to listen for a second rather than talk.
I'll listen. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So there are plenty of things that could happen, right? If you have you have state taxes that go up, that disincentivizes people to go into these particular areas. That could specifically cause like an issue for us qualifying how it would happen or work on a federal scale. That's why when we look at countries around the world that have adopted this, we can see what the effect would be on a countrywide scale. And given what we know about insurance, that it is the case that with more people, there's more efficiency because people who are healthy take care of people who are sick. There's more people, so there's more funds to sort of engage with. So you can higher standard of service you can create with that many people. So that's why it leads to like lesser cost long term, is because the masses subsidize the few that need help.
I love your points, but I don't take it, man. California is, when you rank California based on how big the economy is, it ends up being like the top 10 biggest economy in the world because it's so well. Thank you. So you know the numbers. So arguing that there's not enough people to justify it or not enough money to justify it going on in California I'm not
saying there's not enough money. We could do it in California. I'm not disputing that. But what I'm saying is that if you want to cut California off, let's do it. I'm totally down. Cut California off from the federal government, and California would be able to spend more money on California, and they'd be able to provide universal health care very easily. Okay? But California funds the rest of the country. You know that, right?
I don't know that. Can you explain that? Can you?
Yeah. So California's economy is much larger on average than most economies in the United States. So it's funding the federal policies at a greater proportion than other sorts of states. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. So if you were to cut California off from every other economy in the world, it probably would flourish, right? In terms of its ability to pay for particular types of social services, because the tax money that I'm paying and all the other people are paying in California, instead of going to the federal government directly, would be going to California. Well, California's tax right now is like the highest is at like 13.5%, I'm pretty sure. It would be able to increase by 3 times almost, right, on the highest income thresholds. And they would have significantly more funds to be able to pay for, right, social services. They would be able to easily do universal health care.
California has a ton of money, and California is not lacking for money. So I don't think we need to cut California off. California spends a ton on their homeless people. They spend a ton on social services. And the truth is they still have some of the worst outcomes when it comes to homelessness, when it comes to impoverishedness. So you saying
many people go to California, travel to California due to the weather and how great it is comparative to other places. So when people are in those conditions, that it's better than other places around the United States. JVD, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. That's why a lot of people go that way. Secondly, it is one of the more larger states in the United States. Thirdly, the California is doing stuff, right? They have built homes for people to live in. They're like tiny homes. They exist all around LA. People have seen them. I see them. I go past them often. So there are places for people to go, and there's funding being given out. Newsom right now is given the funding. It's now up to like the state and local officials to follow through with the funding related to it because it's already been provided.
That's what I'm saying, man. California.
So wait, it's the state and the local. It's not the governor there.
California is a fantastic example of a super wealthy state, a blue state that does not have its homelessness problem under control. They have a socialized mindset, and still they have the worst social outcomes for the lower class.
That's totally not true. You have no clue what you're talking about. You said California has the worst social outcomes for people with the lower income hold. You have no clue what you're talking about. Thank you so much. Right now, they have extended programs of Medi-Cal. They have hella funding for students, right? In terms of state colleges. You have no clue what you're talking about. Thank you for the cap. Thank you so much. The money they spend in California does benefit people. It's true. Appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. Obviously, I think that they would be able to direct more of it to benefit people in California if it was all directed to California, not just a lot of the funding goes to the federal government. Thank you for the cap. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you,
for sure. I don't know. I don't live in California, but I know for sure when I hear about the social outcomes, especially the lowest of the low in California, I hear it's an absolute slum in some of the central cities. and even some of the outskirts.
I don't know what you're using to qualify that. Wait. Can you give me any statistics that indicate that?
I don't know about statistics, but I do know that I know there's a huge exodus of people, whether it's people, companies, individuals leaving California, and what they.
There have been certain businesses that have left. There are people that have left. There's been a reduction in the amount of people. I think that's mostly related to cost of living.
That's fantastic, and we can.
And I agree. There's a cost of living issue in California. That is one of the biggest issues I think exists in California.
But the truth of the matter is, people leave in California. This blue heaven.
But you want to know what's crazy?
For some reason.
You want to know what's crazy? High cost of living means people really want to live there. That's what it means. It means that there's such a demand for people to live there.
I could argue that
not enough supply to fulfill that demand.
Housing
for prices to go down.
There's terrible housing policy. And there's a ton of NIMBYism.
There are things that are terrible housing policy, but it is mainly due to the fact that so many people want to live here. Kelsey, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kelsey. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you.
Due to NIMBYism,
I'm gonna be totally honest. LA's weather is unbelievably good, right? It's not even comparable to almost anywhere around the United States. Normally, you have issues with humidity. It gets too humid in certain places, even if it's warmer and it's very uncomfortable. That doesn't happen in LA. LA is not humid, right? You're very close to the beach. Right, you're close to the mountains. You can go ski. You can go up to the mountains. There's so many things in California. California has a geographical advantage comparative to most states. Has very beautiful nature here.
California is fantastic.
Very pretty.
You can probably spend 2 hours talking about how beautiful California is.
Yeah, you can. There are so many incentives to live in California.
And the NIMBYism and the overinflation of everything and the homelessness is driving people out for a reason. So
you're hyper fixating on certain things that California needs to do better on. And I agree California needs to do better on. They've done certain things, but I don't think that they've done enough. I agree. But that's so much less comparative to what we see in states around the United States. The lack of social services in all these red states, the red states are literally funded by the blue states like New York and California. You know that, right? Big states like that fund red states.
And Florida is gigantic red states. So I don't buy the fact that only blue states across the U.S. are funding everything. Texas is.
I said mostly. And
Florida.
Florida's economy is not that massive.
These two states are.
Wait. Look up Florida GDP per capita versus California GDP per capita.
Okay, look at Texas. Texas is probably the second.
You could do the same thing for Texas.
Texas, we have the oil economy. We have a ton of strong economies here. So it's
still not even comparable. The Florida GDP per capita. Let me pull it up. I'll pull up specific years. Is at 56,571. California GDP per capita. All right. Let me pull up Statista. Well, they only have to 2019. Okay, here, I'll just go to real GDP per capita per state. All right. So California, real GDP per capita in 2023 and 2017 dollars is at 83,000. Okay. Texas, 66,646. A lot of sixes, crazy. And then Florida is 56,571. And this is real GDP per capita.
These are high numbers to me, man. If you're telling me... 50,
no. I understand these are...
California is the largest, but these countries...
Wait. You understand that 60,000 is significantly less than 83,000, and it's significantly less than... significantly more than the 50,000, right?
One thing
I'm talking in terms of average income.
Yeah, I want to...
So in terms of average income, that is a massive difference.
If I answer, would you let me continue, or would you cut me off?
Yeah, you can go. Sorry, bro.
Okay.
I was giving you the information fully.
No, I love the information. One reason that California is super skewed is because of big tech. I'm sure you can definitely understand that. The law of big numbers shows us that giant tech companies, Google, Microsoft, all based in California, skewed the numbers significantly. So if you're telling me average, law of big numbers shows me that these CEOs earning $2 billion a year in California skewed the numbers up. Ultimately, I don't believe the normal person, the average person in California is living significantly better off than the average person in Texas, average person in Florida. And that's
Okay, so then I'll tell you. So look up. So I got real median household income by state. Okay, so if we specifically look at Florida for real, and this is for I think it's 2022. So Florida is at. Let me make sure I got the right one. Florida is 64,410. Okay, California is 88,000. So 88,000 versus 64,000 in terms of median household income, real median household income. And then also looking at Texas, Texas is at 72,680.
Thank you. Just like that, I've proved to you that the mean is driven by larger numbers and the median is a lot closer. And one thing that I'd love to
wait, there's still massive differences. What are you talking about?
Texas is what?
Florida at 64,000 comparative to California at 88,000.
In Texas,
and then Texas is at 72,680.
So 77,000. Yeah, that's the numbers are closer together when you look at the median, man, versus the mean.
That's still almost an 11,000 difference, isn't it?
And then one thing that can also make those numbers closer
that's almost an 11,000 difference when before it was. Wait, what was the number I had before?
Like
the one I
like
hold up.
25,000.
Hold up. The one I had before was the difference was California was at 83,000 and Texas was at 67,000. So the difference was
10,000.
really pretty much similar.
10,000 versus 20,000 is not similar. That's double. But you can
that's still an 11,000 difference in median income.
And then one thing that will make those numbers even closer is looking at the tax code. California has an extremely penaltive tax code. So when you take taxes, state taxes and local taxes, Texas has no state taxes.
You want to do disposable income now? Real disposable income?
You can keep going down the line, but the truth of the matter is, man, you're
just gonna keep moving the goalposts. All of these things are true. Real disposable income is higher for California.
And Texas has no state income. So I don't know if the numbers you're looking at takes into consideration that Californians pay federal taxes and then state taxes, and Texas doesn't pay state taxes.
They would.
So hopefully they do. But exactly,
that's what disposable income
is. That
disposable income would do that.
Just to take this back to the national election, my point is that taking democratic concepts and applying it nationwide, I don't think that's the ideal solution.
So let's look at this. Texas for per capita disposable income is at 60,000, right? And California 68,000, so 8,000 more at disposable income.
Look at that. So the number that started out $20,000 difference is now $8,000 difference. Just essentially what I'm trying to picture I'm trying to paint is that
that's still a massive difference, is that not?
60,000 versus 68 is not a massive difference.
Yeah, it is.
But massive?
Wait, that's over like 12%, isn't it?
12% is not massive, man. If I get an
for a difference by state?
No, that's not massive. I mean, massive if it was something like 30. I mean, the first few numbers you pointed out were massive. $20,000 difference. So I was like 30%. These numbers that actually show what happens on the ground level is not significant. And then one thing I'll tell you, the housing policy in California. So now that we've basically confirmed that the numbers are similar, now let's look at on the ground. The fact that the housing is so much more expensive in California. People that are
this is disposable income, so that takes into account housing.
Okay, well, I didn't.
And that's about 13%, by the way. That's a 13% difference.
Well, 13% is not massive. If there's
I think that for economic, like in terms of disposable income, yeah, I think that's a pretty big difference between states.
We can argue semantics, but in my opinion, 13% is not massive.
I mean, but if you want to look at disposable income by state, District of Columbia, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Washington, New Jersey, Colorado, New Hampshire, like most of these states are all blue states.
My sticking point is
the ones with the least in terms of real disposable income: Mississippi, Alabama, West Virginia, Kentucky, Arkansas, New Mexico, South Carolina, Georgia, Louisiana, Idaho, right? Like majority red.
And I love that point. That's actually a strong point. I can go with that, man. One of the reasons why Republicans always have a chance is because these smaller states, they get forgotten. Everyone wants these countries to be, these states to be like California. Those people in these red states, they don't want to be like California, man. So the fact that we all
okay.
All right.
Do what you want.
The fact that we always think that we know what's better for other people is the reason why these states keep pushing back. Not everybody wants to be Californified. So
Republicans are currently pro-life.
The truth of the matter is that what Trump did was allow these states to decide what their abortion policies were going to be. And I think it's fantastic that some of these red states are actually voting against the grain. We're actually finding out that, hey, these red people are not demons. They do care about their women. All they wanted was not to have a national mandate on abortion, and they'll decide by themselves. And the truth of the matter is that we're finding out that, hey, Republicans are humans. They just didn't want it to be on a national scale. That's it, period. So I think that's totally reasonable. Let the states decide. I think having a United States of America, it's called United States for a reason. It's not called the USSR. It's called the United States because each of these states should have their own means of economies, their own tax codes. It's that simple, man. And ultimately, some of these states, some of the red states are flourishing, some of the blue states are not flourishing. That's why it's the United States. And I think that's my last point, because we could go back and forth for ages. But I don't think you really changed my mind. But that's just where we are.
Because you're not trying to engage with facts, right? What you're not acknowledging is that, yes, there are certain red states that did not restrict it. But there are red states in this country that were able to restrict access to abortion. 1/3 of women exist in states where they have restricted access to abortion in this country. Now, I don't see that as acceptable. You might look at that and be like, oh, they just live in that state, they can move. I don't see that as acceptable. I don't think women in Idaho deserve less rights than women in California. I don't think women in Iowa or women in Texas deserve less rights than women in Maryland, right? I think that is unbelievable. The fact that you want the state government to be able to restrict women from making a personal decision is literally not freedom. You acting like it's freedom because it's left up to the states is fucking delusional, okay? Protecting it federally is freedom. That's not like an authority figure. That's more freedom than leaving it up to the tyrannical states.
These unfortunately, like I said before, I want to make it clear that I voted Democrat my whole life, and the reason I'm considering Trump is just because he's making reasonable points in a couple of different spots. But specifically, about this abortion thing, it's unfortunate that abortion is being rolled back. But I think you would be dishonest if you didn't say that the Democrats, there was a moment in time when the Democrats had the Senate, they had the House, and they had the executive. So there was a moment that they could have codified it, they could have made it stronger.
Filibuster.
And no, they had control. I'm telling you, they had control of the.
They had to get past the filibuster.
The filibuster is there, but I also want to say that.
So they need 60.
They need 60. It's called negotiating. It's politics. I'm sure they could have pulled 10. They could have pulled.
Oh, 10. Okay. So no, they wouldn't. So we need to do that, and we might be able to get that in the next few years, but we were not able to so far because we rely upon them changing. Plus, there are Democrats that are also conservative as it relates to this.
So basically, what you're telling me is that at the end of the day, the people didn't want it to be codified. That's literally what you're saying.
No, the people do want it codified. The people in office don't, because it's heavily old white men that are fucking not involved in the daily lives of people. It's not representative of America. That is a huge fucking issue. Women are heavily underrepresented. People in this country who are black are heavily underrepresented. People in this country who are Palestinian are heavily underrepresented. Muslims are heavily underrepresented. People across the board are underrepresented in this country. Gail, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. So I'm advocating for us to have more representation, not the old white men that have consistently ruled against women having the access to make autonomy over their body as it relates to non-sentient embryos. Okay? I'm not talking about a sentient baby. I'm talking about a non-sentient embryo, okay? If you don't think women should be able to have autonomy over their bodies as it relates to a non-sentient embryo, you're telling me you value a non-sentient embryo to the same degree, if not more than the woman. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. And I just don't see that to make any sense. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much.
It's inhumane to argue it, so I'm not even going to argue it. But all I'm going to say is that
Inhumane?
at the end of the day, what Trump did was not ban it. He just sent it to the states to decide. So, if anything, women actually have more power because.
Oh my God! No, he did not make this point. That is the dumbest point. I literally critiqued this already.
No,
Thank you
listen.
for the confetti. 1/3 of women exist in states where they've restricted access to abortion. So effectively, 1/3 of women have fucking less rights. Literally have less rights.
You like to speak data. I know you're a data guy.
I'm not.
Do you
I'm
ever
literally just acknowledging reality.
do you ever read Axios? Do you read Axios?
I think I've seen articles every once in a while. I don't read it often. No.
They released the latest data on abortion numbers, and all this fear mongering you're doing right now. The truth of the matter is, based on data, is that abortions are actually at the all-time high. You're scaring women.
Wait, didn't you come on my live saying that World War III was going to happen because of Kamala?
I didn't say that. I just said that it's escalating, and if it's going towards that, if it's going.
Ah!
I didn't
This
say
guy,
it
bro.
happen, man. You're putting words in my mouth.
I'm the fear mongerer, bro. Come on.
Listen. All I'm saying is that if you have laws that are set at the state level, that means the people are closer to making those decisions than at the national level, because there's just less levels to it. If you're deciding stuff at the state level, that means you have more of an impact. Just because you don't have to vote for a senator, then that will vote for a national law. It just means you just got to vote for the law in your state. So even though it's not ideal, we're seeing that, in the truth of the matter, we're seeing Republican states, women in Republican states speaking up and deciding that they want abortion in their state. So, and I want to talk to you about the data. What I read just a couple weeks ago is that abortions are higher than they were before Roe v. Wade. So you're like scaring people, saying that abortion, we hate women, we're doing this, but the people that want abortion are getting it. I'll tell you how they're getting it. They're getting it because of this thing called COVID that happened, which means that now you can go to your doctor online, you can get what you need online and have it shipped to you, period.
DJ, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. No, that just means that like these particular types of restrictions make it more likely for people to make a decision quick, and that leads to them choosing to get an abortion. Now, secondly, that doesn't mean that people have full access to it. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. That just means that people are getting abortions in more unsafe ways.
That's not that's not the data that I'm tracking. The data I was tracking was
that's what the data is indicating.
No, brick and mortar.
People are getting it in more unsafe ways, which is not good for women.
That is not true. That
is not good for women to say that they should have to do it in more unsafe ways because of their state's abortion laws.
The data that I'm referencing is, you can find it on Axios.com. It does not have a filter for unsafe abortions. It's talking about doctor's visits, brick and mortar visits, and then online appointments. So this unsafe thing that you're talking about, it could be the case, but the reference I'm making is talking about like abortions through the doctor's office. And those are at the all-time highs. So you can go and you can look that up. I know you got your computer. I'm only on my phone. If you got your computer next to you, you can probably look at Axios.com, look at the abortion, or just type in abortion and it's going to come up. But yeah, that's what it is, man.
Yeah. So do you think that people don't have restricted access to abortion? Devin, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
I don't know what the data is, but there are more abortions than ever right now, period.
Okay, so you're just not going to respond to my question. I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
Do you think that because you think it's more representative on a statewide level, maybe you should take it to the even district level?
No, I think statewide is probably reasonable.
Why?
Just because I think district level votes, if you look at how vote participation works, the lower the level, the less participation. So I think statewide.
Des, thank you so much for the $5 for the online abortion. Thank you.
So I think keeping it at the statewide is probably a good place, because if you make it more local, that could lead to even more skewing.
Ally, thank you, Galaxy. Thank you so much. How could it lead to more skewing? So you want to take it from the federal government? Why do you want to take it from the federal government?
I'm taking it because that's what the people wanted. I'm not saying.
No, the people don't. Wait. Give me any poll that indicates a majority of people want it to be left up to the states.
I'm not giving you any poll. I'm talking about what happened.
Give me any poll that indicates that a majority of people are against Roe versus Wade.
I don't have any. I don't have polls handy.
Because abortion wins in almost every poll you reference. Abortion rights win.
And I think
Why
that's
do you think
fantastic.
Trump doesn't want to talk about it? Why do you think
that's-
Trump doesn't want to bring it up? Because he loses over and over again on it.
And he's already said that he's not going to go for a nationwide ban. The reason he's not talking about it is because
it wasn't. He wouldn't be elected.
Like what else? What else more do you want him to talk about? Like what else do you want him to? Do you want him to ban him further? He already did what he was going to do. He pushed it to the states. Now it's up to the states to decide. Period.
His vice president supports a nationwide abortion ban.
Well, unfortunately, vice presidents don't really matter. So it's all about.
They do. He could be president if Trump dies. He could be president. You understand that, right?
Yeah, but unfortunately,
Trump is so old; he's cognitively declining. He's past the the life expectancy. We really don't know if he's going to keep going on at this point, man. Do you really think he's going to make it another 4 years?
He's fresher than the other guy. They had to replace him.
Dude, did you not get my joke there? You guys said the same shit about Biden. Now you don't want to accept it about Trump?
He's not that bad, dude. Come on now. Biden.
Oh, okay.
There's a huge difference there. There's a gigantic difference there. For sure.
No, there's not.
You're kidding.
Talking about Hannibal Lecter.
You're kidding.
Talking about whales dying of windmills.
Yeah, man. And
what? Ronnie Jackson. He doesn't even know who took his cognitive test. He mistook Nancy Pelosi and Nikki Haley. He mistook Kamala Harris and Nikki Haley. He mistook E. Jean Carroll, a person who's held legally responsible for sexually abusing, with his ex-wife. This guy, you're saying he's coherent. Jane, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Jane. Can we get some W's for Jane in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Shane.
More coherent than Biden, that's for sure. But luckily, y'all put away Biden. Y'all had to put him to bed. Literally put him to bed.
Dude, that's not a response to anything I'm saying. You're saying he's more coherent than Biden. Do you want to respond to what I just said? That's incoherent gibberish that he brought up, right?
I'm telling you that Trump can freestyle. He's freestyling. That's what he's doing. I'm not gonna be a Trump apologist, but the truth of the matter is he's not in cognitive decline as significantly as your prior candidate was, unfortunately.
So what's the relevant difference?
The relevant difference is one can complete sentences and one could not.
Dude, why do people say that? You understand I can bring up plenty of scenarios where Trump rambles incoherently. Do you want to hear Trump ramble incoherently right now? I think that would be.
If you're actually trying to argue that Trump and Biden had the same level of incoherency, then
I'm not necessarily arguing that. I'm arguing.
Then you're not being genuine.
No, what I'm arguing is that it's clearly not to a sufficient degree. And it's clearly like he's reaching in the end. So if you say that about Biden, well, then you should also say that about Trump.
It's not. Come on, dude. Come on, dude.
Where there's so much water, you don't know what to do with it. It's called rain. It rains a lot in certain places. But no, their idea, did you see the other day? I opened it up and they closed it again. I opened it, they close it. Washing machines to wash your dishes. There's a problem. They don't want you to have any water. Where there's so much water, you don't know.
It's so true, dude. Sometimes the water.
On the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up and show. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy. They're driving.
I'm serious, dude. He's so true. It's so right.
A little batty, but.
It's so true, man.
If the boat sank from its weight, and you're in the boat, and you have this tremendously powerful battery, and the battery's now underwater, and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there. By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Did you notice that? So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards, or here. Do I get electrocuted? If the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking. Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution.
I would have flown. I would have just jumped up in the air, dude. I would have jumped up in the air on that one.
Yeah, is that a coherent man?
Obviously, he's rambling, but at least he can finish his sentence. Come on, dude. It's nowhere. Okay, play something about Biden, dude. Come on, play something about Biden. Go on. You got a clip saved of Biden just stumbling here. Let me give you an example. Yeah.
Yeah, you just sound like you're making fun of a stutter.
Okay, you call it a stutter?
He has had a lifelong stutter.
That's very genuine. I've watched Biden age, and calling it a stutter is the most gentle, kind-hearted thing. It's so nice of you. I love it. I love it. Very kind.
Okay. So do you want to hear him speak right now?
Go for it.
I think it's going to sound more coherent than we just heard.
I stayed in the race. That would be the topic. You'd be interviewing me about why did Nancy Pelosi say, why did so, and I thought it'd be a real distraction.
Sorry, it's a video. Here, I'll click on like watch live. Sorry. Watch live. Some random remark of him at like some moonshot event. What's up?
If you had any clips of that debate he did with Trump, the one that made y'all realize how bad it was, that'd be perfect.
Wait, I'm not disputing that there's bad, but like you're taking it way too far.
He was with me when I launched the moonshot when I was Vice President of the United States. I made the case to President at that time. I was Vice President, President Obama, and I convinced him to give me the authority to set up this cancer moonshot, which he did completely, and I had to run of the administration to do whatever I needed to do. But I wanted to also thank President Fitz for welcoming us back. I knew him when he was up at Penn, on the other side of the ledger, law. He was the dean of the law school. It's an honor to be back at Tulane without having to pay tuition, by the way.
So you take it like way too far, bro. Like,
Actually,
yeah, he's old, bro. I get it. Trust me. I don't want him as president. But like, bro, you're going to sit there and you're going to say that Donald Trump sounded coherent there and Joe Biden doesn't at all?
Yes. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to say that because I don't have a phone next to me to pull up his worst clips. So yes, I'm just going to have to say, you're just going to have to believe me that the Democratic people of power, Nancy Pelosi, kicked him out because obviously he was not ready. He wasn't ready. So
they didn't kick him out. He chose to leave himself.
A week before he left, he literally said, nothing is going to pull me over. So based on the reporting I've read,
so he's trying to say that as he's staying in the race
and convinced him to step down. So
I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel.
And you have to, you know that just recently, Biden actually imposed like what 100% tariff on BYD electric. That's an electric car company in China. Did you hear about that one?
So no, I didn't hear about that.
So I'm telling you right now, tariffs is not like a red or a blue team thing. Tariffs are something that you need sometimes to control, to check other economies when they're trying to dump. So you can look it up.
So I have a question. Can you name me anything that you dislike about Kamala Harris?
That's a good question. I think one thing I dislike is the fact that people are not paying attention to her switching her sides on a ton of topics. For example, she already ran for president, so we have her already like mentioning all her
How do you feel about J.D. Vance switching all of his positions?
Well, we're talking about presidents, or do you want to talk about vice presidents?
Well, no, I was just asking because you were like bringing up changes in positions.
Well, both sides are doing it ultimately, but one thing that Kamala has switched up on is fracking. When she was running for president, Kamala, when she was running for president, she decided that she was saying she was going to stop all fracking across the nation. Mm-hmm. And now that she was put in power as the next president, or as the next incomer, she's saying that.
So there are different environmental circumstances that have occurred. So obviously she's changed her position given the different data. Of course,
it's not the data; it's the economy, man. Fracking is a huge.
She knows that economy. She knows that it would be negatively impactful in a time where energy prices are already negatively impacted. Whereas before that they wouldn't have been impacted to the same degree. That's the idea.
No, unfortunately, OPEC is our competitor, and OPEC, we don't want to be controlled by OPEC. So when it comes to producing oil and gas, America needs to produce. It's not great for the environment, unfortunately, but if we don't pollute, OPEC is going to pollute. So at the end of the day, the world is getting polluted. So we either have to take the economy into our own hands.
What we can do is we can invest in renewable energies to be able to transition off of this. We can use this increase in prices to benefit our transition to renewable energies, which would make us less dependent on foreign oil.
And the truth of the matter is we can do both at the same time. If you look at Texas.
Yeah, that's what we're doing right now, actually.
Yeah, we're doing it right now. So that means we have to keep fracking, and we also have to keep investing in
for now, but we're going to phase it out.
We're going to phase it out, but Kamala's initial thoughts was to cancel it altogether and stop it altogether. And the truth of the matter is we have to keep producing.
That was in 2019.
Yeah, when she was sharing her views.
That was almost 5 years ago?
The reason she's switching her views is because she knows nationally it's not going to win the election.
That could be true. You could say the same thing about Trump, who said 5 years ago that he'd be for a national abortion ban. But now he says he should leave it up to the states. So you're willing to say that for Kamala, but you're not willing to say that for Donald Trump changing his position.
I'm willing to say for both sides. I'm just
if you're willing to say for both sides, then what point are you making?
The point I'm making is that there's no angels in this debate. It's all about winning votes.
Wait, but you understand that Donald Trump... Wait, I have a question.
Yeah.
Would you vote for someone who's been held legally responsible for sexually assaulting a woman?
I hate that he did that. I would vote for his policies.
So you would vote for someone who's been held legally responsible for sexually assaulting a woman. Would you vote for someone who's been held legally responsible for sexually assaulting a child?
Has Trump been accused of that?
I'm not saying he's been held liable of that. I'm just saying, would you vote for him if he were?
I would not.
No? So why would you vote for him if he were held legally responsible for sexually assaulting a woman, but not vote for him if he were held legally responsible for sexually assaulting a minor?
Well,
what's the relevant difference?
I mean, that's a huge difference. I feel like doing anything to a minor is significantly worse.
Oh, so it's not excessively bad. So raping a woman isn't bad enough. Is that your view? Not severe enough?
I'm saying that there's worse. There's bad and there's worse. And I'm saying
so it's just not bad enough. It's not excessively bad to grape a woman. Is that what you're saying? Because that's what you just said.
I'm telling you, I'm voting for him because of his policies. I don't endorse.
No. But you said that it's not excessively bad to grape a woman.
If I vote red, it doesn't mean I'm.
So is it excessively bad? Is graping a woman excessively bad?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So then, what's the relevant difference?
They're both disgusting, honestly.
What's the relevant difference? I said.
There's no difference. They're both bad. They're both horrible.
They're both bad. So why would you vote for one person but not the other in this circumstance?
Unfortunately, he's carrying the red flag, so I have to vote. If I vote red, I would have to vote red. That's just the truth of the matter.
So you would vote for Trump if he were held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a minor?
No.
So again, what's the difference between these two cases that means that you would vote for him if the victim was a woman, but you wouldn't vote for him if the victim was a minor? Tell me, what's the relevant difference?
There's no relevant difference. They're both bad.
There's no relevant difference. Then why would you vote for him in one scenario but not the other?
I take it back. I won't vote. I'm going to vote blue.
Okay. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I have a question. It sounds like you like
minors. Are you voting Trump?
It sounds like you like minors. It sounds...
What? What did you just say? What? Are you good? Did God just smite him? Ayoyas, I can't hear you. Did you like go under the sea? I can't hear you. He's got a MAGA mic, chat. He's got a MAGA mic. MAGA mobile, MAGA mic. He's got the whole MAGA set. He bought the bundle. Okay, that's crazy, bro. Are you there? Are you gonna fix it? Just swipe out of the app, swipe back in. I can hear him talking. Okay, all right. Let's go to the next person, y'all. I don't know what happened to him. That was such a weird thing to happen. I was confused. I wanted to hear what he was saying. Like, why did he just come up and say that? Like, what the fuck? Municipality?
Yeah, I'm 26.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah,
Why so?
because I want to buy a house.
How is Trump gonna help you buy a house?
I just feel like a lot of the policies that Camilla's pushing are going to contribute to...
Camilla's pushing?
Kamala is going to contribute to...
Kamala.
Yeah, it's going to contribute to inflammation.
Oh, it's going to contribute to inflation. So what policy is going to contribute to inflation?
Oh, one of the COVID relief stimulus packages with trillions of dollars. You say that contributed.
Did you know that Trump spent more debt-related spending than the Biden-Harris administration?
All right, well, we can talk about her raising minimum wage as well then.
She didn't raise minimum wage. And
Well,
also,
she's
raising
right.
minimum wage would be okay because we haven't raised minimum wage accounting for inflation, or we haven't raised minimum wage at all, federally speaking, since like 2008.
So you know what that's going to do when she raises it, right?
It's going to raise wages.
It's going to raise the price of everything else alongside that.
You know what's going to raise prices? Tariffs. And also, would the prices be the same degree as they were under 2008? Because we're just increasing it to the same degree, accounting for inflation. We're just going to make it $7.25 accounting for inflation now, which would probably be well over $15.
Well, other than that, I guess you got me on that.
First, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
One
Help
thing
with
I
the
will
inflammation. Thank you.
One thing I will say is she would definitely will get us into war. You know that.
How is she going to get us into war?
I just personally feel like no misogyny or anything, but
No
you don't
misogyny,
think-
right? If you have to preface it as no misogyny, I'm going to take it as you're probably going to say something that's misogynistic. So
No, not really. You just got to hear me out, man. You just got to hear me out. You got to realize USA is very strong. You agree, right? USA is very strong, right? If we have a female as the face behind it, I mean, you don't think...
I fucking knew it, Chad. I knew it.
Well,
I knew it.
I only say this
he said
because
if we have a female as president.
Hear me out,
First of all, why are you referring to women
I
as
say this
females?
because you don't think Putin is misogynist, or you don't think Kim Jong Un is misogynist.
Yeah,
You
they're
don't think-
probably misogynistic. Now that doesn't mean we
Right.
shouldn't have a woman as president.
Well, you don't think
What? That's like saying that we
you don't
shouldn't
think
have
that's
someone
possible?
who's president who's black because there's racism.
No,
That's
we
dumb.
already had a president that was black. So I mean,
Okay, yeah. So would you have argued against Barack Obama being president because it is the case that there are people around the world that are racist?
well, we did have a lot of war with Obama in the office. You can't lie.
We did have what?
We had a lot of war with Obama in the office. You can't lie about that, can you?
So do you think that was caused because of his race?
No, of course not.
So then why were you associating that to be the case?
You're the one who mentioned race in the first place. Did I ever mention race?
No, what you're not acknowledging is that you're saying that she's going to cause more conflict because she's a woman. That's historically speaking not been true.
I said
Name me
because
one
the
large,
leaders-
massive war caused by a woman.
I said because the leaders of the other countries.
No, fully.
those foreign
Name me
countries-
one country around the world, historically speaking, where the war was caused by a woman.
Look, I'm not misogynist, but I think those guys are. That's why I told you that,
Can
right?
you give me one point in history where a war was caused by a woman? Do you even know one example?
No, man. I can't give you one example.
Jesus Christ. Do you know who Angela Merkel is?
No, what is she, like Venezuelan?
No, she was the prime minister in, I'm pretty sure it's called prime minister in Germany. Is it prime minister, chat? I want to make sure I'm right with that. Chancellor, that's what it was. Fuck. Sorry, I apologize, everyone. Chancellor, that's the name.
You have I'll say this, right? I only say that to say, I just feel like those guys are misogynists, right? So they'll find a reason to try to push into war because they think she's probably not competent enough or she's not strong enough. They'll probably go into assumptions.
So why did that happen with Angela Merkel? Or like there was also a prime minister in the UK who was a woman. There's been one in Ireland. There's one that's going to be in Mexico. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a woman president in Mexico.
Well, it
There's
depends
been
on if there was conflict at the time, right? We have conflict
Italy.
now.
Bam, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Bam.
It depends on if there was conflict at the time that these people were in office, right? I guess that
Okay,
kind of really.
so do you have any example where a woman being in president increased the likelihood of war? Give me any circumstance throughout history.
Was there any current conflict at the time that would have made that even an issue at all? Because now we're in a conflict.
Give me literally
It's in
any
Ukraine
point in
and-
seriously, fully sent. Give me any point in history where a woman increased the likelihood of war.
Well, you can say Trump utilized the war, utilize his position as a war general, more or less, right? We can say that more than Biden, at least, right? You don't think so?
You're not answering the question. Name one point in history where a woman increased the likelihood of war. You're not giving me anything. If you don't give me anything, you don't know what that tells me.
If I told you though, if there was no conflict at the time that would have even made that an issue, then why would it have mattered if there was a woman in charge at the time?
Margaret Thatcher wasn't prime minister when there was any type of conflict.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. I'm saying if there was no conflict at the time,
there was absolutely conflict.
Would you be educated enough to tell me then?
Yeah. So you don't think that there was any conflict, right, in the 80s, in the 90s, in the 2000s? You don't think there was any conflict then?
I wasn't born in 1980s, man.
Okay, no. What about Queen Elizabeth?
I mean, I can't tell you anything about UK history. Honestly, I can't at all.
Okay, so then why are you saying that like women would be bad for this?
I'm not saying women are bad. You just kind of words my mouth. I'm saying.
What are we arguing about? Something about women. What are we arguing about?
Saying that a woman should be president because she's going to increase the likelihood of war.
Parker, come on, Parker.
Hold on. Parker's talking. Oh, okay, Parker. What is it now?
He thinks that a woman shouldn't be president because they're going to increase the likelihood of war because there's other leaders that are misogynistic.
Oh, okay. I mean, I would argue that conservative women, maybe, because all the wars that I can think of that have started under women, they've all been extremely conservative. The last one that I could think of was Margaret Thatcher. She was like the most she was MAGA before MAGA, basically.
MAGA before MAGA.
Yeah. Well, make Britain great again. So I don't know. I can't pronounce that, but whatever that is. She started a war over like a fucking island in like South America, like a tiny ass little island. She went to war with like Argentina or something. I mean, so yeah, I mean,
but not Harris. So like, let's be real here. So
I guess conservative women, sure.
Yeah, he's got nothing though.
I can't think of one liberal.
Like, I can think of a majority of the conflict throughout history that was caused by men. Thank you so much. Because of other men. So full send. How about we look at the rest of history, where almost every act of war was caused by men against men. So we have lots of priors with men causing war and fighting war against other men.
Remember when they kept on saying Trump would have got us into war though when he got into office and it never happened?
You're saying it right now about Harris.
He actually almost did.
We're both making assumptions, right?
You remember he assassinated top military general in Iran? Remember that?
Iran still has a grudge against him.
Yeah, someone are you going to respond to that, fully sent, or are you just
someone in the chat thinks that Margaret Thatcher was popular, bruh? Go to Great Britain and say that, and you'll get like slapped in the face.
Well, I'm telling you, Parker, we're both assuming here, right? Like, I mean, we can't assume.
Thank you so much for the $25, Sharon. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Sharon in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sharon.
Yeah.
W, Sharon.
W, Sharon.
Bro's so weird.
Bruh.
I'm telling you, it's both assumptions at the end of the day, though. I mean, we're both assuming whether she would or wouldn't get us into war. So, I mean.
Yeah, right? So then what basis do you have for your assumption?
Devon, thank you for the $5, Devon. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you on Cash App. Thank you.
You don't think Trump is a better war general, at least, than Biden, at least? Can you ever say that?
General? Yeah. He's General Bone Spurs. That's what he is. Am I wrong?
Jesus Christ. Dude, he's silent. He's silent now, bro.
The man.
He's General Dodge Draft.
The fact that you could say general and Trump in the same sentence is like laughable. Like,
He utilized it more, right? He utilized it more than Biden had.
Utilized
right?
what?
The military more. The military more.
Bombed people more.
Wait, hold on. So now you're saying that Trump utilized the military more. So now you're saying Trump used the military
Parker,
more?
why do you say that, but you don't say the same thing for Obama?
I do
Wait,
agree.
actually,
Obama
I do.
had high military drone strikes.
Yeah,
but there was
actually, we do.
increased military drone strikes under Trump comparative to Obama.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're going to criticize
Obama
that
all the time on that.
If you're going to criticize that, why say then Trump isn't a good war general if he did the same thing Obama did? Do you think
No,
Obama
what I'm
is a good
saying,
war general?
dude,
No, Obama wasn't a general.
Dude, I don't think either of them are war generals. I don't think any of these presidential candidates and people are war generals. You got to be fucking kidding me. Donald Trump ran The Apprentice. He's not a fucking war general.
What do you think about
Donald Trump grew up with a gold fucking spoon and the top of Trump Tower. He has no fucking clue. Mar-a-Lago and shit. He has no fucking clue how to be a war general, bro. He's someone who baby rages, who wants to like fucking say, "Oh, I'm gonna literally assassinate you if you do this. I'm gonna not defend this NATO country if you don't meet 2% military expenditure." Russia, thank you.
He was more verbal about it. I mean,
thank you, Chelsea. I appreciate you.
He utilized it more, the military and his voice more or less.
Why is that a good thing?
Against, I mean,
he utilized the military more. Imagine you saying that as a good point.
No. Do you not see?
You want it to look strong? You want it to look weak?
No. Do you not see the kind of like two-faced thing that you're doing here? You're saying Trump kept us out of wars and he made sure that we didn't have conflict, and yet at the same time he used the military more than any other president. But you can't have it both ways.
They're scared of him. That's my point, bro. Like you just answered yourself. They're scared of him, bro, because he utilized it.
It is to show force in some kind of conflict or some kind of war. So Trump then used the military more, meaning that he was involved in more conflict.
Okay, you all right? Realize this then. Why do you think none of the Russia and Korea haven't done anything else to us right now? Because they're waiting for the election to happen. You know that, right?
Wait, hold on. That actually makes sense. So you're saying that Putin is calculating on Trump winning. So is that why Putin's losing right now? Because have you seen the news that Volodymyr Zelensky's troops are moving into Russia? Like for the first time, that they are actually going and encouraging on Russian soil. Putin is freaking the fuck out.
Yeah, have you not seen that? That's been like huge news.
Right? They are winning right now. Putin, what's Putin going to do with what's going to happen? He's losing right now.
Well, I mean, didn't they just put like ships around Cuba?
Are you about to drive, fully sent?
No, I'm just plugging in my phone. It's at 1%.
Yeah, so there were in 2020 as well, weren't there? And it was international.
Yeah, this is actually normal. Russia.
No, I'm not driving.
Hold on. Turn your Bluetooth down, will you?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
1 second. Let me just take off.
No, you're good. Yeah, this is normal. They have been doing it for years.
Okay, I'm kicking him. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's got a thingy. Type MAG in the chat.
Yeah, all right. Only set a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Do give it a second. Y'all tap that screen. Let's get to 1.5 million likes. You want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Let's get this next person up here, though. All right. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump.
Hey, Chad.
You want to help me bring up someone you can as well,
Yep,
Matt.
I got you. I got you. Hey, Sam. How old are you?
Hello. Can y'all hear me?
Yep. How old are you, Sam?
19.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah. Good luck.
John, are you voting Trump?
So no, I just wanted to bring something up real quick, if that's okay.
I was just getting people who are voting for Trump.
Okay,
yes, so Sam, are you voting for Trump? Savannah, thank you for the $1. And Blake, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
Baby Blake.
Why I'm voting for Trump?
Yeah.
I think he's the best of the worst. That's all I can say.
Best of the worst. So what makes you think that he's better than Kamala Harris?
I think that obviously, you look at the economy, and let's be real, presidents don't have the biggest effect on the economy. I'm not going to necessarily blame Joe Biden for post-COVID economy. you shouldn't be, giving Trump too much credit for a, economy he kind of got handed. But realistically, he does affect a lot of things regarding foreign policy. And I just don't like when the U.S. spends too much money abroad. And currently under Biden, we spend a lot of money in Ukraine.
We spent more money under debt-related spending under Trump's administration comparative to the Biden-Harris administration. So you can say,
you mean deficit spending,
yeah.
Right? Well, that was, of course, like in the very end of his presidency during COVID. It wasn't necessarily.
Most of it was non-COVID related.
You sure? Because I'm pretty sure the charts I've seen it's last year of his presidency.
4.8 trillion is non-COVID related. You can get this from the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. Look up Trump and Biden, the national debt.
Well, wasn't it 8.4 trillion total during his presidency? So what?
4 trillion total as administration debt-related spending. 4.8 trillion was non-COVID related.
But isn't that like half of all the spending he had in this administration? So majority of the spending was in the last year.
It was more than half.
Okay.
But also too, why do presidents get like a pass for like crises that happen under their administration? Like if they spend money during a crisis, that's still their money that they spent, right? I'm not saying it's like good or bad. I'm just saying they still spent the money. So I mean, Trump actually bragged about it. Trump, signed the checks, like and he wanted his name printed big on the checks because he wanted to show people that this was him sending the money, right? And so Trump bragged about spending all this money. He didn't care about it.
In what way did he brag exactly?
I just told you.
Signing checks during COVID? You mean like the stimulus?
Yes, he has bragged. He's bragged all the time that it was he and not anybody else. He was the one who got people's those stimulus checks. That he was the one that got it passed. He made sure that these things got passed. He bragged about it in 2020, and now he's like, oh well, no, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. No, I mean, just go back to 2020. Just like try to remember during that time, and you will clearly see like Trump bragged about this stuff.
Well, obviously he was bragging about the PPP loans because that really did save the economy. We remember like in the month of maybe February through March of 2020, we saw the economy and the stock market drop like 30%. And so you could credit the PPP loans he gave to these businesses as a ability for the economy to kind of recover from this crisis. So I understand why he did brag about it, but I understand also it's not necessarily a good thing he spent all that money during COVID. But
well, I know, but all my point was
so how can you sit there and say that it was beneficial for him to spend money, but it would not be beneficial for the Biden-Harris administration to spend money?
No, I'm just against deficit spending in general. But
well,
obviously,
there was more deficit
COVID
spending
kind of
under
changed
Trump.
things. Well, obviously, COVID was like an unprecedented crisis. So
Sam,
you look at both Biden
and
Trump.
4.8 trillion. Most of it was non-COVID related. If you look at the Biden-Harris administration, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related spending. So almost half of the Biden spending as well was COVID, because 2.1 trillion was the American Rescue Plan.
Mm-hmm.
And also, Sam, I assume then that you're also against Trump's economic policies as that he's proposing now, because all of them, by almost every analysis that I have seen, are deficit increasing. Like they will make the deficit go up. His tariff plan is terrible for the deficit. His idea of wanting to get rid of tips, for the tax on tips, for example, even though that maybe could work, but like the way that he's proposing it also would add to the deficit. He has said that he wants to
increasing taxes on
and he said that he even wants
whereas
to.
Under the Harris administration, they advocated for a no tax on tips, and that specifically they'd likely be able to pay for it because of the tax policy that they exist.
And he wants to get rid of tax on Social Security, which also would bring about more deficit spending. And so all of this, I mean, Trump, like, look at the policies out, and you just won't see anything that's not going to raise the deficit. Like,
well, yeah, I would agree that, like, of course, Trump did raise the deficit by a pretty large amount, but that's just simply how presidents do it nowadays. Like, the federal deficit is just going to go up and up, and there's no real reason why it would change under the Kamala presidency, and so I don't really see why that's a huge problem. Like, our deficit spending is atrocious, but that's not,
by the way, and again, it was significantly less under the Biden-Harris administration. So I don't know how you can sit there and say that it's going to be worse off under Kamala's presidency, but you literally have no evidence to indicate that. We actually, all the evidence points that it would be worse for Trump.
Elizabeth, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I appreciate you.
I would just say that honestly, like as a president, deficit spending is a large part of modern day presidencies, and so I don't see why the Kamala Harris presidency would be any different than the Trump presidency.
I just told you there's a greater amount of deficit spending under Trump's administration.
Hey, Hex, thank you.
Sorry, I'm just trying to see stuff.
You know who the last president was to like lower the deficit?
Oh God, it was learned about this in history last year. You tell me. It was very long ago.
Bill Clinton.
Yeah, not very recent.
Yeah, Bill Clinton. I
got 10 more minutes, chat, by the way.
Okay, what do you want to talk about? Something else? I
don't know why you're voting for him.
Not with you. I really didn't feel like finishing with him. Let's get a different person up for 10 minutes, everyone. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. If you want to support Matt, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Tap the screen, let's get to 1.5 million likes. Yo, it's a pal to you. Hello?
Stovall, you there?
Parker, why have you been getting off early? I'm spending it with my girlfriend. Weekend times, I'm typically on later in the day. Tomorrow, I'll be back on my third account, everyone.
Nice.
So it'll be back to normal because I got my third account back. But yeah, everyone, we're so close to 1 million likes on the video on my main account, chat. We're so close to 1 million, so if you want to go like it, you can go do it. What's up?
When are you going back on your main account?
I might get it back tomorrow. Yo, it's a how old are you? I don't know though. I don't think I will because Dean didn't.
Ah, I see.
Yo, it's a how old are you? I think from now on it might just be that I have to keep my account in like this. Which is really sad. I don't like that.
I'm gonna lose all my streak and everything because I was like on like 18 months.
I know, right? Yo, it's a how old are you?
I think I'm gonna do the 10 sets of leg extensions.
Okay.
Well, have fun with that.
All right. Yeah, no, I'm really sad because I don't want to lose the subs, but they really won't let me go back on it. So
yeah, damn. I hope you
might
get
have to.
Yeah.
Bro's at the gym, seriously.
Yeah. Doing leg extensions.
All right. Also, chat later. I might do a Q&A with my girlfriend. So if you want to hang out, I'll probably be on this account.
Sounds fun.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Bro's in the kitchen.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
Kim, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Kim. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Thank you.
Yo, it's a how old are you?
Hey, Nicole.
Yeah. All right, let's go to the next individual. Matt, you want to add someone up for me real quick?
I got it. Type MAGA in the chat if you want to be brought up. This will be your last chance. Everybody, type MAGA.
Yeah, we only have like 7 minutes, everyone.
Yeah, type. I'm looking. The first one I see. Okay, here we go. I don't know who this is, but
Yo, it's a how old are you?
Oh, here we go.
Hello?
How old are you?
Oh my god. What is up with these people, bro?
Han, how old are you? Answer.
What? They're not here. They're literally not here. It's not loading in. Every person's not loading in right now. It's actually really annoying.
I'm just adding people.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Okay.
Are y'all voting Trump?
He's the one getting it.
Yes.
Why so?
Hello.
Oh.
Bye. Okay.
Yo, Matt, did you accidentally kick
No,
them?
I didn't. No, I didn't touch him.
No, they left themselves, bro.
Okay, so
what the fuck, bro? I'm actually gonna cry, chat. I'm gonna cry. Oh my god, it's so bad.
$25 on Venmo. Thank you. I appreciate you, Pages. That was not me. I swear to the God that doesn't exist.
That's so fucked. Jeez, now we gotta find someone else. Honestly, I might just not even have a time to be able to get someone.
We're gonna get one more. Oh. Khan's back. There we go. Okay, he's back. Khan, I heard you. Khan.
Yo, JetBlue, how old are you?
27.
Are you voting Trump?
Okay.
As of right now, I am.
Okay, why so?
Pretty much single issue voter. Trump's made a clear stance in support of the cryptocurrency industry. to which
I've
I've
already
worked
talked
in.
to you.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, I have. I distinctly remember that conversation.
No.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Crafts.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Khan's got the third time. Third time's
Okay.
a charm, Khan.
Hello.
All right. How old are you, man?
I'm not gonna lie, Parker. I love you, Matt. I love you, Parker. I love you, Matt. I love you, Parker. I love you, Matt.
Okay. I love you too. That was not me. Not me again. I swear to Jesus.
It might just be the day, chat. I might just have to call it
I love me
quits
some Jesus.
and like ask some questions or answer some questions at this point.
I said it. Beekeeper.
Yep.
You there? Hey, you're there. Okay. How old are you?
37.
Love it.
You voting Trump?
I'm here to collect.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
Means I had a wager with Parker. He knows exactly who I am.
I have no clue who you are, and I can't do that on TikTok
It was
anymore.
me
but-
against, I said 20 million votes, Trump over Biden. But if anything should happen to Trump, if he goes to jail, whatever, bets off. You said, okay, but we
That's
never
such a
said
lie.
anything about Biden bailing.
Fucking idiot. We said if it is the case that they would run. Dumbass.
Bruh. Okay, let's see.
This guy, bro. This guy. We literally said if they don't run, that it's not gonna go. That was such a crazy position to hold, dude.
It is, yeah. Okay.
Saying that Trump was gonna get over 20 more million votes. That's so insane.
Let's see. Here we go. Let's see. Jeff, are you there, Jeff?
I'm here to collect.
I'm here to collect. Fucking collector out here. We gotta.
It's so funny.
It is funny.
Okay, chat. I think this might be wraps. I'm trying to add people, and it's not.
Moxie,
Yo,
you
what's up?
there?
How old are you?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why so?
Just I like his policies better. I think he did better on the economy. I appreciated his remain in Mexico policy, things of that nature.
What did he do better for the economy?
What?
What did he do better for the economy?
I know that he probably didn't influence like directly, but during his presidency, better gas prices, cheaper groceries, household income rose, I think, $4,000. Under this administration, I believe it's negative 1,000 per median household income.
No, real median income is up. Real wages are up. Since
Explain to me the
2019.
difference. Explain the difference between real wages.
It's also not a
What do you-
policy. Real wages is accounting for inflation.
Oh, counting for inflation.
Yeah.
Uh,
Growth minus
you're
inflation.
saying you're saying that with inflation, people are making more money than they were under Trump.
Yep. In 2019. Yep. Look up real. Go to the Federal Reserve, St. Louis Federal Reserve. Look up Fred, St. Louis Federal Reserve, and you can pull it up.
Okay, I will look into that. I want to start
Real
with one
median
thing.
wages.
So, do you agree with the Kavanaugh Ford ruling?
I don't know what it is.
You don't know the Kavanaugh Ford ruling
No.
about Justice Kavanaugh being accused of sexual assault?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
I mean, Christy Blasey Ford. I mean, I found her testimony to be somewhat persuasive, but I mean, obviously, like it's outside a court of law, so it's just like a public thing. I mean, the evidence was not like super strong, but it was there. I mean, I don't know. I mean, he may have done some like fucked up shit, but like what it was, I don't know. Like, unfortunately, I just don't know.
Okay.
But
Parker,
I would say that
you've never heard of that one?
No.
Interesting. Okay.
Parker was too young. Parker
Fair
would have
enough.
been like 16, I think, during that. So
Okay. So do you know about the Steele dossier?
I know enough about it. Why?
Was it bought and paid for by the DNC? Was it fabricated?
It was bought and paid for by the DNC when they bought it from Republican operatives. Yeah. Because it was first started under Republican operatives who were trying to get dirt on Trump when they dropped out, and then they sold it to the DNC.
So it's safe to say that they'd be willing to use unconfirmed information in a harmful way to their political opponents, right?
I mean, at the time, they found it credible. Obviously, once it got into the hands of the FBI and everything, and they started to like go through it. They saw that most of the claims were, at best, sensational. At worst, not true. But I don't know what the Steele dossier has to do with the 2024 race. Like, that's been litigated.
Yeah, I do got to go now. So,
Okay.
is there anything else you want to say, Moxie, before I get off?
Oh, no. I know you've had a long night, man. You can call it.
All right. I appreciate you, man.
All right. Parker, have a good night, bro.
All right. I appreciate y'all. Thank
Yep,
you, everyone,
bye-bye.
for coming through. I appreciate y'all. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. But tomorrow I should be on my third account or my main account. We'll see. We'll see tomorrow. But while everyone, you want to go check it out, go check out Mishi for Change. Go check out Mishi's live. We're going to go raid her. Look up Mishi for Change, MISHI for Change. Look that up right now. Spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker, everyone. Parker raid, love from Parker, everyone. Spam Parker raid, y'all. Love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Mishi for Change. Spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker, y'all.
Okey. Yayınlarını damlasa, validelerimi damlasa, hep beraber bir yerde krankımı damlasa, Yusuf davranırsa. Let's go. My friend Tanker'ıma 500'lüğümüz var olsa. Haydi hep beraber bir yerde. Yayınlarını damlasa, valide, tulide, fride, folde, fagir, everybody. Thank you so much, my friend. Milan. Haydi arkadaşlar, al kaçırma. Neko, everybody, let's go. Bonjour, grazie, Domsho. Valide, tulide, fride, folde, fagir, everybody. Grazie, Domsho. Haydi arkadaşlar, bakacağız, okay, thank you. Let's go. Haydi, 5 dakika varsın ardından. Kimde varsa göndersin. Haydi arkadaşlar, thank you so much. My friend, thank you, grazie, obrigado. Let's go, box, yes, okay, my friend. Two box, haydi arkadaşlar. Ekran kime damlasa, my friend, thank you. Yayınlarımız damlasa, valide, tulide, fride, folde, fagir, everybody. Grazie, Domsho. Thank you so much, my friend. Box, yes, okay, let's go. O adlimdi. Tebrik ederim. Uzun ömür, can sağlığı hazırlar. O haberim yok da. Thank you so much, my friend. Miladı. Al kaçırma. Dayanmadan bir nasıl. Ekran kime damlasa. Valide, tulide, fride, folde, fagir, everybody. Şükran habibi. Dayanmadan bir yemesi. Ekran kime damlasa. Valide, tulide, fride, folde, fagir, everybody. Thank you so much, my friend. Yayınlarımı damlasa. Fox, yes, lifti. Al kaçırma. Thank you so much, my friend. Şükran habibi, dayanmadan ölmesi. Haydi arkadaşlar, hep beraber. My friend Faker'ma. Box, yes, okay, thank you so much, my friend. Yayınlarımı damlasa. Haydi arkadaşlar, hep beraber bir yerde ekranlarımı damlasa. Valide, tulide, fride. Yayınlarımı damlasa. Box, yes, okay, Faker'ma, my friend. Haydi arkadaşlar, box, yes, okay, thank you so much. Yayınlarımı damlasa. Hep beraber bir yerde. Let's go my friend. Thank you very much. Azer'de burası. Hep beraber bir yerde. Ekran kımıldamrası Azer'de. Al kaçırma. Thomas'ta Milad'ı. Thank you very much my friend. Yayımı tamamla. Queen. Maca burası. Maca. Let's go my friend. Thank you very much. Yayımı tamamla. Haydi arkadaşlar. Haydi. Hep beraber bir yerde. Ekran kımıldamrası. Valide, tulide, fride, folde, fighter everybody. Thank you so much my friend everybody. Let's go. Over da burası. My friend thank you very much Thomas Elif'ti. Al kaçırma. Thank you very much Thomas. Klarma damlasa. My friend thank you very much. Yanlarını damlasa. Grazie. Don't show. Thank you so much my friend. Yanlarını yeniden damlasa. My friend thank you very much everybody. Yanlarını damlasa. Thank you so much my friend. Grazie, don't show. Yanlarını damlasa. Valide, tulide, fride, folde, everybody. Okay, my friend, okay. Elif de burada, ekran kımı damlasa. Box yes, okay, thank you very much my friend. Yanlarını damlasa. Dilek de burada, use it. Thank you very much, use it. Yanlarını damlasa. Haydi arkadaşlar, hep beraber bir yerde. Thank you so much, Thomas. Let's go, box yes, okay, my friend. Thank you very much, everybody, let's go. Karadali. Kaptuk da burası. Thank you very much my friend. Everybody, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much my friend. Yayınlarımı dağılmasınlar. Al kaçırma. Everybody. Thank you so much. Ahmet diye. Ekran kımı dağılmasınlar. My friend, thank you very much everybody. Let's go. Daniela, al kaçırma Daniela, Rabia, haydi arkadaşlar, Valide, Tulide, Fride, Folde, everybody, hep beraber bir yerde, tak, everybody, let's go, thank you, super Rabio, let's go, Radio, my friend, thank you very much. Yayınlarını tamamlasın. Everybody, box yes, okay, thank you very much, my friend. Yayınlarını tamamlasın. Haydi arkadaşlar, hep beraber bir yerde ekran kımıldamlasın. Let's go, box yes, okay, thank you very much, my friend. Yayınlarını tamamlasın. 500'lük gelip dostlar, haydi. Thank you so much, my friend. Okay. Yayınlarını tamamlasın. Validelerimi tamamlasın. Hep beraber bir yerde ekran kımıldamlasın. Yusuf da burada. Let's go. My friend thank you. 500'ümüz var dostlar. Haydi hep beraber bir yerde. Yayınlarını tamamlasın. Valide, tulide, fride, folde, everybody. Thank you so much my friend. Mila. Haydi arkadaşlar, al kaçırma. Neko. Everybody, let's go. Bonjour, grazie, Domsho. Valide, tulide, fride, folde, everybody. Grazie, Domsho. Haydi arkadaşlar, box yes, okay, thank you. Let's go. Haydi, 5 dakika nasıl yardımcı? Kimde varsa göndersin. Haydi arkadaşlar, thank you so much. My friend, thank you, grazie, obrigado. Let's go, box yes, okay, my friend. Two box, haydi arkadaşlar. Ekran kımıldamasa, my friend, thank you. Yayınlarımız damlasa, valide, tulide, fride, folde, everybody. Grazie, Domsho. Thank you so much, my friend. Box yes, okay, let's go. Fuat dilimdi. Tebrik ederim. Uzun ömür, can sağlığı hazırlar. O haberim yok da. Thank you so much my friend. Miladı. Al kaçırma. Dayanmadan bir orası. Ekran kımıldamasa. Valide, tulide, fride, folde, everybody. Şükran habibi. Dayanmadan bir yemesi. Ekran kımıldamasa. Valide, tulide, fride, folde, everybody. Thank you so much my friend. Yayınlarını tamamlasa. Fox yes, Elif'ti. Al kaçırma. Thank you so much my friend. Şükran habibi, dayanmadan uyuması. Haydi arkadaşlar, hep beraber. My friend thank you much. Box yes, okay, thank you so much my friend. Yayınlarımı tamamlasa. Haydi arkadaşlar, hep beraber bir yerde ekranlarımı tamamlasa. Valide, tulide, fride. Yayınlarımı tamamlasa. Box yes, okay, thank you much my friend. Haydi arkadaşlar, box yes, okay, thank you so much. Yani anlasın. Hep beraber bir yerde. Let's go my friend. Thank you very much. Azer'de burası. Hep beraber bir yerde. Ekran kımıdamrası Azer'de. Al kaçırma. Thomas'ta Milad'ı. Thank you very much my friend. Yayımı tamamla. Queen. Maja burası. Majaba. Let's go my friend. Thank you very much. Yayımı tamamla. Haydi arkadaşlar. Haydi. Hep beraber bir yerde. Ekran kımıdamrası. Valide, tulide, fride, folde, fighter everybody. Thank you so much my friend everybody. Let's go. Over da burası. My friend thank you very much Thomas Elif'ti. Al kaçırma. Thank you very much Thomas. Klarmı damlasa. My friend thank you very much. Yanlarını damlasa. Grazie. Don't show. Thank you so much my friend. Yayınız yeniden damlasa. My friend thank you very much everybody. Yanlarını damlasa. Thank you so much my friend. Grazie, don't show. Yanlarını damlasa. Valide, tulide, fride, folde, everybody. Okay, my friend, okay. Elif de burada, ekran kımı damlasa. Box yes, okay, thank you very much, my friend. Yanlarını damlasa. Dilek de burada, use it. Thank you very much, use it. Yanlarını damlasa. Haydi arkadaşlar, hep beraber bir yerde. Thank you so much, Thomas. Divisive, let's go, box yes, okay, my friend. Thank you very much, everybody, let's go. Karagani. Kaptuk da burası. Thank you very much my friend. Everybody, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much my friend. Yayınlarımı tanrıslar. Al kaçırma. Everybody. Thank you so much. Ahmet diye. Ekran kımı tanrıslar. My friend, thank you very much. Everybody, let's go. Daniela, al kaçırma Daniela, Rabia, haydi arkadaşlar, Valide, Tulide, Fride, Folde, Folde, everybody, hep beraber bir yerde, tak, everybody, let's go, thank you, super Rabio, Rabio. Let's go, Radio, my friend, thank you very much. Yayınlarını tamamlasın. Everybody, box yes, okay, thank you very much, my friend. Yayınlarını tamamlasın. Haydi arkadaşlar, hep beraber bir yerde ekran kımıldayamlasın. Let's go, box yes, okay, thank you very much, my friend. Yayınlarını tamamlasın. 500'lük yarım dostlar, haydi. Thank you so much, my friend. Okay. Yayınlarını tamamlasın. Validelerlerini tamamlasın. Hep beraber bir yerde ekran kımıldayamlasın. Yusuf da burada. Let's go. My friend, thank you. 500'lüğümüz var dostlar. Haydi hep beraber bir yerde. Yayınlarını tamamlasın. Valide, tulide, fride, folde, fighter, everybody. Thank you so much, my friend. Mila. Haydi arkadaşlar, al kaçırma. Neko. Everybody, let's go. Bonjour, grazie, don't show. Valide, tulide, fride, folde, fighter, everybody. Grazie, don't show. Haydi arkadaşlar, box yes, okay, thank you. Let's go. Haydi, 5 dakika bırakın ya. Kimde varsa göndersin. Haydi arkadaşlar, thank you so much. My friend, thank you, grazie, obrigado. Let's go, box yes, okay, my friend. Two box, haydi arkadaşlar. Ekran kımıldayamazsa, my friend, thank you. Yayınlarımız tamamlansa, valide, tulide, fride, folde, fighter, everybody. Grazie, don't show. Thank you so much, my friend. Box yes, okay, let's go. O adlimdi. Tebrik ederim. Uzun ömür, can sağlığı hazırlar. O haberim yok da. Thank you so much, my friend. Miladı. Al kaçırma. Dayanmadan bir orası. Ekran kımıldayamazsa. Valide, tulide, fride, folde, fighter, everybody. Şükran habibi. Dayanmadan bir yemezse. Ekran kımıldayamazsa. Valide, tulide, fride, folde, fighter, everybody. Thank you so much, my friend. Yayınlarını tamamlasın. Fox yes, Elif'ti. Al kaçırma. Thank you so much, my friend. Şükran habibi, dayanmadan uyuyorsa. Haydi arkadaşlar, hep beraber. My friend, thank you much. Box yes, okay, thank you so much, my friend. Yayınlarımı tanıyorsa. Haydi arkadaşlar, hep beraber bir yerde ekranlarımı tanıyorsa. Valide, tulide, fride. Yayınlarımı tanıyorsa. Box yes, okay, thank you much, my friend. Haydi arkadaşlar, box yes, okay, thank you so much. Yayınlarımı tanıyorsa. Hep beraber bir yerde. Let's go, my friend, thank you very much. All there, burası. Hep beraber beraber bir yerde ekran kımıldamması Azer'de al kaçırma. Thomas'ta Milad'ı. Thank you very much my friend. Yayımı tamamla. Queen. Maşallah. Acaba. Let's go my friend. Thank you very much. Yayımı tamamla. Haydi arkadaşlar. Haydi. Hep beraber bir yerde ekran kımıldaması. Valide, tulide, fride, folde, fighter everybody. Thank you so much my friend everybody. Let's go. Over da burası. My friend thank you much Thomas Elif'ti. Al kaçırma. Thank you much Thomas. Klarma damlasa my friend thank you much. Yanlarını damlasa. Grazie donksho. Thank you so much my friend. Yayınız yeniden damlasa. My friend thank you much everybody. Yanlarını damlasa. Thank you so much my friend. Grazie, don't show. Yanlarını tamlasa. Valide, tulide, fride, folde, everybody. Okay, my friend, okay. Elif davranırsa, ekran kımı damlasa, box yes, okay, thank you very much, my friend. Yanlarını tamlasa, dilek davranırsa, use it. Thank you very much, use it. Yanlarını tamlasa, haydi arkadaşlar, hep beraber bir yerde. Thank you so much, Thomas. Let's go, box yes, okay, my friend. Thank you very much, everybody, let's go. Karabali. Kaptuk davranırsa. Thank you very much my friend. Everybody, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much my friend. Yayınlarımı davranırsa. Al kaçırma. Everybody. Thank you so much. Ahmet diye. Ekran kımı davranırsa. My friend, thank you very much. Everybody, let's go. Daniela, al kaçırma Daniela, Rabia, haydi arkadaşlar, Valide, Tulide, Fride, Folde, everybody, hep beraber bir yerde, tap, everybody, let's go, thank you, super Rabio. Let's go, my friend, thank you very much. Yayınlarımı tamamlasın. Everybody, box yes, okay, thank you very much, my friend. Yayınlarımı tamamlasın. Haydi arkadaşlar, hep beraber bir yerde ekran kımıldamlasın. Let's go, box yes, okay, thank you very much, my friend. Yayınlarımı tamamlasın. 500'lük canım dostlar, haydi. Thank you so much, my friend. Okay. Yayınlarımı tamamlasın. Validelerimi tamamlasın. Hep beraber bir yerde ekran kımıldamlasın. Yusuf davranırsa. Let's go. My friend thank you. 500'lüğümüz var dostlar. Haydi hep beraber bir yerde. Yayınlarımı tamamlasın. Valide, tulide, fride, folde, fighter everybody. Thank you so much my friend. Mila. Haydi arkadaşlar, al kaçırma. Neko. Everybody, let's go. Bonjour, grazie, donksho. Valide, tulide, fride, folde, fighter everybody. Grazie, donksho. Haydi arkadaşlar, box yes, okay, thank you. Let's go. Haydi, 5 dakika bırakın ya. Kimde varsa göndersin. Haydi arkadaşlar, thank you so much. My friend, thank you, grazie, obrigado. Let's go, box yes, okay, my friend. Two box, haydi arkadaşlar. Ekran kımıldamasa, my friend, thank you. Yayınlarımı tamamlasa, valide, tulide, fride, folde, fighter, everybody. Grazie, donksho. Thank you so much, my friend. Box yes, okay, let's go. O dilimdi. Tebrik ederim. Uzun ömür, can sağlığı hazırlar. O haberim yok da. Thank you so much my friend. Miladı. Al kaçırma. Dayanmadan bir orası. Ekran kımıldamasa. Valide, tulide, fride, folde, fighter, everybody. Şükran habibi. Dayanmadan bir yemesi. Ekran kımıldamasa. Valide, tulide, fride, folde, fighter, everybody. Thank you so much my friend. Yayınlarımı tamamlasa. Fox yes, Elif'ti. Al kaçırma. Thank you so much my friend. Şükran habibi, dayanmadan uyuması. Haydi arkadaşlar, hep beraber. My friend thank you much. Box yes, okay, thank you so much my friend. Yayınlarımı tamamlasa. Haydi arkadaşlar, hep beraber bir yerde ekranlarımı tamamlasa. Valide, tulide, fride. Yayınlarımı tamamlasa. Box yes, okay, thank you much my friend. Haydi arkadaşlar, box yes, okay, thank you so much. Yayınlarımı tamamlasa. Hep beraber bir yerde. Let's go my friend, thank you very much. Azer'de burası. Hep beraber bir yerde ekran kımıldaması. Azer'de al kaçırma. Thomas'ta Milad'ı. Thank you very much my friend. Yayımı tamamla. Queen. Maşallah. Magaba. Let's go my friend. Thank you much. Yayın mıtamnoslar. Haydi arkadaşlar. Haydi. Hep beraber bir yerde kırar mıtamnoslar. Valide, tulide, fride, folde, fayder everybody. Thank you so much my friend everybody. Let's go. Oba. Oba da burası. My friend thank you much Thomas Elif'ti. Al kaçırma. Thank you Thomas. Kırar mıtamnoslar. My friend thank you much. Yayınlar mıtamnoslar. Grazie. Donkşon. Thank you so much my friend. Yayınız yeniden tamamlasa. My friend thank you very much everybody. Yayınlar mıtamnoslar. Thank you so much my friend. Grazie, Don Show. Yayınlar mıtamlasa. Valide, tulide, fride, folde, everybody. Okay, my friend, okay. Elif davranırsa, ekran kımı davranırsa, box yes, okay, thank you very much, my friend. Yayınlar mıtamlasa, dilek davranırsa, use it. Thank you very much, use it. Yayın mıtamlasa, haydi arkadaşlar, hep beraber bir yerde. Thank you so much, Thomas. Let's go, box yes, okay, my friend. Thank you very much, everybody, let's go. Karagani. Kaptuk davranırsa. Thank you very much my friend. Everybody, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much my friend. Yayınlar mıtamlasa, al kaçırma. Everybody. Thank you so much. Ahmet diye. Ekran kımı davranırsa. My friend, thank you very much. Everybody, let's go. Daniela, dal kaçırma Daniela, Rabia, haydi arkadaşlar, Valide, Tulide, Fride, Folde, everybody, hep beraber bir yerde, tak. Everybody, let's go. Thank you. Super Rabio. Let's go radio, my friend, thank you very much. Yayınlar mıtamloslar. Everybody, box yes, okay, thank you very much, my friend. Yayın mıtamloslar, haydi arkadaşlar, hep beraber bir yerde ekran kımıldamloslar. Let's go, box yes, okay, thank you very much, my friend. Yayınlar mıtamloslar, 500'lük yarım dostlar, haydi. Thank you so much, my friend. Okay. Yayınlar mıtamloslar, valideler mıtamloslar. Hep beraber bir yerde ekran kımıldamloslar. Yusuf davranırsa. Let's go. My friend thank you. 500'lüğümüz var dostlar. Haydi hep beraber bir yerde. Yayınlar mıtamloslar. Valide, tulide, fride, folde, everybody. Thank you so much my friend. Mila. Haydi arkadaşlar.